Chapter 151, The Shock of the Experienced Reincarnators. The third reincarnation began. Part 2. She braced herself and shook hands with Wang Shuming. The next few people who went on stage finally became a little more normal. Referring to the way she dressed. In fact, reincarnators had many different occupations and experienced different worlds. Most of them would have some strange hobbies. They were all members of Linjiang's local reincarnator association and were responsible for protecting the safety of this group of residents. Originally, there was no need for so many reincarnators to escort the residents. However, Li Yueming was an S-class newbie. In a third-tier city like Linjiang, the city of water, S-class newcomers were as rare as wild giant pandas. Therefore, he had no choice. After hearing the news, almost all the free reincarnators around Linjiang city came. He wanted to see if Li Yueming had 3 heads and 6 arms. Li Yueming could only smile bitterly. About a dozen reincarnators came forward to greet Li Yueming one by one. The atmosphere was generally harmonious. The old deist named Wu De stroked his beard. Looking at the dilapidated city behind Li Yueming, he frowned and said, "The corrosion of the dark energy in this place is so serious. It's already beyond the scope of a new reincarnator, right? What are those investigators doing?" Hearing him mention this. Only then did the reincarnators on the city wall notice the black fog raging on the ground below the city wall. Wang Shuming controlled the mechanical eye to scan the area and said, "The density of the dark energy has already exceeded 20%. There are probably rank 3 dark creatures in this area, and the corrosion is very serious, so, did those guys who were investigating have no oil in their heads?" He actually gave this place to the newbies. Hearing this, someone around said, "This might not be the fault of the group of people who investigated. Recently, the situation of the dark corrosion had become more and more serious. The group of people who were investigating had already gone crazy. The land around Linjiang that was not protected by the reincarnators had a skyrocketing concentration of dark energy." These words seemed to resonate with him. The other reincarnators also echoed. "I wonder what the higher UPS are thinking. They clearly have the ability to expel a portion of the dark energy, but they still ignore it. Ugh, I can't say, they discussed for a while." He finally stopped. Wu De looked at Li Yueming and took the initiative to say, "Little friend, since we're all here, do you want me to help you clean up the dark forces in the city? This kind of territory with a concentration of more than 20% could only be handled by a level 3 reincarnator." Obviously, it was beyond the scope of a newcomer like Li Yueming. It was probably because of this. Li Yueming had been here for more than a month, but he still hadn't cleared out the dark creatures in the city. The other reincarnators around him did not reject Wu De's suggestion. However, all eyes were on Li Yueming. She wanted to see how he would answer. Li Yueming glanced at the group of people below the city wall. These people would be the residents of his territory in the future. He then looked at the many reincarnators on the city wall who were watching him. After thinking for a moment, he said, "I can handle the matters in my city myself. Thank you for your kindness." As he spoke, Li Yueming asked Zhao Ziao to bring over some fruits and spiritual rice as a form of hospitality. "Seniors, wait for me for half an hour. I'll immediately clear out an area for the residents to stay in." As he spoke, he jumped down and entered the polluted city. During this period of time, Li Yueming had been concentrating on his cultivation. He almost never paid attention to the outside world. That was why the residents of the territory had reached the entrance, and the dark creatures in the territory had not been cleaned up. This was a rather embarrassing thing. However, for him now, clearing out the dark creatures was only a small problem. There was no need for other reincarnators to help him. The group of reincarnators on the city wall looked at each other when they heard this. Their faces revealed an expression of "I knew it." After seeing Li Yueming leave, a senior reincarnator said, "Young people nowadays like to show off." Another senior reincarnator beside him also nodded and said, "Haha, I've just become a reincarnator. It's normal to be a little arrogant. You'll know after suffering a little." Wang Shuming's evaluation of this was only one word: stupid. Wu De stroked his long beard and smiled as well. After all, he's an S-class reincarnator. He's a little arrogant and arrogant. He was halfway through his sentence. Under his feet, Li Yueming had already rushed into the vicinity of the city gate at an extremely fast speed. A Tier 2 dark creature emerged from a corner. Just when everyone thought that Li Yueming was going to fight with this second-tier creature. However, he realized that Li Yueming did not even look at him before stepping on him. The dark creature suddenly let out a miserable scream. It was actually stepped into a black fog by Li Yueming and dissipated. Seeing this situation, Wu De, who was originally prepared to comment on the country, almost pulled his beard off. He could not help but exclaim, F***ck, 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 this young man. In the surroundings, the other reincarnators, who were prepared to watch the joke, were also in disbelief. What did they see? A rookie who had just become a reincarnator for less than a month had actually killed a stage 2 dark creature with a single step? The shock that this brought to them was like seeing a baby who had just drunk milk smash an adult to death with a hammer. Chapter 152, The Shock of the Experienced Reincarnators. The third reincarnation began. Part 3. Was there anything more ridiculous than this? However, before they could accept this scene, he realized that something even more ridiculous had happened. After Li Yueming stomped a second-rank dark creature to death like an ant, he continued to venture deeper into the city. About 2 minutes later, a Tier 3 dark creature appeared. He charged at Li Yueming from behind. From a distance, it looked very terrifying. Under such circumstances, it was as if Li Yueming had eyes on the back of his head. He easily turned around and threw a punch. One punch? It was just a punch. A sound similar to the explosion of a cannonball erupted from the entire city. Boom! The huge force seemed to cause the ground to shake. The third-rank dark creature was sent flying by the punch. While still in midair, it had already turned into pieces inch by inch. After doing all this, Li Yueming jumped up from the dust and continued to search for dark creatures in the city as if nothing had happened. Seeing this scene, all the senior reincarnators on the city wall widened their eyes like copper bells. F***ck. Was this really a newcomer who had just become a reincarnator less than a month ago? Even a human-shaped Tyrannosaurus can't be this terrifying, right? For a moment, all the senior reincarnators standing here fell into self-doubt. What lingered in his mind was the classic triple question. Who am I? Where am I? Why didn't the human race evolve with me? If he didn't know Li Yueming well enough to confirm that he was really a complete rookie reincarnator. To be honest, at this moment, the group of senior reincarnators already had the urge to kneel on the ground and worship. Such combat strength was among the senior reincarnators in Linjiang. It could also be considered quite powerful. It took less than 4 hours. Li Yueming swept away all the dark creatures that entered the city streets. On the other side, Zhao Xia, the secretary, was busy. She had been trained in this aspect since she was young. Therefore, he was quite efficient when he did things. First, she selected a group of high-quality residents to help her manage the order of the residents. Then, they began to let the residents into the city on a large scale. He looked at the ruined city. The dust had not completely settled in many places, and the group of residents only felt their mouths dry. Fortunately, for them, it was already a very good thing that there were no dark creatures attacking them. Therefore, he had no choice. After a brief uproar, the group of people finally quieted down. After Li Yueming cleared half of the city, he returned to the top of the city wall. At this moment, the group of experienced reincarnators in Linjiang City looked at him with complicated gazes. Li Yueming smiled at them but didn't say anything. Instead, he turned around and said to the residents below the city, "As everyone can see, this city is currently in a state of ruin. There's nothing, as the city. Lord, I don't have much to promise. However, I can guarantee that as long as I'm still alive, you can all live a peaceful life here and won't be invaded by darkness again." As he spoke, the aura of a martial arts expert erupted from his body. Everyone in the sky above Star Moon City could feel his tyrannical aura. Under the city, countless residents looked at their city lord with shock and excitement in their eyes. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Li Yueming had been busy settling the residents in the city. This was his basic plan. In the future, if he wanted to be on par with those top reincarnators, a rich and prosperous territory was necessary. In the end, Li Yueming spent a lot of effort to arrange for all the residents to enter the city, and then swept away the dark forces in the entire city. The other trivial matters were all thrown to Star Moon City's management, led by Zhao Xia. Sitting cross-legged in his room, Li Yueming took a deep breath. 3 months had passed. The messy things in the real world finally came to an end. He could finally focus on his next reincarnation. Chapter 153, Red Talent, Nightless City. 1. In the silver-white reincarnation space. Llumotfnir. Without hesitation, he said softly, "Seal, activate reincarnation." A moment later, the reincarnation mark on his wrist began to glow and project a string of words. Detected reincarnator name, Li Yueming, serial number 7001611. Remaining reincarnation authority, 9. Mark of reincarnation level, LV3, 2000/10,000. Reincarnation points balance, 441,000. Origin power, 100 times talent enhancement. Fixed talent, infinite deduction, gold. Special talent title, God of Martial Arts, red. Fixed talent, 2. Fixed number of additional talents, 1. Do you want to purchase additional services? If he didn't need to click on the option, he could activate the reincarnation directly. Looking at his personal information template, Li Yueming's face revealed some pride. Although there were some twists and turns in the first 2 reincarnations, he still obtained a good result in the end. At least his busy life wasn't in vain. According to the usual practice, Li Yueming first spent 5,000 reincarnation points to buy a resource pack for the reincarnation world. This thing was a natural cheat accelerator for infinite deduction. Basically, it was Li Yueming's target of consumption. Additional services purchased. A string of information was stuffed into Li Yueming's head. Before he could fully digest it. Turning around, a clear sound came from the will. In the next second, Li Yueming felt that he had gradually lost all sense of his body. Moreover, a familiar soul came out of his body and attacked again. World loaded. World loading successful. Planet serial number 3-15741. The reincarnator is currently in the midst of a mystery in the womb. After the initial introduction, you can enter the reincarnation world. This is a world with advanced technology. After a series of terrorist wars and public opinion infiltration, the federal government gradually lost control of the country. The major high-tech companies took the opportunity to control the actual ruling rights of the city and the government. Under the rule of the major high-tech companies, human society is in chaos. Human trafficking, organ trading, sex trade, street fighting. Dirty blood flowed through the veins of the city. Technology has become a tool for rulers to control everything. The people at the bottom can only struggle numbly in a society that is constantly regressing like zombies. Under the neon lights in the middle of the night, only the tycoons are partying with scarlet wine glasses. Reincarnation world background introduction completed. Randomly drawing talent. Congratulations on obtaining talent, useless, gray. Useless, gray, what are you looking at? I'm talking about you. You lie in bed and drink Coke every day. I don't know how you can sleep at this age. Starting from the 100-fold increase in origin energy talent, the effects of all your talents will be increased by 100 times. Your talent useless has been amplified by 100 times by the origin energy and has turned into a purple talent useless. Completely useless, tattered, you're synonymous with trash. You're a waste of air when you're alive, a waste of land when you're dead, and a waste of money when you're half dead. The rules of this reincarnation world are level 2. Reincarnators can bring 2 talents into the reincarnation world. Binding talent, completely useless, tattered, infinite deduction, gold. He saw that the useless talent on the reincarnation mark panel had become completely useless after being amplified by 100 times. Li Yueming's eyes widened. He had learned a lot today. Damn it, there was actually such a Shavi operation? It seemed that it was not good not to get a chance to bleed out. Of course, he could not bind such a lousy talent. Imprint, buy a new talent random die. The first purchase of a new talent random die requires 20,000 reincarnation points. Are you sure? 20,000 it is. At most, he could just collect more wool in the reincarnation world to replenish his blood. Congratulations on obtaining talent, quick healing, blue. Quick healing, you can quickly heal your injuries by replenishing your energy. The origin energy talent will increase by 100 times. The effect of your talent will increase by 100 times. Your talent, Quick Healing, blue, has been transformed into Rapid Recovery, red, after being amplified by 100 times the original power. Rapid Regeneration, red. You can rapidly recover from your injuries by absorbing energy. Even if your body dies, as long as your brain function does not lose its activity, you can use the Rapid Regeneration ability to revive. He looked at the red talent called Rapid Recovery. Li Yueming calmed down. He walked the path of individual strength. This kind of recovery skill was naturally a top-grade talent for him. However, it was also a blue talent. The initial flash of spiritual light turned golden after being amplified by 100 times. And what if it was only red after 100 times of rapid healing? He pondered for a moment. Li Yueming felt that it was very likely because talents of the same color had different levels of potential. It was also a blue talent. At that time, the term sudden inspiration included the possibility of predicting the future. Judging from the potential indicated on the entry, it was obvious that a flash of inspiration was much better than a quick recovery. He cleared all the messy thoughts in his mind. Li Yueming's thoughts gathered once again. He slowly absorbed the 10,000 reincarnation points resource pack he had just bought. Li Yueming began to predict his fate in this life. Chapter 154, Red Talent, Nightless City. Part 2. 0 years old, you were born in a test tube from Nightless City's cloud technology company. There are hundreds of thousands of babies born in test tubes with you. Yungziao Technology Company will extract the genes of every baby and choose the most perfect genes to nurture. Your luck is not bad. You passed the first round of gene screening, but more babies were ruthlessly eliminated. 2 years old, Yungziao Technology Company has begun to inject various drugs into many babies. They want to use the drugs to activate the various genes in your bodies. You are extremely angry about this, but you are still in the petri dish and can't change anything. 4 years old, more babies were eliminated. Some of them had their organs removed to provide to the rich, while others with genetic defects were thrown into the trash and left to fend for themselves. You're still very lucky, or rather, your genes are very strong, and you survived. 6 years old, Yungziao Technology Company injected more drugs into you. You have become irritable, your appetite has increased greatly, and you have suddenly become aggressive. You started to feel strange, but because you were imprisoned for a long time, you didn't have any means of resistance. 8 years old, your super strong genes have attracted the attention of many scientists. They are constantly extracting blood from your body and conducting experiments. You've been changed to a more solid cage. Other than drowsy sleep and occasional hysterical rage, you can't care about anything else. 10 years old, Yungziao Technology Company is preparing to transfer you to a higher sequence research institute. Halfway through, you completely lost control of your emotions. You transformed into a beast and erupted with extremely powerful combat power. You broke through the cage and saw the unknown world outside for the first time. 12 years old, you kept escaping from the pursuit of the City of Darkness, but in the end, you were unfortunately captured due to physical reasons. 14 years old, your body has turned into a puddle of mud. He looked at the endless deduction. Li Yueming didn't know what to say. What kind of heaven-defying opening was this? He was born without parents and had been through inhumane experiments since he was young. He had finally managed to escape from the laboratory at the age of 10, but he was caught and brought back after only a few months. After a series of inhumane experiments, he finally lived for less than 12 years. So, after all this time, the player who died and turned into a pile of mud because of too many gene serums was actually him? And why did he die at the age of 14? Did he form an indissoluble bond with the 14-year-old? He couldn't live past the age of 14 every time? Forget it. Li Yueming had already lost the desire to complain. He was too lazy to continue deducing. Just close your eyes and enter the world of reincarnation. The lanterns were just lit up. The neon lights in City M flickered in the pouring rain. From afar, it looked like a hazy and faint bubble. Above the skyscrapers made of new mixed materials stood a huge city. It was supported by 64 super alloy pillars. It symbolized the 64 cities under his command. It was above the surface city. Looking up, it was like a country that existed independently in the sea of clouds. This is a city that never sleeps in the sky. The headquarters of one of the Red Leaf Empire's 6 major commercial technology companies, Cloud Sky Technology Company. At this moment, in the super laboratory at the top of Nightless City, a few lab workers in white coats were yawning as they watched the scene behind the vacuum glass cover. The wrinkled newborns were neatly placed in rows of petri dishes. Needles were inserted into the newborn's umbilical cord one after another, extracting the most fresh blood for the next genetic screening. This was a rather boring job. Basically, the entire process was done by artificial intelligence. The staff only needed to press buttons such as start-stop, print data, and so on. Then, he would just lay in the control room and hand everything over to the artificial intelligence. At this moment, one of the staff members noticed a meatball moving behind the glass cover. Occasionally, something novel would appear in the boring observation, which would always attract the attention of humans. This meatball 0731 moved just now. I bet his genes are definitely different from the other meatballs. Where? The tall man was also interested in this at first. He subconsciously glanced at the large number of meatballs not far away. It took him a lot of effort to find the number 0731 on the countless glass covers. However, when he looked at it, the meatball in 0731's petri dish had stopped moving. The tall man, who felt that he had been played, rolled his eyes and said angrily, "These meatballs have been injected with sedatives and can still move? I think your genes might be very good. Why don't I apply to the supervisor to let you be the father of these meatballs next time?" The staff member was a little angry when he heard that. He muttered, "Tisk, it really moved. If you can't do it, then forget it," although that was what he said. However, the staff member was clearly not confident. After all, there were so many meatballs. Perhaps he was just seeing things. The most important thing was that he heard that this damned, unreasonable, and stupid colleague actually wanted to apply to the supervisor to let him be Meatball's father. Being the father of so many meatballs, he would probably be squeezed dry in one go. He muttered a few words. The staff member yawned and continued his boring work. In 0731's test tube, Li Yueming was already 1 year old. He had no choice. When he spoke just now, he had no idea what was happening in the outside world. It was only in the past few days that he slowly woke up from the mystery of his pregnancy and was finally able to barely control his body. However, he was now trapped in the nutrient solution, and his umbilical cord had not even been cut. Li Yueming didn't dare to show any difference. The glass of the petri dish was made of special glass that could withstand the bullets of a large-caliber sniper rifle. Under such circumstances, Li Yueming was no longer a god. Even if he really was a god, he wouldn't be able to escape from this super laboratory with his baby body. Therefore, he had no choice. For the time being, he could only obediently stay in the petri dish and accept the tragic fate of his test subject. He could feel the needle inserting into the umbilical cord to extract blood and nutrients. Li Yueming shivered. Damn it! Was this the feeling of being a fish on someone else's chopping board? It was too terrifying. After collecting the blood, the petri dish that Li Yueming was in was slowly placed back into the incubator by a metal clamp. Next, the artificial intelligence would transport all the collected blood along the pipeline to the management center, where the blood of all the babies would be analyzed. Yames no ma not grow crookia would continue to denurturia. Those that grew crooked would be destroyed or sold. During the observation period, just like any other ordinary baby, Li Yueming's blood was also injected with a lot of sedative and sleep-aiding drugs. After all, the child was already 1 year old. According to normal development, he should have already left the mother's body and started to move around. However, as test subjects, they obviously did not have the luck to travel. In order to allow them to live safely in the petri dish, the technology company would inject some sedatives into the blood of all babies regularly to help them sleep. According to the dosage of the drug that was injected, Li Yueming definitely couldn't think clearly. However, don't forget that Li Yueming had a red talent that allowed him to recover quickly. Therefore, every time the technology company injected him with a sedative, Li Yueming would quickly wake up. Under such circumstances, Li Yueming was constantly exploring his own path of survival. According to the future direction of the deduction, the first 2 years should be the observation period of Yongxiao Technology Company for this batch of infants. Those were babies whose genes were unstable and imperfect. They would be eliminated as defective products. The remaining stable and perfect seeds would be preserved. When he was almost done observing, Only then would he proceed with the next step of the experiment. Therefore, the only thing Li Yueming could do now was to grow as strong as possible before the age of 2. Chapter 155, The Perfect Gene Project, The Unjustly Found. 1. In the nightless city in the clouds. It was hundreds of meters above Milta, supported by 64 unbelievably huge sky-climbing pillars. It was the headquarters of the Red Leaf Empire's 6 top commercial technology companies, the Cloud Sky Technology Group. There were millions of people living there. The relatives of Yongxiao Company's executives and researchers from various departments made up 80% of the population. The remaining 20% were hired workers, doing some dirty and tiring work that people looked down on. Under such circumstances, the nightless city's security and defense level was still the best in the world. Li Yueming was born as a test subject in the technology laboratory of Cloud Sky, Nightless City. This kind of hellish opening was enough for 90% of the reincarnators to feel their scalps go numb. For Li Yueming, the only good news was that the nursery's security level was not too high among the various departments of the Cloud Sky Corporation. After all, no one would be so bored as to keep a strict watch on a group of children who were locked in petri dishes and had no combat strength. Therefore, he just had to be careful. There was still hope of escaping. Probably. When he was 1 year old, Li Yueming was often taken out by the staff for blood tests. It was visible to the naked eye. The number of meatballs around him was rapidly decreasing. Obviously, those babies with genetic defects were quickly eliminated. It wasn't that Li Yueming hadn't thought of causing problems with his body so that he could become a defective product that was eliminated and escape the fate of being controlled. However, the problem of genes seemed to be a little too much for Li Yueming. In addition, the most important thing was that he had the red talent of rapid recovery. No matter how much trouble he went through, the rapid recovery would be able to quickly adjust his body. Therefore, he had no choice. After trying a few times, Li Yueming gave up on this option. If he wanted to escape, he would have to rely on his own methods. This year, Li Yueming began to reveal his uniqueness. For example, even if he was injected with sleeping and calming drugs, he would occasionally move his body. For example, it could absorb nutrients at an extremely high efficiency. His little tricks quickly caught the attention of the researchers. There were 2 groups of people in the laboratory. One group was staff in gray. This group of people was responsible for recording and controlling data. They did some simple and boring work. Their status in the research base was also relatively low. The other type was scientists in white coats. This group of people was responsible for following up on various projects and generally did high-end things. His status in the research base was only lower than the senior managers and research project leaders. Usually, the staff in gray was responsible for recording the data in the nursery. Their daily job was to filter out the meatballs with perfect genes from the large number of meatballs. Not only was it boring, but the control was also very strict. He didn't even have the chance to slack off. He heard that a certain boss of the company had aged a lot over the years. They urgently needed to develop a new medicine to save their lives. The Perfect Gene Project would not only pave the way for the company's plan to create the strongest human. It could also provide a huge amount of data support for the pharmaceutical department's research on gene agents. Therefore, the higher UPS attached great importance to the progress of this research. Naturally, the staff members were also under heavy pressure. Under such circumstances, a freak like Li Yueming, who could still behave abnormally in a petri dish, naturally attracted their attention. 1 year and a half, the time of the game. The staff had been observing Li Yueming for almost a month. After some discussion, they came to a unanimous conclusion: the child in the petri dish, 0731, was a special existence. He should be isolated as an important observation target. After the discussion, the staff compiled Li Yueming's data into a document and submitted it to the project leader. Less than 2 days passed. The approval from the project manager came. The researchers were allowed to set the child 0731 as the key observation object. Just like that, Li Yueming was placed in an independent laboratory. What was worth mentioning was, Li Yueming was not the only one in the laboratory. Beside him was a red-haired girl who was soaked in nutrient solution. The young girl's eyes were tightly shut, and her brows were tightly knitted. Her entire body curled up into a ball, and a large part of her skin was white from the nutrient solution. It revealed an extremely devilish beauty. Of course, Li Yueming wasn't interested in whether his new neighbor was sick or not. The key was that this special laboratory was more strictly guarded than the nursery. Not only were there many armed security guards patrolling back and forth, but there were also staff members on duty 24 hours a day. Obviously, it was impossible for these security guards to be set up specifically for Li Yueming. After all, no matter how important he was just a mass-produced test subject. Perhaps due to some special reasons, it seemed to be relatively rare. However, in the end, they could not escape the fate of being sexual consumables. Yongxiao Technology would definitely not invest too many unnecessary resources on consumables like him. Therefore, he had no choice. The only mission of these security guards here was probably to protect or watch the red-haired woman who was soaked in the nutrient solution. Of course, this was not good news for Li Yueming. The woman in red was like an unstable bomb. Chapter 156, The Perfect Gene Project, The Unjustly Found. 2. He didn't know when it would explode or if it would. However, Li Yueming couldn't change his current situation. Thus, he could only take advantage of the situation. After gaining a certain amount of attention, at least he no longer had to worry about being easily abandoned. Therefore, he could finally carry out the rapid growth plan he had formulated step by step. On the third day of being transferred to the special laboratory, Li Yueming revealed an even more terrifying characteristic. Originally, the artificial intelligence had prepared 10 days' worth of nutrient fluids in the petri dish for him. In the end, Li Yueming absorbed all of it in just one day. After hearing the report from the artificial intelligence, at first, the staff members thought that there was something wrong with their ears. After reading the information on the report a few times, he ran to the incubation room to confirm it a few times. Only then did the researchers confirm that this matter had really happened. That night, more than 30 researchers in white coats from the entire Perfect Gene Breeding Program had all arrived at the special laboratory. He looked at Li Yueming, who was still absorbing the nutrient solution. All the researchers were in disbelief. Among them, a bald man in a white coat swallowed. He looked at the staff member who was also terrified and said, "What's going on? Won't he die from eating like this?" The staff member panicked and said, reporting to the supervisor, 0731 has been continuously absorbing the nutrient solution in the afternoon. After the nutrient solution in the petri dish was sucked dry, it showed signs of waking up. We had no choice but to keep injecting the nutrient solution. Now, he had been absorbing it for 3 hours. The bald man was stunned for a moment before he rebuked angrily, "Don't you know how to inject large amounts of sedatives and sleeping pills?" The staff felt a little unconfident when he heard that. He said weakly, "Too many sedatives and sleeping pills may cause irreversible damage to the experimentals. We don't dare to act rashly without permission." Hearing this, the bald man wanted to continue. However, a silver-haired elder with gold-rimmed glasses spoke before him. "What are the characteristics of the experimental life forms?" Hearing the old man's words, the bald man immediately put out the fire. When the staff member saw the old man, his eyes revealed a hint of fear. "Professor Cheng," he said carefully, "the life signs of the experimental subject are stable. All the data are very healthy." The silver-haired old man known as Dr. Cheng was the person in charge of the Perfect Gene Project. It was said that he was also the main person in charge of the research and development of the life-prolonging medicine specially sent by a high-level boss of the technology company. Even in the entire Cloud Sky Laboratory, Professor Cheng held a lot of power. He heard a reply. "In that case, let him continue absorbing. I want to see how magical this experimental body is." Professor Cheng adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and picked up Li Yueming's research file. After looking at it for a moment, he continued, "In addition, raise the observation level of experimental 0731 to S and assign 6A grade researchers to observe it 24 hours a day. If there is any movement, report to me directly." After saying that, Dr. Cheng put down the files. Finally, he looked at the petri dish of the red-haired girl beside Li Yueming and said, "Is this the leader of the resistance in Milta?" "Yes," someone explained. The security department said that the resistance in Milta would not let the matter rest. As a precaution, they locked her up in our laboratory. As he spoke, the person hurriedly handed a copy of the information to Dr. Cheng. However, Professor Cheng was obviously not very interested in this. He casually threw down the information and said, "Get the security department to get rid of her quickly. What's the point of leaving her here?" The perfect genetic engineering was a project that Ye Tianzi was personally concerned about. If anything happened, the head of the security department would die even if he had 10 lives. He finished speaking. He ignored the shivering security team members outside the door. Professor Cheng waved his hand and left with the research team. Li Yueming stayed in the petri dish. Although there was a glass cover between them, they couldn't hear what was being said outside. However, the research team did not stop supplying the nutrient solution, which meant that his test was successful. Yongxiao Technology Group was one of the 6 largest financial groups in the Red Leaf Empire. Whether it was technology or financial resources, they were the top existences on this land. It was born here. For Li Yueming, apart from extreme danger, there were also many opportunities. Let's not talk about anything else first. The nutrient solution that he had swallowed was actually an extremely expensive resource in the technological world. And the most important thing was, the researchers provided Li Yueming with the best nutrient solution that could be perfectly absorbed by the human body after repeated purification and refinement. Not only could it replenish all the nutrients needed by the human body, it could also increase the potential of the human body. After all, being able to absorb it perfectly meant that there were not many impurities in the nutrient solution. The absence of impurities meant that the human body could always maintain its pure and flawless texture. Under the condition that his entire body was flawless. No matter what humans did, they would have higher potential. Now, Li Yueming was bathing and swimming in this extremely luxurious nutrient solution. He inhaled deeply. When his body could not take it anymore, only then did Li Yueming stop the whirlwind and began to guide the explosive energy in his body to wash his body through the Star Moon art. Chapter 157, The Perfect Gene Project, The Unjustly Found, 3. He did not dare to cultivate for the time being because the various functions in the petri dish were very complete. Once Li Yueming's physical strength exceeded the threshold, the alarm system would be triggered. Exposing his aggressiveness would only alert the researchers and bring him endless trouble. Therefore, he had no choice. Li Yueming didn't plan to cultivate the Star Moon art before he was fully prepared. He had only been cleansing and widening the meridians in his body through the energy of the nutrient solution. He had used this primitive method to lay the foundation and increase his potential for future cultivation. The few researchers who had been observing the situation all this time were already numb. In just half a day, the value of the nutrient solution absorbed by Li Yueming had already exceeded 100 million cloud leaf coins. The nutrient fluid consumption of hundreds of ordinary experimentals in the nursery downstairs was not enough for him to survive for half a day. As a result, in the next few hours, a group of researchers with red eyes looked at Li Yueming and burped in satisfaction. All of them heaved a heavy sigh of relief. There were even some staff members who sat on the ground and patted their chests as they muttered, "It stopped, it finally stopped." The speed of absorbing the nutrient solution was much faster than burning money. If it lasted for a day or two, Li Yueming would probably suck all the nutrient fluids in the laboratory dry. At that time, they would probably not have to do anything else. They would all line up and get ready to get out of Cloud Sky City. A moment later, one of the researchers heaved a sigh of relief and said with lingering fear, "Damn it, we won't be nurturing a monster, right?" Monster? Did Professor Cheng not nurture enough monsters? Another staff member who was sitting on the ground got up and patted the dust off his body. Moreover, it will be time to reap the benefits in a few months. The money we invested in 0731 may be earned back 10 times or even 100 times from the subsequent research results. After hearing this analysis, the researchers finally calmed down. Otherwise, when he thought about how Li Yueming had spent 100 million cloud leaf coins in less than half a day, he would be shocked. There was no need to mention how terrified they were. After all, the Cloud Sky Financial Group was able to grow until today and become a behemoth that controlled 1/6 of the Red Leaf Empire. The internal management of large amounts of funds was very strict, although they were not the masterminds. However, as a scapegoat, it was just right. In the next 2 months, Li Yueming had to take in a large amount of nutrient fluids every half a month. Every time it was the middle of the month, he looked at the constantly decreasing nutrient solution reserves on the virtual interface. The group of scientists on duty felt their eyelids twitch and their breathing become difficult. Fortunately, Li Yueming's growth did not disappoint them. In just 2 months, Li Yueming's body had grown a lot. Furthermore, the genes in his body were constantly changing, becoming more and more perfect. Finally, a few months later, Li Yueming was 2 years old. According to the original plan that the Perfect Gene Project had been carrying out all this time, the gene reagent had already been refined. After the experimentals grew to 2 years old in the nutrient solution, they could proceed to the next step of the experiment. Therefore, in the special laboratory, a group of scientists, who had been tortured by Li Yueming, quickly submitted the experiment application. However, in less than 2 hours, the relevant materials were rejected by Professor Cheng. The reason was simple. As long as Li Yueming's genes were still evolving, he had to be fed well. The next step of the experiment could only be carried out when the gene gradually approached perfection or when the gene could no longer transform. Obviously, Professor Cheng also had high hopes for Li Yueming. He was the one who submitted the Perfect Gene Project back then. It had been implemented for nearly 10 years now. During this period, the data and experimental subjects produced did not meet Dr. Cheng's expectations. Li Yueming, an unheard-of alien, was undoubtedly used by Professor Cheng as a breakthrough point. As long as he could analyze the secret of the perfect gene. Not to mention burning billions of nutrient fluids. Even if he burned billions of yuan, Professor Cheng wouldn't even frown. In the petri dish, Li Yueming was only 2 years old. However, his body was growing very quickly. Now, other than the fact that his face was still a little tender, he was no different from a 4-year-old teenager in other aspects. Moreover, this was under the condition that he did not undergo any training. It was obvious. Yongxiao City did not calculate the cost of putting in concentrated nutrient solution to give Li Yueming a huge benefit. It was no exaggeration to say that the hundreds of millions of funds would at least reduce Li Yueming's future growth by 10 years. When he was 2 years old, Li Yueming thought that Professor Cheng was going to kill him. After all, in the initial deduction, he was also extracted and injected with various drugs at the age of 2. However, he never expected that no researchers would come to give him an injection after he was 2 years old. Moreover, the supply of nutrient solution was still extremely sufficient. After thinking for a long time, Li Yueming quickly guessed what had happened. Obviously, the higher UPS had stopped the experiment that should have been carried out on him and changed it to continue training and observation. He probably wanted to fatten him up before killing him. After confirming this, Li Yueming almost burst out laughing. This was a good relationship. Let's see who's the last super wronged one. Therefore, in the next half a year, Li Yueming was even more unrestrained when he absorbed the nutrient solution. Almost every time, he would empty the nutrient solution in the special incubation room. Time flew by. When he was 2.5 years old, Li Yueming had completely developed into a teenager. Although his body did not have direct sunlight all year round, he was still able to survive. It looked a little sickly pale. However, it still couldn't hide his incomparably vigorous figure. At the beginning, Li Yueming was still complaining that this was the beginning of the game. Now, Li Yueming wanted to stay in the petri dish and not leave. After all, he only needed to lie down in a petri dish every day to be fed a lot of resources. It was simply too satisfying. On this day, Li Yueming was preparing to swallow the nutrient fluid like a whale as usual. In fact, the nutrient solution was almost useless to Li Yueming now. It was just that he believed that it would be a waste not to eat it. Li Yueming had no reason to miss it. However, at this moment, a group of fully armed soldiers arrived outside the special laboratory. Seeing this situation, Li Yueming's muscles tensed up. What was going on? Had he been discovered for stealing food? Was there a need to mobilize the army to deal with him? Just as Li Yueming's mind was spinning, he suddenly realized that the group of fully armed soldiers did not seem to be coming for him. They handed a document to the researchers in the laboratory. Then, he went to the glass chamber where the red-haired woman was imprisoned. It looked like he was preparing to move the red-haired woman out of the breeding room. However, just as Li Yueming thought that this matter had nothing to do with him. However, an accident suddenly happened. In the blink of an eye, a piercing red siren suddenly sounded in Li Yueming's laboratory. Chapter 158, Riot, Li Yueming, waiting for an opportunity to act. 1. In the special laboratory. The new scientists looked at Li Yueming as if he was a perfect piece of art. From their gazes, Li Yueming could read several layers of special meaning. Praise, greed, desire, eagerness. There were all kinds of messy emotions. Li Yueming knew that he did not have much time left. Thus, after nearly 3 years, this was the first time he had used the star moon art to temper his body. It was not easy for Li Yueming to escape from this tightly guarded laboratory. After all, the combat strength of the ordinary people in this world was not like the previous 2 worlds. As long as they held all kinds of high-tech weapons with amazing damage, ordinary people could even kill martial arts grandmasters in their previous lives. Moreover, there were powerful extraordinaires among the ordinary people. Their individual strength could also grow to a level that was not inferior to a martial saint or even a martial god. Speaking of extraordinary, he had to mention the components of this world's power. Previously, when the reincarnation mark introduced the world's background, it did not introduce the power composition system of this world. Li Yueming also had a rough understanding of this through the information he bought with the reincarnation points. In the past 500 years of war, 3 to 15,741, the various forces on the planet were constantly exploring ways and means to increase the combat strength of humans. About 400 years ago. Now, the world's largest financial group, Andre Technology Group, had become the first force to eat crabs. They had successfully discovered a kind of power that could allow humans to walk toward the extraordinary. Andre Technology Group named this power Extraordinary Energy. After that, Andre Technology Group began to privately mass-produce extraordinary humans with powerful combat strength. Decades later, extraordinaires had officially stepped onto the stage of the era. They were wearing giant mechas to attack cities and conquer land, and they were invincible. They had defeated the government armies all over the world. The entire planet was in an uproar because of this. Caught off guard, many governments fell into a passive position. The world was in chaos. It was also because of the birth of the extraordinaries that the world government's military order was destroyed. Ever since then, technology corporations and corporations replaced the world government, and he became the new ruler of this planet. After hundreds of years of accumulation, the supernatural beings were now widely known. Correspondingly, a hierarchy that differentiated the strength of extraordinaires was already widely known. According to the amount of supernatural energy that a supernatural being could mobilize, people divided it into 9 grades: F, D, E, C, B, A, S, SS, and SSS. Among them, the S-class extraordinary could destroy a small city. SS-class superhumans had the power to destroy large cities. An SSS-class supernatural being could even destroy a country. In the end, this world was very scientific, but it didn't seem to be particularly scientific. However, the beaver was right. Until today, there were 3 ways for ordinary people to become stronger. The first and most common method was to inject the supernatural drug developed by Andre Biotech Company. After injecting the drug, humans with strong physiques, tenacious willpower, or good luck had a chance of evolving into supernatural beings. A small number of extraordinaires would even obtain various magical innate abilities during the awakening process. Those with weaker innate abilities might even find it difficult to kill a chicken. However, some special talents could also help extraordinary people grow to become extremely powerful. Of course, the effect of the potion was very strong. Most of the people who were injected would not be able to survive the side effects of the drug. Breaking limbs, brain death, and becoming disabled were only minor reactions. In serious cases, they could even become superpowered monsters that had lost their minds. Or they could just die on the spot. At present, Andre Company had very strict control over the supernatural medicine. It was basically impossible for ordinary people to find a channel to buy and use extraordinary potions. Therefore, he had no choice other than the extremely small probability of becoming an extraordinary through natural awakening. The other path that ordinary people could reach was the modification of artificial body parts. By inserting the mecha core developed by Hurricane Power Technology Company into his body, he could transform into a transmigrator. The upper limit of the growth of the modified body parts was much lower than that of a real supernatural being. However, its lower limit was even higher, and it had very good destructive power. The most important thing was that he was close to the people. The price was still within the range that ordinary people could reach after working hard for most of their lives. Meanwhile, Hurricane Energy Technology Company had made a fortune by selling the mech core and the mechanical parts that matched it. As for the final strengthening method, it was genetic modification. The so-called genetic modification was to modify the genes to release the shackles of human birth to obtain super combat strength. At the forefront of this sequence of research was the Cloud Sky Technology Group and the other two major technology companies. The shortcomings and strengths of genetic modification were very obvious. Its strength was that it could mass-produce genetic warriors, and it could possess extremely powerful combat abilities in a short period of time. As for the weakness, it was that due to the limitations of the current technology, genetic warriors could go berserk at any time. If he used too much genetic modification drug, it was even more likely that he would explode into a pile of meat paste on the spot. Because the technology was not mature enough. This kind of strengthening method probably only existed in the laboratory. Chapter 159, Riot, Li Yueming, waiting for an opportunity to act. 2. There was still some distance before they officially landed. However, it could also be considered a means of becoming stronger that was recognized by the current mainstream public opinion. Under such circumstances, before he fully matured, Li Yueming had already decided to be cautious and low-key. However, for now, the most important thing for him was to escape from Yongxiao Science and Technology Group's laboratory. After all, if he didn't run, he would really become a pig that was fattened and waiting to be slaughtered. Li Yueming didn't want to sit up in shock while he was dying. The clown had become him. In the end, he would have to bear the consequences. In the next half a month, Li Yueming continued to strengthen his physique. At this time, more and more researchers entered the laboratory. They looked at Li Yueming more and more blatantly. It was no different from the leek farmers looking at the green leeks in the leek field. Under such circumstances, for the first time, Li Yueming's physical strength exceeded the threshold set in the petri dish. After receiving the data and documents, the group of scientists in the special laboratory were puzzled. What happened? Why was 0731's body rapidly becoming stronger? Could it be a natural change caused by the gradual perfection of the genes? I don't know. 0731 has absorbed 10 billion worth of nutrient fluids for half a year. That much nutrient fluid is enough to hatch a dinosaur. In the end, 0731's physical characteristics are still normal and healthy. To be honest, I wouldn't be surprised if anything happened to this super freak. Should we change his cage? 0731's physical strength alone was enough to break the glass cover of a petri dish. A new round of experiments will begin in a few months. At that time, 0731 may be locked in a cage. There is no need to waste time and effort to change the petri dish. However, before starting a new round of experiments, that resistance supernatural being must be taken away. The security department has been getting bolder recently. Call Professor Cheng and report it. Outside the glass cover, a group of researchers pointed at Li Yueming with their reports. Because of the glass cover, Li Yueming couldn't hear what they were saying. However, Li Yueming was sneering in his heart. These guys treated him like a pig in a slaughterhouse, but in reality, he was a ferocious and brutal Tyrannosaurus rex. The consequences of underestimating a Tyrannosaurus rex, LT, was very serious. The star moon art was absorbing the remaining nutrients in Li Yueming's body. Due to the different rules of the world, Li Yueming still didn't understand what extraordinary energy was. Therefore, he could only strengthen his body through the star moon mantra. Now, he already had the physical strength to break free from the petri dish. However, in a sci-fi world with all kinds of firearms, his physical strength alone was obviously not enough for Li Yueming to escape with great fanfare. Therefore, he had no choice. Li Yueming was waiting for an opportunity to help him escape. Just like that. In the blink of an eye, Li Yueming was 3 years old. The researchers in the special research room had already drawn blood from him 3 times in a row. Clearly, his genes were gradually stabilizing. It would not continue to transform. One day, Li Yueming once again saw the silver-haired scientist through the glass. He knew that his good days were over. After the silver-haired scientist left, many of the ordinary staff in the special laboratory were soon transferred away, replaced by more and more senior scientists in white coats. Li Yueming was still patiently waiting for the right opportunity. At this moment, he was like a fierce tiger lurking in the grass, waiting quietly for the prey to reveal a weakness, when the time comes to attack. Finally, on this day, outside the special laboratory, a team of heavily armed soldiers appeared. A few soldiers guarded the door outside the laboratory. The remaining soldiers entered the laboratory and showed a document to the researchers. The two sides negotiated for a while. The researcher pointed at the soldier's nose and cursed. About 3 minutes later, the researchers opened the door to the cabin next to Li Yueming's where the red-haired girl was locked. A few soldiers came over with a cart. It was obvious that he was preparing to take the girl away from this special laboratory. Li Yueming witnessed everything from the petri dish. The opportunity he had been waiting for had finally arrived. Just as a few soldiers were about to push the red-haired girl away, suddenly, a piercing alarm sounded in the laboratory. The overwhelming red light stunned all the researchers. The soldiers who had been extremely solemn in the laboratory a moment ago could not help but change their expressions when they heard the alarm. The tall and strong soldier in the lead cursed, "Those guys from the Green Sky Security Department are really dogs. Brothers, Plan B." He took off his heavy helmet, revealing a hideous bald head. Hearing this, the group of soldiers turned their guns around. He pointed at the confused researcher in the laboratory and shouted, "Idiots, raise your hands. Everyone, stand against the wall." Hearing this incomparably violent roar, then, he saw the muzzle of the black cloth in the other party's hand. Obviously, no matter how slow the researcher was, he knew what was going on. This group of people were not members of the security department at all, but a group of daring rebels. She hurriedly stood up and raised her hands to leave the workbench. Soon, among the group of soldiers, a thin man inserted a mechanical device filled with ports into the port below the petri dish. Chapter 160, Riot, Li Yueming, waiting for an opportunity to. After fiddling with it for a moment, the cultivation of the red-haired girl next door was opened. Li Yueming witnessed everything from the side, looking at the other party's skilled movements. From the moment the alarm went off to the moment they turned their guns to control all the researchers, this group of soldiers had a clear division of labor and lined up neatly. The entire process took less than a minute. Compared to his identity as a soldier, these guys were clearly a group of well-trained thugs. In just a few breaths, the group of thugs had already carried out the red-haired girl who was imprisoned in the petri dish. During this process, one of the thugs took out a syringe from his backpack. He removed the soft plastic pad and injected a blue potion of unknown composition into the red-haired girl's neck. About a minute later, the red-haired woman woke up. At this moment, even Li Yueming, who was in the petri dish, felt a hint of danger. However, this aura came and went quickly. However, it disappeared very quickly. After the red-haired girl woke up, she immediately looked around. She didn't need to ask. She only needed to glance at the mess around her to understand what had happened. He forced himself to stand up and said, "Retreat quickly. My superpower is affected by the suppressors. I can't use it smoothly." Hearing this, his expression instantly turned extremely ugly. Originally, the most perfect plan A was to sneak into the laboratory and transport the red-haired girl away. However, this plan had obviously failed completely with the sound of the alarm. The second plan, Plan B, was to forcefully awaken the red-haired girl and use her powerful metal-type talent to kill a bloody path and escape as quickly as possible. However, they never expected that the security department would have a hidden card up their sleeves. He had been injecting the red-haired girl's body with the extraordinary suppressor. Under such circumstances, Plan B could not be carried out. The tall and strong bald militant cursed when he saw this. "Mother****, these bastards are actually playing dirty with me. Brothers, execute Plan C." When he heard about Plan C, the ugly expressions on the thugs' faces quickly calmed down. The Cloud Sky Corporation was one of the 6 top technology companies in the Red Leaf Empire. The success rate of rescuing someone in the headquarters of the Nightless City was so low that it was almost negligible. Therefore, all the thugs were mentally prepared before they came here. The sound of Yongxiao Technology's security department setting up weapons and equipment could already be heard outside the door. Obviously, as long as he walked out of this room, what awaited them would be overwhelming firepower. The thugs began to execute Plan C in an orderly manner. He gathered a group of researchers and prepared to use them as hostages to fight for the last chance of survival. However, at this moment, not far away, the skinny man pointed at Li Yueming in the glass cover and said, "Boss, who is this little brat beside you? Why is he locked up with you?" Hearing this, all the thugs, including the red-haired girl, looked at Li Yueming in the petri dish. Outside the glass door, the red-haired girl shook her head. "I don't have any impression of him. He probably wasn't captured with me, as the leader of the famous resistance army." Although the girl in red was very young, she clearly knew many people. However, even though she searched her entire mind, she still had no impression of Li Yueming. The lean man beside him immediately said, "Then let him out. He's going to die here anyway." As he spoke, the skinny man pressed a button on the control panel. In the next second, there was only a puffing sound. The glass door of Li Yueming's laboratory opened slightly. Before the glass door opened completely, a group of aggressive thugs rushed in. They swarmed up and smashed Li Yueming's petri dish into pieces with their guns. He felt the nutrient solution dripping all over the ground. Li Yueming was speechless. Finally, Li Yueming couldn't take it anymore. She snatched the blue potion from the man's hand and stabbed it into the man's neck. "Who are you?" Li Yueming opened his eyes and asked coldly. She heard his voice. The man who was about to give him an injection trembled in fear. In the next second, when he realized that the needle that should have been on Li Yueming's body was actually stuck on his neck, he couldn't help but fly into a rage out of humiliation. This silly kid, he's already awake and still pretending to be asleep. Regarding this, Li Yueming didn't have any extra expression. He still said with a cold face, "Who are you? I don't want to ask a third time." He looked at the child in front of him. For some reason, the man who was injecting the needle felt a rare chill. It seemed that as long as he dared to say another trash talk, his head might very well be removed immediately. Therefore, the man shrunk his neck and said, "We are the remnants of the resistance army in Milta. You should have been captured by Yungziao Company and brought here." Li Yueming did not say anything else. The resistance sounded interesting. Seeing him let go, the man who was injecting the needle could not help but heave a sigh of relief. He gritted his teeth and said fiercely, "Silly boy, I'll deal with you later." As he spoke, he didn't continue to argue with Li Ming. He got up and led the team out of the cabin. Gunshots were heard outside the laboratory. If not for the fact that they could not use weapons of mass destruction, at this moment, the group of thugs had probably gone to hell to meet the King of Hell. At this moment, not many thugs paid attention to Li Yueming. After all, no matter what, he was just a child. Even though it was a little strange for Yungziao Company to lock up a child in a prison cell. However, at this critical moment of life and death, it was naturally impossible for him to have the mood to think so much. In the laboratory, as the core of the team, the muscular bald man said in a low voice, "Fifth brother, see if the hostage is useful." The thug who had been called took out a gun and detained a scientist in the laboratory. However, she had just reached the door and did not have the time to speak. The sound of gunfire could be heard. The thug named Fifth and the detained scientist were instantly beaten into minced meat. Seeing this scene, the resistance army's thugs did not collapse. The other scientists who were detained broke down. They knelt on the ground and cried, "We're not high enough to be your bargaining chips. Killing our security department will only compensate you with a sum of compensation. Please let us go," he said. The group of scientists cried. Not long after, everyone smelled a fishy smell. For a group of researchers who spent their time in the laboratory, this kind of scene was obviously too exciting. He looked at the mottled bloodstains on the ground. The muscular man's eyes were red as he cursed angrily, "These bastards are really **ing evil. They actually killed their own people." His plan C was to kidnap a few scientists as hostages. He wanted to see if he could use this to find a chance of survival. However, the ruthlessness and decisiveness of the Yungziao Science and Technology Group's security department were clearly beyond their imagination. The other party did not care if it was their own people or the enemy. As long as they appeared, they would be covered in fire. Under such circumstances, all the resistance soldiers in the laboratory obviously had no chance of survival. However, just as the atmosphere was silent. Li Yueming, who had just finished stretching, suddenly said, "Do you want to?" Hearing his words, everyone in the laboratory looked at him. Li Yueming revealed a bright smile. "And can be your hostage, but you have to let the lunatics outside see me, not be beaten to pieces before you reach the door like before." The bald-armed thug looked at Li Yueming, who was the size of a bean. He couldn't help but let out a sneer. "Little brat, you're not even as high as your emies yet. You're quite bold." Chapter 161, Doctor, you don't want the experimentals to be killed, do you? Part 1. Now, Li Yueming was only 3 years old. Even though their growth was relatively rapid. However, his body was still relatively weak. His mortal body could not withstand the heavy firepower outside the door. Therefore, he had no choice. He needed the help of this group of thugs to escape from this dangerous laboratory. However, when he said that he wanted to use her as a hostage, without a doubt, he was immediately mocked mercilessly by the bald man. The rest of the thugs around him also burst into laughter. He gestured at Li Yueming and said, "Kid, you better hide well. Don't come out and act like a hero." It had to be said that this group of thugs who walked on the edge of death every day were really big-hearted. He could still smile even at a time like this. Li Yueming's face twitched. Therefore, she felt helpless sometimes. He was clearly speaking in a serious manner. However, his overly immature appearance always made others think that he was joking or trying to be a hero. Fortunately, there were only this group of rebels in the special laboratory. There were also 7 or 8 scientists who were preparing to do research. After hearing him speak, a few scientists who were crying beside him suddenly woke up from their dreams. They looked up as if they had found a life-saving straw and hurriedly said, "Yes, yes, yes, 0731 is the most qualified experimental subject for the Perfect Gene Project so far. Using him as a hostage should be enough to make the security department wary. In order to survive." This group of scientists dared to say anything. The group of thugs who were still laughing stopped when they heard that. The way he looked at Li Yueming changed. Good heavens! At first, they thought that Li Yueming was just an innocent young man who was locked up here. However, he did not expect that this harmless young man in front of him was actually a perfect experimental subject nurtured by the Yungziao group. After a while, the bald man came back to his senses and sized up Li Yueming. A moment later, he said in disbelief, "Really?" Without waiting for Li Yueming's reply, the group of scientists began to nod. Perhaps he was afraid that the bald man could not hear him clearly. He did not forget to repeat, 0731 is the perfect test subject that Professor Cheng is paying attention to. His life alone is worth 100 of ours. If we can take him hostage, maybe the security department will be cautious. The bald man was still skeptical. But beside him, the red-haired girl, who had been silent all this while, had already reacted before everyone else. She walked straight to Li Yueming with her long legs. "I can use my ability to stop their guns from firing. Aren't you afraid of death? Are you sure you want to be a hostage?" As an extraordinary. Although the red-haired girl's strength was suppressed by the transcendent supporter, she was still a talented person. Possesses the power to control metal. Therefore, if the metal weapons outside were only to be silenced for a moment, it would be impossible for them to be killed. The red-haired girl gritted her teeth. "As long as I don't get beaten to death the moment I step out of the door." Li Yueming smiled, revealing a mouthful of white teeth as he continued, "As for my safety, you don't have to worry about it. Even if I blast you into dregs, they will definitely not hurt a single hair on my head." He could not be blamed for being so confident. In the past 3 years, Professor Cheng had spent a lot of money to fatten him up. Let's not talk about anything else. Just the nutrient solution alone cost Li Yueming 10 to 20 billion yuan. He had spent 2 to 3 years of hard work, effort, and capital to nourish the plants. Now, he was preparing to harvest the fruit for the next experiment. Under such circumstances, if Li Yueming was beaten to death by the garrison guard, Dr. Cheng's blood pressure probably soared by a few hundred on the spot. Therefore, he had no choice. Li Yueming's confidence was not so much that he believed in himself. It would be better to say that she trusted Dr. Cheng. After all, this professor, you don't want your experimentals to be killed, right? He didn't know why Li Yueming was so confident. However, it was obvious that there was no other way now. The rebels could only try their luck. After a brief discussion, they came up with a plan. The group of people did not waste any more time. After all, this was the headquarters of the Cloud Sky Corporation. Chaos ensued. They would not have more than 20 minutes to escape. Once it was over 20 minutes, the extraordinary human team of the Cloud Sky Corporation rushed over. Even if the resistance army held Li Yueming hostage, it would be useless. In front of high-level extraordinaires, the thugs who did not carry mechanical equipment were almost powerless to fight back. The muscular man held Li Yueming hostage. Behind him, the red-haired girl also had a serious expression on her face. When the group of people approached the laboratory door, the red-haired girl waved her hand. Suddenly, Li Yueming felt an invisible energy emerge from the girl behind him. This energy was similar to spiritual energy. However, there was also a mysterious and magical charm mixed within. Li Yueming was shocked. In the next second, the gunshots that should have sounded outside the door instantly went silent. Was this part of the power of this world? It didn't seem that scientific. However, at this moment, obviously, Li Yueming didn't have the time to think about such nonsense. If the other party really did not recognize his family and shot him, Li Yueming would not hesitate to abandon this group of thugs in order to protect himself. When the group of rebel thugs walked out of the laboratory's door. Chapter 162, Doctor, you don't want the experimentals to be killed, do you? Part 2. Only then did he realize that there were already 300 to 400 members of the Yungziao Group's security department gathered outside. More than a dozen of them were armed with large-caliber sniper rifles. Of course, most of the members were carrying small portable weapons. After discovering that the metal weapon had misfired, the team leader of the security department, who was already prepared, quickly waved his hand. In the blink of an eye, a batch of non-metallic weapons were carried up. It was obvious that the security team leader had a good understanding of the red-haired girl's special ability. The new firearms were all made of non-metallic synthetic materials. The red-haired girl who controlled the metal would definitely not be able to affect this batch of weapons. However, just as he was about to give the order to open fire, Dr. Cheng, who had already rushed over after hearing the news, saw Li Yueming being held hostage in front of him. He looked at the innocent-looking experimentals. Professor Cheng's eyes turned red. Damn it! He had been looking forward to it for half a year. He was prepared to extract the perfect gene from Li Yueming's body for experiments in the next few days. The cooked duck was almost ready to be served. Unexpectedly, such a thing happened in the laboratory. For a moment, Dr. Cheng felt his blood surge. Looking at the bunch of idiots in the security department who were ready to shoot, his anger had already risen to the red temperature. He was only one step away from a complete explosion. With red eyes, Dr. Cheng stepped on the security team leader. Because his blood pressure was too high, Professor Cheng accidentally used too much strength. Instantly, the head of the security team leader exploded like a watermelon. Red, white, and yellow were scattered all over the ground. Everyone, put down your guns. Professor Cheng scanned the surroundings, and his voice seemed to come from the netherworld. Should I ask your security department to transfer that damned aptitude user away? Do you think my words are nonsense? If anything happens to Experimental 0731, just wait to become my next batch of experimental subjects. Hearing this, instantly, the entire security department slowed down. Professor Cheng's position in the laboratory was very stable. He was the main person in charge of several top scientific and technological projects. The reason why she pretended to obey his words was because she was secretly going against it. It was also a factional struggle between the higher UPS of the security department. And now, the small fries in the security department looked down at their captain, who was still twitching under Professor Cheng's feet. Then, he looked at Professor Cheng, whose eyes were red and his hair stood on end. After hesitating for a while, they all wisely chose to follow the heart. In this strange silence, a group of rebels were shocked to find out that the brutal security department had really gone silent. His confidence was instantly boosted. The bald man carefully poked half of his head out from behind Li Yueming and said, "Hurry up and get us a spaceship, or I'll kill him." At this moment, the thugs were like bank robbers in movies. He took Li Yueming as a hostage and prepared to escape. On the other side, Dr. Cheng took 2 deep breaths. He finally calmed down. He turned around and said to a small leader of the security department beside him, "Get them a spaceship." The leader of the security department opened his mouth and retorted timidly, "Doctor, this isn't good," however. He hadn't even finished his last word. Professor Cheng, whose eyes were bloodshot from killing, had already stomped his head on the ground. Immediately, the originally white laboratory bloomed with a touch of red. After finishing all of this, Dr. Cheng's face was so cold that it made one's heart skip a beat. He continued to look at the next leader of the security department and said calmly, "Do you want me to repeat myself?" She could feel the bone-piercing killing intent in his eyes. The leader of the security department was so scared that he almost peed his pants. "Doctor, I'll arrange it immediately." About 10 minutes later, the members of the rebel squad held Li Yueming hostage and entered the spaceship. The lean man took out the small equipment in the box and examined it. After confirming that there were no time bombs or satellite positioning systems on the spaceship, he was shocked. Only then did he activate cruising mode and fly out of Nightless City. The entire process was extremely smooth. It was so smooth that it made the thugs doubt their lives. Looking at the huge city that was gradually disappearing into the distance, the bald man said in disbelief, "This is the headquarters of the Cloud Sky Group. How can we get out so easily?" The surrounding thugs came back to their senses. Their faces could not help but reveal an excited expression. Seeing this situation, Li Yueming couldn't help but open his mouth to remind them, "I think it's too early for you guys to be happy." His words were like a bucket of cold water. In an instant, all the thugs in the resistance team were brought back to reality. In fact, it wasn't as if the resistance didn't know their current situation. The Cloud Sky Corporation would never let them leave so easily. The reason why he didn't make a move just now was because he wasn't confident that he could eliminate them without hurting Li Yueming. It was imaginable. The pursuers sent by Cloud Sky City would be extremely terrifying. But no matter what, to be able to snatch people from the Cloud Sky Corporation headquarters and escape unscathed, it was something worth bragging about. Not far away, the red-haired girl with a pale face looked at Li Yueming and said, "Who exactly are you?" Li Yueming thought about it. He replied casually, "LT's just an ordinary experimental subject." "Well, if there's anything special about it, it might be that I'm especially expensive." Chapter 163, Doctor, you don't want the experimentals to be killed, do you? Part 3. The red-haired girl clearly didn't believe him. She stared at him for a long time. In the end, he stood up and handed a rusty brooch to Li Yueming. "My name is Sunruo. No matter who you are, you will be a friend of the resistance in Milta. Of course, LF you don't mind that this friend is only left with a dozen defeated soldiers." Li Yueming glanced at the brooch and hesitated for a moment before accepting it. In this life, he could be considered to have been killed by a lone star. She was born in a test tube. Her father didn't love her. A pure Orpnan. Because of this, he knew nothing about the outside world. Under such circumstances, having a few more friends was not a bad thing. At least it would allow him to integrate into this world faster and not have to spend a huge amount of time exploring alone. In addition, through the observation just now, this group of rebel thugs liked to meddle in other people's business, and their nerves were occasionally too thick. In general, he was not a heartless person. Therefore, Li Yueming naturally had no reason to refuse. After receiving the brooch, Li Yueming rubbed his fingers and asked the first question, "Are you an aptitude user who has been injected with an evolutionary drug?" Sunruo was stunned. It was only after a moment that he remembered that Li Yueming seemed to be Yongxiao Company's experimental subject. He had to undergo all kinds of inhumane experiments since he was young. He should have lived a miserable life, right? Thinking of this, she replied softly, "How can a group of low-level reptiles like us inject the evolutionary drug into the night? That thing could be sold for millions on the black market." Hearing this, Li Yueming thought for a moment and said, "So you are a self-awakened person?" Sunruo nodded. "Yes, my luck is quite good. Not only did I comprehend extraordinary power, but I also awakened a talent for controlling metal." At this point, Sunruo's expression was a little gloomy, as if she was very conflicted with the relevant memories. However, after a moment of silence, she continued, "You're asking this because you want to become an extraordinary, right? However, the situation in which I comprehended extraordinary power is rather special. It might not be of any use to you." Obviously, she had misunderstood Li Yueming's meaning. She thought that Li Yueming asked this because he wanted to become a supernatural being like her. Li Yueming didn't deny it. After all, in a sense, he did have this idea. "When I was 10 years old, I saw my parents being dismembered by Yongxiao Technology Group because they couldn't pay off the high loan. My 6-year-old sister was also captured by Yongxiao Company as an experimental subject. After hiding in a cabinet and escaping the disaster, my emotions were greatly stimulated, and I awakened my superpower." Hearing this, Li Yueming instantly felt his scalp go numb. A sense of déjà vu resurrected from the memories of many years of death and attacked him. Good heavens! At the beginning, he sacrificed his parents to obtain the ability. This kind of melodramatic scene had long been written by various anime and online novels, right? "So you're also the chosen one?" Li Yueming closed his eyes and sensed for a moment. He did not feel the aura of the chosen one from this young girl in front of him. Of course, his intuition might not be 100% accurate. Therefore, he could not completely rule out the possibility that the voting girl was the chosen one. Thinking about how he did not have any parents to sacrifice in this life, it seemed that the process of the girl's awakening of supernatural powers was really not a reference. Fortunately, Li Yueming didn't hold much hope for this. "Where are we going now?" she asked after a sigh. Hearing this, the expressions of the resistance army members in the spaceship instantly turned solemn. Sun Ruo glanced at the bald man. Although she was the boss of this group, she was still the leader. However, this bald man named Wang Ye was clearly the actual decision-maker. After all, Sun Ruo didn't even look like an adult. No matter how high her individual combat strength was, it could not make up for her lack of combat experience. "We've caused so much trouble at the Cloud Sky Corporation. We definitely can't stay in the surrounding cities that are under the management of the Cloud Sky Corporation. It'll even be dangerous if we stay in the Red Leaf Empire." The bald man touched his butt and took out a crumpled map from his pocket. "The only way to get rid of the pursuers is to cross the East Peak Mountain and enter the territory of the East Peak Empire." He gestured with his finger on the map. Li Yueming followed the curve of his finger and glanced at the crumpled map. After measuring the distance in a straight line, Li Yueming said, "It seems a little far. Why do I feel like you'll all die on the road? Now that we're all in the same boat, can't you say something nice? Can you live if we die?" The bald man's face darkened when he heard that. He grumbled a few times before continuing, "If we escape together, we will definitely be wiped out. Our only hope is to escape separately." After hearing this, Li Yueming did not say anything else. The escape route described by the bald man was obviously not that simple. Just as he said, there was absolutely no hope of survival if they gathered together. Only by spreading out would there be a chance of survival. However, for Li Yueming, as long as he escaped from the laboratory in Nightless City, he would be able to do whatever he wanted. The pursuit and whatnot was nothing more than a matter of soldiers blocking water with earth. Furthermore, Professor Cheng clearly only cared about this priceless perfect experimental subject. As long as he was capable enough, the chances of the other members escaping should be greatly increased. Just as the resistance team was still making plans in the spaceship, not far away, the man controlling the spaceship suddenly said, "Boss, our spaceship has been tampered with. We only have enough fuel for another 300 kilometers. Hearing this, everyone on the ship felt their hearts sink to rock bottom. Wang Ye put the map into his pocket and said, "Set the spacecraft to automatic flight mode and start parachuting immediately." The vehicle could still travel 300 kilometers. But at this time, as long as there was a person with a normal brain, they would know that they had to jump out before the spaceship's fuel was exhausted. Otherwise, it would be too easy for the pursuers of the Cloud Sky Group to find them. After explaining many things to take note of, people began to parachute out of the spaceship one after another. Wang Ye patted Li Yueming's shoulder and said, "Little wimp, you have a sharp tongue. I hope I can see you again in the future." As he spoke, he jumped down from the spaceship. At this moment, there were only a few members of the resistance left on the spaceship. Li Yueming was still young. He was originally arranged to share a parachute with Sun Ruo. Sun Ruo protected him as he landed. However, it was obvious that Li Yueming was not too interested in this. Looking at Sunruo, who was not far away, he casually said, "You just need to run. The pursuers won't find you. I promise." As he spoke, he grabbed a parachute. He jumped down from the spaceship. Chapter 164, A Thousand Miles of Exile, Extreme Pursuit, 1. In the nightless city in the clouds. He looked at the group of thugs who swaggered away in the spaceship. Dr. Cheng's face was so dark that water was about to drip out. He started the Perfect Gene project under the guise of researching the life-prolonging drug for Ye Tianzi, and Li Yueming was the most perfect mutation experiment in the 10 years since the project started. On this basis, he silently followed and observed for another 3 years. Just the nutrient solution to nurture Li Yueming had cost more than 10 billion yuan. He had invested countless other efforts. If he could extract the perfect gene from Li Yueming and put it into research, he would be able to obtain the perfect gene. Then, many of his key projects might be able to reach a higher level because of this. In fact, if he could inject this mutated perfect gene back into the bloodline container, he might be able to step onto that supreme throne. This was obviously something so important to him. But in order not to give himself away, he didn't even dare to show that he was paying too much attention to Li Yueming. However, the plan that was originally thought to be foolproof was taken away by someone with a gun when it was about to ripen. At this moment, one could imagine the anger and irritability in Professor Cheng's heart. He turned around and glanced at the members of the security department who were trembling like quails. If it was possible, he would have turned all these damn idiots into experimental subjects. Only by torturing him would he be able to vent his anger. If it wasn't for those bastards from the security department locking that damned leader of the resistance in the laboratory, how could such a humiliating thing happen in the end? He took a deep breath and calmed down. After thinking for a moment, Professor Cheng still chose to take out the satellite encrypted phone and dialed a string of numbers. If it wasn't a last resort, he would definitely not be willing to provoke that existence. But now, they wanted to mobilize their forces to capture Li Yueming. He could not avoid that existence at all. After all, no matter how powerful he was in the laboratory. However, he was just a doctor after all. He didn't have much power after leaving the laboratory. He still had to ask for help from that existence to support him in order to mobilize the troops. After the call connected, Professor Cheng suppressed the fear and uneasiness in his heart. As far as possible, it was simple and concise. Lord Ye Tianzi, 0731 was kidnapped by several armed thugs. It happened so suddenly, those bastards from the security department. He was only halfway through his sentence. However, a hoarse and cold voice interrupted him on the other end of the phone. Ye Tianzi slowly opened his mouth and said, "The head of the security department has just been executed. I allow you to mobilize a small team of monitors and 2 large teams of security department to hunt down the hostage experimentals. Within 3 days, you must capture the experimentals." Professor Cheng's face was very cold. The voice on the other end of the phone did not show much emotional fluctuation. However, it was not the first time that Professor Cheng had dealt with that person. He knew that the other party was probably very angry now. Otherwise, he wouldn't have ordered the death of the head of the security department. Although the security department was not the core department of Yongxiao Technology Group, the head of the security department was still quite powerful. Executing a minister was already a huge blow. He didn't hesitate to say anything. "All right, I'll definitely complete the task." Professor Cheng nodded. After hanging up, Professor Cheng took a deep breath. Whether it was for himself, for the company's honor, or for the highly concerned Ye Tianzi, he had to capture Li Yueming as soon as possible. In addition, they also had to burn the bones of the resistance army who dared to provoke the Cloud Sky Group. The head of the security department was dead. If he didn't complete Ye Tianzi's order, would he be the next to die? In the past, Professor Cheng would not have been worried about this at all. After all, he was the core scientific and technological personnel in charge of the production and research and development of many projects of Yongxiao Science and Technology Group. It was completely the same concept as those consumables that could be replaced at any time. But now, he didn't dare to take the risk. An hour later, nearly 1,000 assault helicopters and more than 100 spaceships took off from the sky above Nightless City. The commotion wasn't too big. However, the person who gave the order was not from the War Department. The fugitives that were being pursued were only a dozen thugs and a supernatural being. They could mobilize such a large number of armed forces in just an hour. The strength of Yongxiao Science and Technology Group was evident. To be on the safe side, Professor Cheng didn't just send out the superhumans from the inspector team. He even sent out a few of the more stable freaks he had created over the years. One could imagine how much importance he placed on the pursuit of Li Yueming. If not for the fact that he was afraid of attracting attention, he probably couldn't wait to go down and personally chase after them. Mottled light scattered from the clouds, and the wind brought with it traces of desolation. Clouds rolled and dispersed, and the clouds and mist dissipated. In the deep, glass-like sky, 3 abnormally bright giant planets appeared. A light similar to the moonlight shone on the ground. His line of sight stretched. More clearly defined asteroid branches flickered with their own brilliance in the sky. This was the true appearance of Planet 31741. From afar, it was as beautiful as a painting. However, Li Yueming, who was in the middle of it, was not in the mood to enjoy the beautiful scenery that he had never seen before on the planet he had reincarnated into. Chapter 165, 1,000 Miles of Exile, Extreme Pursuit? 2. Because he was very lucky, his parachute was caught on a tree branch when it landed. Alright then. It might not be accurate to call it a branch. To be precise, the parachute was hanging in a pile of garbage. He felt the stench that rushed straight to his face. No matter how shocking the scene in the sky was, Li Yueming couldn't feel the slightest poetic feeling. He did not know if the heavens were messing with him. In any case, he always felt that someone was messing with his mentality when he came to this world. He covered his nose and fell to the ground. He looked around. Lights could be seen flickering about 10 kilometers away. He should be in a garbage collection station in some city. However, this planet's technology was already so advanced. Why was the garbage still piled up in such a mess? Li Yueming threw the parachute into the trash. Speaking of which, strictly speaking, landing here wasn't a bad thing for him. At the very least, it prevented the possibility of being tracked by smell. Just as he was about to leave for the city more than 10 kilometers away, Li Yueming discovered another figure appearing on the garbage dump. Under the illumination of the giant round moon, the red-haired girl's slender and thin figure was set off, making her seem exceptionally detached and independent. Of course, no matter how beautiful things were, as long as they were related to a large pile of smelly garbage, they would appear more nondescript. Looking at Sun Ruo on the garbage heap, Li Yueming asked in confusion, "Why are you following me?" Sun Ruo rolled her eyes at him and covered her mouth and nose. "How old are you and you dare to parachute on your own? Aren't you afraid of falling into meat paste?" Li Yueming was speechless. Although most of his reincarnation memories were sealed in the depths of his mind by the reincarnation mark, it was difficult for him to pretend to be an old monster who had lived for hundreds or thousands of years. However, in reality, based on his limited memories, Li Yueming wasn't young anymore. However, there was no way to reason about this matter. After all, whether it was his appearance or his body, he was no different from a 5 or 6-year-old child. Sun Ruo quickly jumped down from the garbage heap. He walked to Li Yueming's side and took out a map from his pocket. "While we still have time, let's quickly formulate an escape route." Li Yueming was obviously not interested in this. He glanced at the map and said, "First of all, I'm not on the same side as you. Secondly, I'm the main target of the Cloud Sky Group. If you don't want to be captured and dissected for research, you'd better stay away from me." Sun Ruo sized up Li Yueming. There was no more talk about the escape route. Instead, he suddenly opened his mouth and asked, "The intersection between us is limited. Why are you doing this? I don't understand what you're saying." Li Yueming shook his head. Sun Ruo ignored his coldness and continued, "If my estimation is correct, this is the garbage dump outside N City, less than 5,000 kilometers away from the headquarters of the Cloud Sky Corporation." Li Yueming didn't say anything and quietly waited for her to continue. Sun Ruo was extremely calm at this moment. She first placed her finger on N City's location on the map, then pointed at the East Peak Empire that Wang Ye had decided to escape to. After measuring the distance, he said, "If we want to go from N City to the East Peak Empire, our team will have to travel at least 3,000 kilometers on foot. If no one stayed behind to bring up the rear, there was no doubt that no one would survive." Li Yueming finally understood what she meant. So you think I'm a bodhisattva in the flesh, fighting for your chance to live? Sun Ruo's expression was still normal as she said indifferently, although I don't want to believe it, your actions have revealed this meaning. Li Yueming sized up Sun Ruo. This girl was pretty and had a good figure. No matter how he looked at her, she didn't look like an ordinary girl. Who gave you the courage? Liang Jingru? Li Yueming thought for a long time, but he didn't know how to answer. Finally, he said, is there a possibility, is it because I think you guys are too troublesome? Sun Ruo shook her head. Obviously, Li Yueming's current identity as a cute 4-year-old boy was not convincing enough. Seeing this situation, Li Yueming could only sigh, forget it, think whatever you want. Mi Kuan, see waste any more worse wound bun kuo. He found an abandoned road full of potholes and walked towards the city on the other side of the skyline. Sun Ruo turned around and glanced at the pile of smelly garbage. He could not help but look a little dazed. In fact, when Sun Ruo first saw Li Yueming in the petri dish, for some reason, she thought of her sister who had been separated many years ago. At first, she thought it was an illusion. Now, after looking at Li Yueming for a long time, she realized that Li Yueming's appearance was strangely similar to her sister's. This made her even more absent-minded. Once again, I repeatedly compared them with my own. Sun Ruo felt that Li Ming was very different from the figure in her memory. So what was this vague sense of similarity? Could it be that she was imagining things? He shook his head. He threw away the messy thoughts in his mind. No matter what, she had already secretly decided to advance and retreat with Li Yueming. He came back to his senses. Sun Ruo waved his hand and took out a steel pipe from the pile of trash. He followed behind Li Yueming and walked towards the city in the distance. About 2 hours later, 30 kilometers away in the sky, a helicopter was rumbling in the night sky. Thousands of propellers kicked up a cloud of dust on the ground. A group of fully armed soldiers jumped off the plane. They brought along infrared night vision devices, genetic search dogs, and all sorts of sophisticated and complicated advanced equipment. Just search for a few hours. The armed forces found 2 parachutes from the stinking garbage dump. The soldier respectfully turned on the walkie-talkie and said, "Doctor, we have found traces of 0731. There are a total of 2 parachutes. The other members of the resistance seem to have scattered and fled." On the other end, Professor Cheng's dull voice came through. "Don't worry about the others for the time being. Find 0731 first. Remember, don't hurt him." After the communication was completed, the communication was temporarily cut off. A group of armed forces members scanned the area with infrared drones and found a large number of emaciated beggars lying in the garbage dump. The well-trained soldiers chased the beggars out of the garbage dump. The person in charge of the search operation stepped on a beggar's chest and asked coldly, "I'll give you one chance. Where did the 2 guys who landed just now go?" Chapter 166, N City, Apprentice of the Bio Repair Shop. 1. It was past 3 in the morning. On the broken road outside N City, a few large trucks were driving along with dust. In the driver's seat, the truck driver yawned and narrowed his eyes. If it weren't for the potholes on the road and the shaking of the truck, it was hard not to wonder if he would fall asleep in the next second. The truck was loaded with some mechanical parts of the artificial body. It was pulled from Cloud Sky City all the way to N City and sent to private artificial body modification shops of all sizes. Although it was very tiring to run long distances. However, the cloud leaf coins he earned from this trip were still quite generous. At the very least, it would be enough for them to find a bar and order a few drinking girls to have a good time for a few days. The journey was bumpy. About 2 hours later, the outline of N City was finally in sight. The truck driver washed his face with cold water. After confirming that he had regained consciousness, only then did he realize that there was a long queue of trucks waiting to enter the city. The rumbling sound of the truck starting was very ear-piercing. Upon hearing the sound, the few mercenaries sent by the owner of the goods in the passenger seat woke up from their sleep. They subconsciously picked up the old 625 automatic rifle in their hands and said in a daze, "What happened?" The chauffeur looked at their tired expressions. A trace of disdain rose in his heart. This group of mercenaries didn't know how to sit or stand properly. In fact, they were a mob. Just because he had a few mechanical organs installed on his body and followed a capable boss, he had turned into a so-called mercenary. He could earn more money by taking a long trip than an ordinary driver like him. However, although he was quite disdainful of them in his heart, the driver did not dare to show it on his face. He stuck his head out and looked around for a moment. After seeing the situation at the end of the road, the driver said with a strange expression, "Strange, strange, the city defense troops actually ran out of the city to search at this time. What happened?" There was a long line of trucks waiting for inspection outside the city. Most of the items on it were supplies for the city. Originally, they only needed to pay the entrance fee to enter the city and the truck could enter without any obstruction. However, for some unknown reason, the city defense army had gathered here and were searching the trucks entering the city one by one. In the beginning, there were more sensible drivers who got out of the car to give the city defense army some money. However, the city defense army, which used to be corrupt, seemed to have changed completely today. Not only did he not eat and take the card, he even beat up the driver who had given him the oil. Seeing this situation, the truck driver shrunk his neck and whispered to the mercenary beside him, "Something big has definitely happened." The mercenary was still half asleep. He was very open-minded about this. He waved his hand and said, "Who cares? As long as it doesn't affect us." About 10 minutes later, the truck driver and a group of mercenaries were called down to stand in a row. Some soldiers checked their identity documents and genetic information. He even led a special breed of dog to sniff around them. After confirming that there were no problems, soldiers armed with guns opened the trunk of the truck and took out infrared detectors and life detectors to scan it. He didn't find any problems. Then, he did not forget to turn on the flashlight and bent down to scan the truck. After checking everything inside and out, the truck was finally allowed to pass. After entering the city, the bumps were no longer violent. The truck drove along the main road of N City for half an hour before stopping at the entrance of a repair shop. A few minutes later, 5 or 6 youths in their 20s walked out of the repair shop. They started moving the goods. When moving one of the oil barrels, a yellow-haired young man tried his best but failed. "What the hell is this? Why did it feel like the oil barrel was much heavier than the last time?" Hearing this, a young man beside him laughed and said, "Dongzi, I told you not to lie on a woman's stomach at night. Are your legs weak now?" Hearing the other party's mockery, the yellow-haired youth instantly exploded and cursed, "F***ck, try it yourself and see if you've become heavier." He cursed for a long time. In the end, the blonde-haired young man gritted his teeth and moved the oil drum into the warehouse. However, he hugged the oil barrel for a long time and couldn't move. This situation still attracted the attention of his companions around him. He was flustered and exasperated. The yellow-haired guy placed the oil barrel back into the warehouse. He also found a crowbar to see how many liters of engine oil were inside. However, when he pried open the lid of the oil barrel, a horrifying scene appeared. He saw 2 pairs of cold eyes staring at him from the oil barrel. Just as he was about to retreat and shout, the dark woman in the oil barrel took out a steel pipe and placed it on his neck. Sunruo's movements were very fast. She put a finger on her lips and made a silent gesture. The yellow-haired youth named Dong Zi instantly felt a dense killing intent. It seemed that if he dared to make any unnecessary movements, the other party would smash his head with the steel pipe without hesitation. Under such circumstances, Dong Zi quickly understood his situation. Beside him, a young man seemed to have noticed his abnormality. "What's wrong, Huang Sundong? Don't tell me you've really been squeezed by a woman until you can't even lift an oil barrel." Dong Zi maintained his composure and replied, "What, I'm tired, can't I rest for a while?" Chapter 167, N City, Apprentice of the Bio Repair Shop. 2. Hearing his reply, the young man cursed and left the warehouse to continue unloading the goods. He looked at the 2 people in the oil barrel. Dong Zi shrunk his neck and whispered, "You guys came from outside the city, right? Don't worry, I won't expose you. Let's talk things out." The so-called illegal immigration rule. It referred to scavengers who lived outside the city without a household register and were unable to pay the entrance fee. The consequences of sneaking into the city and being caught by the law enforcement officers were extremely serious. If it was light, he would be put into the death assembly line for 3 to 5 years. At worst, he would be killed on the spot. Therefore, he had no choice. When he saw Li Yueming and Sunruo hiding in the oil barrel, Huang Sundong subconsciously thought that they were stowaways. Hearing his words, Sun Ruo did not explain his identity, but he still did not restrain his killing intent. The steel pipe was unceremoniously placed on Huang Sundong's neck, emitting a bone-piercing chill. I'll ask you a question and you answer it. If you dare to play tricks, I'll make sure your head falls off. Seeing that Huang Sundong did not resist, Sun Ruo asked, Who are you? What is the place? Huang Sundong was so scared that he almost peed his pants as he felt the chill on his neck getting colder and colder. Naturally, he did not dare to hold back at all. He opened his mouth like a bamboo tube and said, My name is Huang Sundong, an apprentice. This is a private repair shop in the slums of N City's west. In addition, I'm actually a stowaway like you, so you really don't have to be so nervous. Hearing this, Sun Ruo subconsciously turned to look at Li Yueming. Li Yueming nodded at her. Only then did Sun Ruo slightly restrain his killing intent. Let me finish. After feeling the killing intent weaken, Huang Sundong raised his head and glanced at the two people in the oil barrel. He struck while the iron was hot and said, We are all stowaways, so we can help each other. After I finish unloading the goods, I can even introduce you to a job that doesn't require a household registration. After saying that, he saw that the two of them did not react. Huang Sundong picked up the lid and slowly put it back on. Huang Sundong heaved a sigh of relief when the oil barrel closed again. She jogged away. In the oil barrel, Li Yueming and Sun Ruo looked at each other in silence. Originally, according to Sun Ruo's estimation, the two of them should have enough time to enter N City. However, it was obvious that she had underestimated Yungxiao Group's sensitivity and Professor Cheng's determination to find Li Yueming. The two of them had only walked less than half the distance. The plane sent by the Cloud Sky Corporation had already roughly locked onto the location of the two people's parachute. If it wasn't for the fact that their parachutes had fallen into the garbage dump, it would have been even more challenging to chase them down. It was likely that the two of them would encounter the pursuers on their way to N City. As expected, this group of people from the Cloud Sky Corporation's security department were really dogs. Even if the two of them only revealed a slight flaw, the other party might catch up with them. Under such circumstances, Li Yueming and Sun Ruo's plan to sneak into N City on foot naturally fell through. Only then did he resort to climbing into the truck and entering the city. Li Yueming would not be able to fight against firearms with just his physical strength. He wanted to escape this inescapable net that was constantly tightening. The two of them had to be careful not to reveal any flaws. After a moment of silence, Are we just going to wait? Sun Ruo Ki asked. Aren't you afraid that he'll call someone over? Li Yueming used his talent to deduce. After confirming that there were no problems, he said calmly, Don't be afraid. Just wait. Although he couldn't understand why Li Yueming was so calm from the beginning to the end. However, Sun Ruo ultimately chose to believe his judgment. After all, he was a little boy who looked like he was only 5 or 6 years old. It wasn't the first time Li Yueming had surprised and confused her. He looked at the pitch-black Li Yueming in the oil barrel. Sun Ruo thought for a moment and asked, When you entered the city just now, how did you avoid the abandoned inspection? The infrared detector and life detector were extremely sensitive to heat and life, although they stayed in the oil barrel. However, as long as his heart was still beating and his body was still emitting heat, logically speaking, it should have been detected by these two instruments. The reason why Sun Ruo could avoid it was because she was a supernatural being. She could adjust her body's condition through supernatural energy. However, Li Yueming should only be an ordinary person without any extraordinary power. He could actually control his body temperature and heartbeat to hide from the scanning of the instrument. This was very illogical. Therefore, he had no choice. In fact, Sun Ruo had already wanted to ask when they were halfway there. It was just that he had never found the opportunity. Regarding this, Li Yueming explained casually, You must know that the constitution of humans is different. When I am extremely angry, I can produce extreme anger energy. Not only can I pretend to be dead, but I can also really die. Hearing this, Sun Ruo seemed to understand. However, when she saw Li Yueming's cold face, she nodded and said, I see. No wonder the Yungxiao group wanted to use you as an experimental subject for research. He saw that she really believed him. Li Yueming didn't know what to say. Sometimes, this girl seemed to be quite smart, but sometimes, she seemed to be so stupid that she was a little cute. Just as the two of them were discussing. Finally, Huang Sundong, whose hair was dyed yellow, returned. He carefully removed the lid of the oil barrel and said, "I'll take you to take a bath." Chapter 168, N City, Apprentice of the Bio Repair Shop, 3. Hearing this, only then did the two of them climb out of the oil barrel. Looking at the mechanical parts on the ground, Li Yueming asked, "What are these for?" Sun Ruo casually picked up a few parts. After examining it for a moment, he said, "It should be some assembly and replacement parts." Seeing this situation, Li Yueming also picked up a few mechanical parts that looked like arms. After a few strokes, he felt that it was quite interesting. If martial arts, technology, and supernatural powers were combined, what interesting things would happen? However, it seemed a little far away to say that now. Li Yueming shook his head. He saw that the two of them seemed to be interested in the parts in the shop. Huang Sundong could not help but remind him in a low voice, "These parts are all old Lin's treasures. You can't take them. If one of them is missing, that old man will cause trouble." The two of them followed behind Huang Sundong for about half an hour. Finally, they arrived at an old residential area. The houses here were all very narrow and crowded. He looked up. Hundreds of houses were neatly arranged in a row, covering more than 20 floors. The most ridiculous thing was that this was not even an elevator room. The mottled walls, the broken neon lights missing a few corners, and the old posters hanging on the walls. For a moment, Li Yueming thought that he had transmigrated to the past. It seemed to be a product of two different eras from the nightless city he had seen before. This was an extremely strange feeling of being cut apart. Without a doubt, the west side of the city was Milta's garbage dump. They were in the chain level that the elites of the upper class looked down on the most. Usually, there were all kinds of people from all walks of life. However, for Li Yueming and Sun Ruo, these two wanted criminals, this place was a good place to stay. After all, he wanted to escape the pursuit of the technology company. It was definitely not possible to stay in an area filled with cameras and only the slums where there were few surveillance cameras could hide it. Under Huang Sundong's lead, the two of them went to his small room that was less than 30 square meters to take a shower. When Li Yueming and Sun Ruo came out of the bathroom, Huang Sundong's eyes widened. "Let's not talk about Li Yueming for now." Sun Ruo, with her delicate face and delicate skin and delicate eyebrows, was definitely the most beautiful woman he had ever seen in his life. However, Sun Ruo merely raised her eyebrows. Huang Sundong immediately lowered his head. After taking a shower, she ate some dry bread. Li Yueming and Sun Ruo found a place to rest against the wall. Huang Sundong did not stand on ceremony. She lay on the bed and snored. The next morning, Li Yueming was the first to open his eyes. He opened the only window in the house and looked down. After not discovering anything he shouldn't have, he expressionlessly walked up to Sun Ruo and said, "Don't sleep anymore. Hurry up and get up." Sun Ruo rubbed her eyes and turned on her phone after a while. Li Yueming called Huang Sundong up and said, "You said you would find us jobs." "What jobs?" Huang Sundong was also a little confused. After finally waking up and sizing up Li Yueming, Huang Sundong thought for a moment and said to Sun Ruo, "Is this your brother? I have a way to introduce him to the wealthy district in the east of the city. As far as I know, some rich women who can't produce love him very much." Li Yueming's face darkened. Beside him, Sun Ruo covered her mouth and almost laughed out loud. However, at this moment, Huang Sundong also looked at her. After sizing up Sun Ruo, Huang Su hesitated and said, "As for you, actually, I also know a faster way to get money." Hearing this, Sun Ruo, who had been overjoyed just a moment ago, also turned black. Seeing that the two of them did not look too good. "You guys aren't proper wanderers, are you?" Huang Sundong asked seriously. "In the slums, I can only find these few good ways for you." Seeing this, Li Yueming stopped beating around the bush. Huang Sundong's face revealed a stunned expression when he heard this. In fact, when Li Yueming and Sun Ruo took a shower last night, he already knew that the other party was definitely not as simple as a stowaway. After all, stowaways were usually sallow and skinny. It was impossible for them to be as graceful as the two in front of them. Therefore, he had no choice. That was why he specifically said that he had two not-so-good options. He wanted to take the opportunity to cut ties with Li Yueming. But now, Li Yueming actually said that he wanted to be an apprentice in the repair shop with him. This surprised him greatly. However, old Lin was very picky when it came to accepting disciples. Li Yueming's small arms and legs looked as if he had never suffered before. It would probably be very difficult to pass. When the time came, he would be able to get out of trouble after being rejected. After considering the cause and effect, Huang Sundong nodded and said, I can bring you to see old Lin, but whether you can become an apprentice or not depends on yourself. Li Yueming naturally had no objections. A few minutes later, Li Yueming followed Huang Sundong back to the repair shop. In order to prevent himself from being recognized, he had made some slight modifications to himself. She had smeared her face and wore a tattered shirt that did not fit her. Just like the refugees in the sewers of the previous two worlds, his face still carried the innocence and simplicity of a child. The owner of the cosmetic repair shop was called Lin Xiao. He was a skinny old man in his 60s. Because of his stinginess, he was often called Old Lin. Li Yueming stood in front of Old Lin. He found the old man lying on the rocking chair and watching the posters of beautiful women on the television. He knocked on the door. The old man immediately changed the TV station. When he turned around and saw that it was Huang Dong, he immediately cursed, "Why are you only here at this time? What did you do? Don't even think about getting a single cent of today's salary." He was scolded. Huang Sundong did not dare to say anything. After the old man was tired of scolding, Huang Sundong handed him a glass of water. "Master, my friend wants me to help his brother find a job to make a living." Following Huang Sundong's line of sight, only then did the old man notice the innocent Li Yueming behind him. Where did this beggar come from? Do you think my repair shop is a shelter for beggars? Hearing this, "Master, could you be so kind as to let him try?" Huang Sundong pleaded. The old man's eyes widened. He flicked his sleeves and said, I'm not trying. This is not a welfare home. Don't stuff all that junk into my place." Hearing the old man's complaints. However, he was already prepared for this. He turned around and gave Li Yueming a look, meaning that this was all he could do to help. However, just as he was about to get up and leave with Li Yueming, Li Yueming suddenly walked forward and picked up a few broken parts from the ground. He quickly assembled the broken parts together. Seeing this, the angry old man was stunned. She took the component from his hand and studied it for a moment before saying, "Interesting." After a while, the old man stood up. He pointed at the work desk not far away and said, 111 prepare a blueprint for you. If you can assemble the finished product within the stipulated time, I can make an exception and let you be an apprentice. Chapter 169, 113, Nuclear Equipment, if you can buy it, you'll be scammed. 1. He looked at the mechanical parts that Li Yueming had assembled. Old Lin was obviously surprised. He looked at the young man who was less than a meter tall and said, "You've learned how to put together artificial parts." Li Yueming shook his head. "I haven't learned it systematically, but I've been interested in this since I was young." Hearing this, Old Lin's eyes revealed a hint of doubt. Obviously, he didn't believe what Li Yueming said. One had to know that the assembly of body parts was not a simple industry. Not only did it require a high level of understanding of machinery, but it also required a long period of experience. Right now, although Li Yueming had only picked up a few parts and pieced them together to make an inconspicuous gadget, it was still very simple. However, judging from his operation method and assembly speed, he was able to do it quickly. For some reason, Old Lin actually felt a strange sense of familiarity. That's right. Experienced. This youth looked to be no more than 5 or 6 years old. Logically speaking, even if he started learning mechanical assembly in his mother's womb, he should have only just started learning it after 5 or 6 years. How could it give him the illusion that he was experienced? After some thought, Lin said to Huang Sundong, "Bring me the blueprint for the first drawer in my studio." Huang Sundong was stunned. He looked at Li Yueming in surprise before running out to get the blueprints. Old Lin lay back in his chair and hummed a few songs. After Huang Sundong brought over a stack of blueprints, he glanced at the stack of blueprints and took out one of them and handed it to Li Yueming. If you complete the assembly of the blueprints within a day, I can take you in as an apprentice. If you don't complete it within the specified time, or if you make more than 10 mistakes, you can go back to where you came from. He took the blueprint from old Lin. He saw a mechanical component with a relatively simple structure drawn on it. The blueprint was huge, and the complete mechanical parts looked like a mechanical arm. Below was a simple record of the technique and precautions of the machine. It was also matched with a top view, a side view, and a cross-section view. Before he escaped from the laboratory, Li Yueming had never studied the field of mechanical equipment, but don't forget that he was a pure cheat player. His favorite was technology and viciousness. It was just a mechanical prosthetic arm. To Li Yueming, who had unlimited deduction talent, it was just an appetizer. He took the blueprint and looked at it carefully. Li Yueming brought a stool over from not far away. Then, under the watchful eyes of old Lin and Huang Sundong, he placed the blueprint on the workbench. Then, he began to use infinite deduction to analyze the structure of this blueprint. About 10 minutes later, Li Yueming made his move. First, he unhurriedly picked out the parts he needed from the workbench. Then, he arranged the parts neatly in a row. Then, he began to assemble the parts according to the blueprint. In order to make his technological content not seem so high, Li Yueming didn't try to maximize his efficiency. Even so, Huang Sundong's eyes were wide open. Nominally, Huang Sundong was also an apprentice under old Lin. There was a distance between the apprentice and the real apprentice. Say it simply and straightforwardly. In fact, it was just that the stingy old Lin was unwilling to pay them too much. Therefore, they were given the title of apprentices. He would teach them some knowledge about the assembly and modification of their body parts regularly. He used a little bit of knowledge and hoped to offset their actual wages. However, if he wanted to advance from an apprentice who had nothing to do with him to a proper disciple, learning how to assemble a level 1 arm was old Lin's minimum requirement. Therefore, he had no choice. Huang Sundong had also tried to assemble a level 1 arm in his spare time. However, even if it was the simplest combination. However, the difficulty was still hell. The level 1 bio arm required a total of 2,400 mechanical parts of various sizes. The largest component was half the size of a palm. The smallest one was only as thick as a strand of hair. The design was extremely complicated and delicate. A slight carelessness during the assembly process would lead to all previous efforts being wasted. After a few attempts, they all ended in failure. Huang Sundong once suspected that this thing was not something that an ordinary human brain could do. But now, Li Yueming only spent less than 2 hours. He actually picked out nearly 2,000 mechanical parts from the parts box on the workbench. Although he didn't know if they matched. However, the efficiency of the search still left Huang Sundong flabbergasted. Damn it! Why didn't he bring him along when humans evolved? Not far away. At first, old Lin was still lying on the chair with his eyes closed. However, when Li Yueming picked them out one by one, old Lin could not sit still anymore. Huang Sundong's vision was limited, so he naturally couldn't see the depth in Li Yueming's every move. However, old Lin was an experienced transforcer. How could he not see the profundity within? First of all, Li Yueming picked the parts in order from big to small. First, he found the most important arm support. Then, the parts were displayed one by one according to the assembly order of the frame. Although the speed of picking parts was not very fast, the speed of picking parts was not very fast. However, the terrifying thing was that Li Yueming's speed was abnormally stable. The most important thing was that he saw Li Yueming take nearly 1,000 parts, and none of them were wrong. Chapter 170, 113, Nuclear Equipment, if you can't buy it, you'll be scammed. 2. This was ridiculous. Even if Old Man Lin had already assembled over 1,000 level 1 bio armors, he could not guarantee that he would not get a single component wrong. However, Li Yueming did it. If it wasn't for the fact that Li Yueming had chosen the wrong parts in a row, Old Lin would probably be carried to the doctor on the spot. The two of them looked at the monster. It took about 4 hours. Li Yueming basically finished arranging the parts needed for the assembly. Immediately after, the most critical assembly process began. After watching Li Yueming assemble the equipment for half an hour, he was stunned. Old Lin clutched his chest as he stood up and staggered. Don't fight anymore, don't fight anymore. You're my disciple from now on. Just like that. Li Yueming had successfully become the disciple of Old Man Lin. Old Lin provided food and accommodation, but he didn't pay them. If Li Yueming wanted to make money, he could only rely on repairing customers. On this basis, Old Lin allowed Li Yueming to read the blueprints in the first 3 drawers of his studio. Li Yueming was very satisfied with this. He didn't care about money at all. As long as they had a safe place to stay, they would not be discovered by the pursuers of the Yongxiao Corporation for a short period of time. It could already satisfy most of his needs. Not to mention that the repair shop could also let Li Yueming understand some of the deeper things in the technological world. In the next 2 months, Li Yueming was studying in Old Man Lin's studio. The blueprints were divided into 3 categories. The equipment in the level 1 blueprint was some ordinary mechanical products. Other than the special modifications, the price of this kind of normal equipment was not particularly high, and most of them would be sold to ordinary white-collar workers. He installed a first-grade body. It could allow ordinary office workers to have power that surpassed the limits of human beings. The second type of equipment was called the mechanical core equipment. This type of equipment had a weapon activation system and was very expensive. It could greatly increase the combat strength of the human body. However, before replacing or installing the mechanical core, the buyer needed to install a mech core produced by hurricane power into his body in advance. The mecha core was connected to the central nervous system of the human brain. It was the core item that humans used to drive their mechanical suit. Only with the mechanical suit core installed could ordinary humans use the second-class mechanical suit to fly in the sky. The third type of equipment was called military equipment. Old Lin definitely wouldn't dare to sell it. He reckoned that only the black market had channels to obtain it. With the talent of infinite deduction, Li Yueming's learning ability was extremely terrifying. In just 3 months, Li Yueming scanned through all the blueprints of the Class 1 and Class 2 equipment in Old Lin's drawer. Together with the deduction, Li Yueming could understand the principle of many simple assembly and assembly with just a glance. There were only a few particularly complicated blueprints that Li Yueming spent a lot of effort to study. But that was all. On the 4th month, Li Yueming had already studied the blueprints of the first 2 cabinets in Old Man Lin's repair shop. 5th month, Li Yueming was holding a newly assembled level 2 steam-powered mechanical arm expressionlessly. Old Lin fell into silence and confusion. From now on, Li Yueming started to help Old Lin assemble some orders for the repair shop. Most of the customers in the repair shop were ordinary people from the slums. In this world, as long as an ordinary person had a little ambition, most of them would choose to save money to buy some reproductive equipment to transform their body. He had no choice. Compared to the cold machinery, it's a total of 100. The bodies of ordinary humans were too weak. For example, his arm. He installed a normal mechanical arm of a higher level. It could also allow ordinary people to instantly possess strength that surpassed the limits of humans. The highly paid porters at the cargo port had to have at least one level 1 arm for the equipment. For example, his eyes. As humans grew older, their eyes would age as well. However, as long as a mechanical eyeball was installed, one would instantly have vision that far exceeded that of ordinary humans. In order to maintain their competitiveness, it was only natural that the poor, who were eager to survive, chose to install various mechanical parts to replace their original flesh and blood. As for the second type of equipment, it was basically a luxury item in the slums. In a month, he could take 7 or 8 orders at most. Most of the people who could afford such high expenses were the gang leaders in the slums of the west of the city. There was also a small number of boxers from the underground boxing ring who occasionally came to change and maintain their bodies. In the beginning, Li Yueming was responsible for receiving the guests who came here to buy a level 1 implant. In the first month or 2, his cooking was still a little jerk. However, after a few months of training, he had gradually become more stable. Whether it was repair, installation, or maintenance, Li Yueming could basically satisfy the customers who came here to spend money. Regarding this, Old Lin was already numb. Li Yueming's talent was too heaven-defying. He had been in the field of body parts modification for more than 50 years, but he had never seen such a heaven-defying monster like Li Yueming. A year later, Li Yueming was almost 5 years old. The crisp sound of the reincarnation mark rang out. You have successfully changed your fate. At the age of 5, you have escaped from the laboratory of the Cloud Sky Corporation and avoided the tragic fate of becoming an experimental subject. The score for this reincarnation has increased greatly. Chapter 171, 113, Nuclear Equipment. If you can't buy it, you'll be scammed. Part 3. Additional reward of 10,000 reincarnation points. He listened to the sound of the reincarnation mark. Li Yueming's expression didn't change much. According to his experience, it was usually easier to defy the heavens and change one's fate for the first time. The more you go on, the harder it is to have a voice. However, this was only the first time he had changed his fate. Li Yueming already felt a little tired. The trouble waiting for him in the future would probably not be any less than before. In this year, other than learning how to modify his body parts every day, Li Yueming did not stop training and polishing his body either. He grew very fast. Now, his height was almost the same as Sunruo's. His weight had already broken through the 90-pound mark. The only unfortunate thing was, the supernatural powers in this world were different from those in the past. It was the same as how one had to cultivate cultivation techniques in order to become stronger in the world of martial Dao. In this technological world, one could only rely on their own body to train their body. He wanted to regain control of his strength and return to his peak. Li Yueming had to get a bottle of extraordinary potion. On a certain day half a year later, Old Lin went out to find his friends to drink while Li Yueming was repairing a damaged level 1 mechanical artificial eye. At this moment, a muscular man in his 30s suddenly appeared outside the door. The man expressionlessly threw a huge level 2 mechanical arm on the counter and said, "Can this be repaired?" Li Yueming slowly got up from his work desk and took a look. It depended on the design style and the precision of the parts. This should be a pure second-grade steam-powered arm produced by Hurricane Technology. However, at this moment, the mechanical arm was severely damaged. Not only did the parts fall, but even the core mechanical arm was irreparably damaged. This color, LT, was even more exaggerated than the damaged version of the Iraq War. Li Yueming glanced at it and said casually, "The damage is too serious. I suggest you change it to a new model." The man ignored Li Yueming's noise. He looked around and asked, "Has this shop changed owners? Where's Old Lin?" "He's out. I'm Old Lin's disciple. If you have anything to say, you can tell me directly," Li Yueming said calmly. The man sized up Li Yueming. He licked his lips and said, "You're quite brave. You haven't even grown your hair yet. Tell me directly if you can fix it." Li Yueming smiled. "If you insist, you can fix it. But the cost of replacing the parts may be equivalent to buying a brand new one." "Are you sure?" The man's face instantly revealed a pained expression. However, after hesitating for a moment, he still said, "Do you have a new one here?" Li Yueming shook his head. "This kind of level 2 bio-equipment is too expensive. The shop doesn't have it in stock. If you're sure you want it, you have to pay a deposit. Come back in a month to collect it." Hearing this, the man's expression turned ugly. "Can't you see that I'm in a hurry to use it now? If it wasn't for Old Lin, I would have killed you with a slap." He snorted coldly. He put away his costume and turned around to leave. Seeing this situation, the smile on Li Yueming's face became even more harmless. He took out a brand new set of arms from an inconspicuous box on his back and said, "This is a new type of reproductive equipment that our shop has launched. It is powered by nuclear energy and can carry up to 80,000 kilograms per arm. It also has both melee and long-range attack modes. The brand new factory discount price is only 200,000 cloud leaf coins." Hearing this, the man, who was about to turn around and leave, stopped. "What did you say?" Li Yueming picked out a few keywords and repeated them again and again. "Nuclear energy drive, maximum weight of 80,000 kilograms per arm. There are two types of melee and ranged attacks. The price is only 200,000 Ye coins." Looking at Li Yueming's black and unremarkable arms, the man almost laughed when he heard that. "Kid, do you know what you're saying?" Li Yueming nodded with a harmless smile. "Of course, you can try it first. If it doesn't work, you can get a refund." Half an hour later, the mechanical arm in Li Yueming's small box was replaced with 2 fixed real estate scrolls from the Cloud Sky Bank. 200,000 cloud leaf coins. These were Li Yueming's total gains from his work this year. In this year, whenever he repaired or disassembled a level 2 bio device, he would always get some parts. The mechanical arm that he sold to the man was made from all kinds of messy parts. Compared to the fancy mechanical devices on the market, the mechanical devices were much more expensive. Li Yueming's design philosophy was very simple. First, it was sturdy and durable. As for the other aspects, they just needed to deal as much damage as possible. This design concept had obviously won over the first customer. The man happily spent 200,000 cloud leaf coins. After buying the level 2 mechanical arm that Li Yueming had assembled with a bunch of broken parts, he left happily. 200,000 was already an astronomical figure for ordinary people. However, it was far from enough for Li Yueming. In the past few years, the Yongxiao Group and the Andre Group had quite a conflict over the issue of the gene serum. The price of a single superdrug in the black market had already reached millions. Moreover, there was no market for it. Under such circumstances, 200,000 yuan was not even a fraction. However, if he only wanted to buy some military grade 3 parts, it should be enough. He silently closed the door of the repair shop. Li Yueming drove an old pickup truck into the unmanned bank. He exchanged the real estate that the man had given him for cash. Then, he drove straight to the underground black market in the west of the city. He spent 180,000. Li Yueming bought 2 military grade 3 alloy arm parts, 2 grade 3 alloy leg parts, and 1 grade 3 military armor part. After buying these things, Li Yueming returned them to his residence and began to assemble and modify them. What he wanted to do was very simple. He could create a powerful next energy mecha himself. Then, he would use this opportunity to go to the black market to participate in the boxing championship. As long as he could win 20 consecutive matches in the arena, Li Yueming would be able to directly obtain a free superpower potion from the organizer. Chapter 172, Arena. 2 months later, Li Yueming was polishing his new generation of body parts through infinite deduction every day. Of course, he definitely wouldn't modify himself into a shitty robot. After all, one would only know how terrifying the human body was if they had gone through personal martial arts. Changing his body was like throwing away a watermelon to pick up sesame seeds. Therefore, he had no choice. What Li Yueming wanted to research was a nuclear mecha. Not only could he avoid modifying himself, but he could also obtain superpowers through technology. During this process, Sun Ruo had also come to look for him a few times. As a superpower, she was more agile than Li Yueming. Therefore, he had no choice. Naturally, the task of the information from the outside world fell on her. According to the current information, the exasperated Cloud Sky Corporation turned the outside upside down but could not find any traces of the two of them. Currently, they were preparing to conduct a thorough search of N City and its neighboring cities. Blind spots like the slums were the most important part of the search. There was not much time left for Li Yueming. Finally, half a year later, Li Yueming's mecha finally completed the final inspection. When he slowly got up from the ground in his mecha, Sun Ruo was dumbfounded. He looked at the 2-meter-tall giant metal monster in front of him. "You fiddled with it for half a year, and you only made a metal lump?" she asked in disbelief. Regarding this, Li Yueming laughed coldly. "How about it? Metal aptitude user, do you want to try out the power of this metal lump?" Sun Ruo looked him up and down. Sensing the eagerness in his eyes, he could not help but shrink his neck and say, "Forget it. I'm afraid I'll accidentally break your metal lump." However, I can now understand why the Cloud Sky Corporation went crazy after knowing that you escaped. Sometimes, I even want to cut you open to see if there's a monster living inside. To be honest, when ordinary people were 5 years old, they were still competing to see who could pee further. Li Yueming was able to build a mecha when he was 5 years old. Probably only a freak from the laboratory could do it. Seeing that she wasn't fooled, Li Yueming couldn't help but lose interest. Seeing him like this, Sun Ruo couldn't help but say, "Lve been to the underground boxing arena before. There are boxers that are comparable to Class B superhumans there. Can you do it?" Hearing this, Li Yueming operated his mecha arm and made a strong gesture. Men can't say no. The underground boxing club was located in a desolate and secluded stadium in the west of the city. The area it occupied was very wide, and it could accommodate more than 100,000 people. However, it was under such circumstances. Every time the battle began, the entire arena would be filled to the brim. Its huge influence in N City was evident. The rules of underground boxing were very simple. Extraordinaires and genetic warriors were not allowed to participate in the competition. Other transformationists, including ordinary people who were not afraid of death, could go up to the stage to fight. The competition was held once every 3 days. 5 rounds at a time. Those who wanted to participate in the underground boxing competition would sign a life and death contract in advance. The winner wins everything. Most of the losers died on the spot, and only a few lucky ones might survive. This was the simplest rule of killing. The winner would receive 100,000 cloud leaf coins for every round they won. If they won more than 3 times in a row, the prize money could be doubled. Of course, once the winning streak was broken. On the other hand, the winner would take away all the losers' gains. In other words, the higher the number of consecutive wins, the more prize money he accumulated, and the higher the probability of encountering a strong challenger. As long as they were not afraid of death, they would be strong enough. A few consecutive wins could earn a huge amount of wealth that ordinary people could not imagine in their lifetime. It was truly a bloody fight. It's because it's exciting enough. That was why so many spectators had gathered here like locusts. There were all kinds of people who came here to watch the boxing match. However, no matter what his status was in the real world, as long as they entered the venue, everyone would wear a black mask to hide their identity. If there was any place in the western part of the slums that was worthy of being missed by the nobles of N City, it would be a pity that the slums were so poor. Then this place must be the most important place in their hearts. Many high-ranking officials and dignitaries had ended their well-dressed and refined lives during the day, taking advantage of the night to put on a mask and come here to party all night. Li Yueming and Sun Ruo paid 2,000 cloud leaf coins for 2 admission tickets. The air in the underground boxing arena was filled with the stench of sweat, body odor, and various secretions. The mixture was very intoxicating. Sun Ruogang covered her nose as soon as she came in. His brows were furrowed into a knot. If he wasn't afraid that she wouldn't be around, Li Yueming would have been beaten to death. She would definitely not come to such a place to be snubbed. Li Yueming was used to this and even spat on someone's head. It could be said that their quality was extremely low. In the arena not far away, a man in a costume was fighting fiercely with another man. One of the men on the left lifted a mechanical arm that looked very simple and crude. Light blue nuclear flames shot out and smashed the head of the combatant into pieces. Obviously, it was to pursue extreme power. The transmigrator had even modified the outer shell of his brain into a mechanical body. But even so, still, the parts that had been punched were scattered all over the ground. Even the brain juice inside the alloy bones had been scattered somewhere. Seeing this situation, many people in the venue had different reactions. Some people cry, some laugh, some cry and laugh. Some people twisted their bodies and roared like angry bulls. There were also people whose eyes were shining, and their veins were bulging. They were extremely agitated. In just a few seconds, a hysterical and crazy atmosphere spread throughout the entire venue. The cheers grew louder and louder, deafening everyone. Occasionally, it was mixed with a few extremely resentful words. Right arm war god is invincible, ha ha ha. I lost another 30,000 cloud leaf coins. F***CKU, refund the money. I told you long ago, right? The god of war's right arm will definitely win this match. You don't believe it and want to get a high return. Is there anyone who wants to mortgage their property? I want to play poker in the next round. I'm going to get rich in one move. Li Yueming stood on the stage and watched for a moment. That so-called war god with the right arm was the one who had spent 200,000 cloud leaf coins to buy the mechanical arm. Obviously, it had been more than half a year. The man had already gotten used to Li Yueming's simple and carefree aesthetics of violence. He listened to the discussions of the surrounding audience. It was only for one night. He had already won 4 matches in a row. He was given the title of Right Arm God of War by the fanatical crowd. Regarding this, Li Yueming just smiled and said to the nines. What the F***CK, War God of the Right Arm. This trashy title sounded better when he changed his name to Wang Gaodan. The gamblers around them were discussing non-stop. Do you guys know where you bought the right arm of God of War? He felt that the reason why he could win these few matches was more than half due to that strange mechanical right hand. I don't know. That arm looks tattered. It's too terrifying to fight. Not only could it fight in close combat, but it could also attack from a distance. Moreover, its power and endurance were extremely long. It was simply a freak in the world of artificial limbs. In any case, the mainstream concentrated body on the market doesn't have so many complicated functions, but from the looks of it, LT shouldn't be produced by a big factory. D*MN, is there a small workshop in N City that can manufacture its own reproductive arms? Obviously. Many people were very interested in the man's mechanical reproductive arm. Or maybe he was already interested. It was pure greed. After all, the increase in combat power that the man's prosthetic arm had given him was obvious to nearly 100,000 people present. It was only equipped with an arm. It was enough to make a normal growth cultivator who could only be considered average in combat strength achieve 4 consecutive victories in the underground boxing arena. If I could equip a full set of my own, wouldn't that mean that he had a chance to challenge 20 consecutive wins and obtain the legendary extraordinary potion? Of course. It would probably shock countless people. From all angles. It was undoubtedly very dangerous for Li Yueming for a man to use the mechanical arm developed by Li Yueming to show off his skills in the underground boxing arena. After all, his identity was rather sensitive. Once it was exposed to the public, in less than 10 minutes, they would probably be completely blocked by the city defense army. Fortunately, Li Yueming was prepared for this. He had specially signed up for the 5th match of the day in order to completely nip the danger in the bud. Therefore, no matter how she looked at him, he was more like a pure and innocent child. It was fine that he had spent 200,000 cloud leaf coins to buy a second-grade product that he had made from discarded parts. Now, he had just won 4 consecutive victories. He was preparing to win 5 consecutive victories in one go and get a reward of 1 million cloud leaf coins. He had to face Li Yueming, an unprecedented super opponent. Ignoring the crowd that was still discussing, Li Yueming and Sun Ruo came to the edge of the venue. There were already staff members waiting here for a long time. A week ago, Li Yueming had already signed up for the competition. Fortunately, he was mature enough. No one would question a 5-year-old who reported an imaginary age of 16. He handed the contestant's entry card to the staff. The staff member looked at Li Yueming with a strange expression and asked, "Are you sure you want to go on stage like this?" She couldn't be blamed for being unnecessary. After all, there were all kinds of idiots in this day and age. However, it was rare to see someone like Li Yueming who was rushing to reincarnate in his teens. Li Yueming revealed a harmless smile and said, "Sister, will it be okay for me to wear this set of metal lumps? It can at least take a beating." The staff was speechless. He looked at the harmless smile on Li Yueming's face. For a moment, the staff member did not even know what expression he should use to face this. In the underground boxing arena, including Li Yueming, Sun Ruo, and many other staff members, all of them wore black masks. Li Yueming's sister sounded quite comfortable. It was a pity. Such an obedient younger brother was about to go on stage and die. As long as you're not a supernatural being or a genetic warrior, there won't be a problem. During the conversation, the halftime interval had passed. Li Yueming didn't waste his breath. He put on the armor that was tailored for him. After adjusting everything, under the staffers' stares as if they were looking at a ghost, Li Yueming slowly stepped onto the arena. On the other side, the man, who had just won 4 consecutive battles, went down to drink a few bottles of nutrient solution to replenish his strength. He also replaced some of the body parts that had been damaged in the previous battle and applied some grease. Once again, he walked to the center of the arena with a condescending attitude. Instantly, the tens of thousands of people outside the arena erupted in cheers. Countless red-eyed gamblers were shouting the nickname Right Arm God of War. Then, she focused her praise and gaze on the man. On the other hand, Li Yueming's appearance was a bit more depressing. Not only did no one cheer, the entire stadium was filled with the sound of boos. As for the specific reason, firstly, Li Yueming was a nameless newcomer, and he had not left any reputation in the arena. The second was to follow the rules. Both sides had to make an appearance declaration before they went on stage. It was to boost morale and leave an impression on the spectators. At this moment, under normal circumstances, the fiercer and more hot-blooded the declaration, the better the effect. Li Yueming's entrance declaration was to punch Nanshan elderly home and kick Baha'i kindergarten. This kind of F***ing declaration caused a lot of boos. Many of the gamblers who bet on God of War's right arm almost laughed out loud. Of course. When they saw the 2-meter-tall giant mecha slowly appear on the stage, everyone's smiles froze on their faces. Chapter 173, shocked the entire stadium, saturated firepower coverage. Part 1. The arena was located at the center of the stadium. Standing here and looking around, one could truly feel how terrifying the venue with nearly 100,000 people was. Looking up, the surroundings were filled with a sea of people. Countless people waved their fists hysterically, and their violent roars resounded through the world. However, the moment Li Yueming went on stage, everyone was stunned. They had seen old men fighting on the stage because they could not afford to replace the mechanical parts. He had also seen young people dressed strangely and acting ostentatiously. However, it was the first time he had seen someone like Li Yueming who wore a metal mech that had no aesthetic appeal. It wasn't like no one had ever passed through mechas before. However, those were all genuine products purchased from technology companies. It was shiny and majestic. Although he was defeated in a very miserable manner, it was still easy for people to accept. But what the hell was this guy wearing a broken piece of metal on stage? Could it be that the organizers had invited a fake contestant? For a moment, countless spectators couldn't help but boos. Where did this junk come from? Wasn't this kind of iron lump eliminated 200 years ago? You don't know, right? Perhaps it was the Renaissance again after 10 or 200 years. You want to fight with the right-arm god of war in such a lousy mech? He would probably be beaten into scrap metal in a few moves, right? Of course. If the organizers didn't ask for a leave of absence, I would lose if this iron lump could last more than a minute. How **ing unlucky. I can't earn much from betting on such a boring competition. Tens of thousands of spectators were still discussing. At this moment, in the center of the arena, Li Yueming and Right Arm War God had already signed the life and death contract. Both sides made their final preparations. Finally, the battle was about to begin. He looked at the metal lump not far away. A cruel smile appeared on War God's face. He licked his lips and said, "One hope you won't scream when you get blown up later." Half a year ago, he saw an extremely simple mechanical arm in old Lin's repair shop. The brazen little doll wanted to sell it for 200,000 cloud leaf coins. At that time, he thought that the other party was joking. He was so angry that he almost laughed. However, when he really put on the prosthetic arm and tried it out, only then did he realize that the other party wasn't joking at all. Nuclear power, maximum load of 80,000 kilograms per arm. Both melee and ranged attack modes. After the actual test, many of its functions had even exceeded his expectations. Under such circumstances, he gritted his teeth and spent a total of 200,000 cloud leaf coins to buy the mechanical arm. After practicing diligently for half a year, he finally adjusted his arm's proficiency and adaptability to above 80. He didn't expect that he would be able to rely on this powerful mechanical arm. He actually won 4 matches in a few short hours and earned nearly 500,000 cloud leaf coins. As long as he could finish this win streak, he would be able to get close to 700,000 cloud leaf coins to go home. At this moment, the man had already made up his mind. After finishing the game, he immediately went back to Old Lin's shop to look for that little doll. He would try to buy all the other parts of the body. However, he didn't know that it was the name of the game. The iron lump in front of him that he didn't care about was actually his grave. Under the constant clamor of the surrounding audience, not far away, the man looked at the iron lump who was pausing with every step. He did not say anything else and directly raised his right mechanical arm. Peng, peng, peng. 3 sounds came from his right arm. In the blink of an eye, 3 powerful small-scale armor-piercing bullets shot towards Li Yueming. Regarding this, it seemed like the iron lump was prepared for this. He grabbed a small round shield with one hand as if he wanted to use it to block the armor-piercing bullet. This action caused the war god of right arm, who was not far away, to let out a few disdainful laughs. Obviously, in his opinion, it was impossible to block the armor-piercing bullets with such a thin shield. The best result would be that the shield would be pierced through and the mech would be hit directly. However, in the next second, 3 crisp sounds broke everyone's imagination. A series of sparks burst out from the shield in the metal lump's hand. But even so, the huge impact only made the iron lump's arm tremble slightly. Its entire body did not even take a step back. All of this happened in a flash. But even so, the originally crazy crowd on the stage still looked as if someone had suddenly grabbed their necks. Everyone held their breath in an instant. Armor-piercing bullets could penetrate alloy steel plates that were at least 10 centimeters thick. Logically speaking, even if a level 2 bio-equipment user were to face such a high-damage weapon, their first choice should be to dodge. After all, they had personally seen the God of War's right arm shoot 3 armor-piercing bullets at a level 2 bio-equipment wielder who had 3 consecutive victories. But now, in front of the weirdly shaped iron club, it seemed to have been replaced by 3 blank bullets. With just 3 muffled sounds, it was easily blocked by the shield. After a moment of silence, the entire arena was in an uproar. D*MN, what's the quality of this shield? It can actually withstand 3 armor-piercing bullets. No way, I just bet on right arm God of War to win. This guy better not make an upset. Chapter 174, shocked the entire stadium, saturated firepower coverage. Part 2. Right arm war god, hurry up and destroy this stupid thing. On the stage. Seeing that the inconspicuous metal lump had forcefully resisted the attack, it was far beyond the man's expectations. However, at this time, he clearly did not realize the seriousness of the matter. He stood up and injected power into his legs. He pounced towards Li Yueming like an arrow leaving the bow. Moreover, between long-range attacks and close-range attacks, he was better at close-range attacks. In addition, his right arm could inject 80 tons of force. The man did not believe that the other party could withstand such a huge impact. Seeing this situation, Li Yueming stopped pretending. As a weapon for his own use and control, the mech that Li Yueming was wearing was like a father and son compared to the wronged man's tattered right arm. Whether it was the core power or the number of weapons loaded, Li Yueming could completely crush the man who only had one right arm. Under such circumstances, he did not want to reveal too much of his strength. Therefore, he had no choice. He chose to use the simplest method to solve the problem. Li Yueming soared into the sky. The power assist device installed under his feet allowed him to fly freely in the sky. The maximum height allowed in the underground arena was 50 meters. Li Yueming stopped when he reached an altitude of about 40 meters. He looked down with his naked eye. The man below the arena was about the size of an ant. Li Yueming activated the auxiliary aiming system. He raised his left arm. Instantly, a series of explosions sounded. Under everyone's astonished gazes, the mech's left arm fired dozens of small howitzers consecutively. The small howitzer had a diameter of about 10 meters. The effective killing range was only about 8 meters. It was the most powerful weapon allowed by the rules of the underground boxing arena. After all, the firepower of the firearms they carried was too great. The safety of the surrounding hundreds of thousands of spectators could not be guaranteed. After several casualties caused by large-scale firearms, the 2 of them had been defeated. The organizers became smarter. Not only did they change the rules of the competition, they also sent people to check the firearms carried by the warring parties every time they went on stage. As long as the weapon's lethality exceeded the endurance limit of the arena, they were all not allowed to be brought along. Howitzers, on the other hand, were not very lethal. Unless it was an accurate hit. Otherwise, it would be very difficult to cause fatal injuries to a level 2 growth user. The weight of this thing was very considerable. If you brought too much, it would even affect the performance of the device. Therefore, under normal circumstances, ordinary participants would at most carry 3 to 5 howitzers as long-range attacks. Most of the time, when they entered the arena, his attention was still focused on studying the body armor and physical combat techniques. However, Li Yueming's fighting style was different from what everyone expected. He piloted the mecha alone and floated in midair. The small grenade in the left cannon seemed to be free. He actually fired more than 30 small howitzers in one go. Such a large number of cannonballs were fired. It was enough to cleanse the entire arena in an extremely violent manner. Boom! A series of deafening explosions sounded. It even drowned out the clamor of the hundreds of thousands of spectators. The shockwave from the explosion of the small howitzer sent many spectators flying. For a moment, the entire arena was filled with dust and chaos. Countless spectators were covered in dust. However, when he turned his head and looked at the figure floating in the air above the arena, all the spectators were deeply shocked. A moment later, some of the spectators snapped out of their daze and cursed, "F***ck your grandpa, is flying in the sky and bombing considered a dimensional attack." Hearing this, many of the audience members looked at each other. For a moment, no one could answer this question. I don't know, however, if he only carried a howitzer, it didn't seem to violate the rules, right? This is ridiculous. He carried so many howitzers. Isn't he afraid that there will be problems with the power system? It's not a reproductive device, right? It should have more energy. However, this kind of old mech's operating efficiency was definitely slower than a body. Right arm god of war should still have a high chance of winning as long as he could last through this round of artillery fire. That's right. As long as he gets close, the right arm war god can easily kill this kind of metal lump with inconvenient limbs. However, I have to say that this mecha operator is quite capable. He knows how to open up an attack distance the moment he gets on stage. In the arena, the man who had been hit by the bomb walked out of the smoke and dust. At this moment, there was a lot of dust on his costume. There were also several parts that were damaged to varying degrees. If he hadn't dodged in time, he would have only been hit by the aftershock of the explosion. Now, his physical combat strength was probably more seriously damaged. He coughed a few times. The man also flew up with his suit and said angrily, "Damned fellow, I want to see what other tricks you have." That metal lump was carrying so many long-range howitzers. In terms of close combat, it would definitely be more difficult. Hence, he decided to do it. The man quickly gathered his thoughts. He forcefully controlled his equipment and flew into the sky. Besides the propulsion system, most of the energy supply was added to his right arm. In the blink of an eye, the output power of the device had been loaded to the highest load. Chapter 175, shocked the entire stadium, saturated firepower coverage. Part 3. This punch had 80 tons of power. As long as he could get close to that iron lump, then the opponent would definitely be smashed into pieces by the heavy punch. Unfortunately, imagination was beautiful. Reality was always cruel. Li Yueming, who was floating in the sky, was still aloof and indifferent. She saw the man approaching quickly. Li Yueming couldn't help but sneer. This guy! How dare he! Li Yueming's melee attacks were definitely stronger than ranged attacks. Just the distance of tens of meters. How did he dare to fly up so brazenly? Wasn't he afraid of being washed by the cannon? He put down his left arm without a word. Then, under everyone's incredulous gazes, he raised his right arm. Rumble! Another deafening explosion sounded. The entire underground boxing arena shook. Dust fell from the sky. Many of the spectators who had just gotten up and had yet to figure out what had happened were sent flying by the shockwave produced by the explosion. F***ck, how many howitzers does this piece of metal have? Are we still going to fight? How are we going to fight? Countless viewers were scared. The entire venue was in an uproar. Fortunately, they didn't have to look confused anymore. Because after the dust and gunpowder smell dissipated slightly, Li Yueming, who was originally floating in the sky, suddenly fell at lightning speed. With the force of 1,000 tons, he stepped on the chest of the right arm war god, who was in a sorry state after being blasted by the howitzer. He kicked lightly with one leg. The right arm of the god of war's chest was broken inch by inch. Li Yueming violently removed the right arm of the god of war's chest. It was thrown onto the ground and crushed right arm war god's head into pieces. Compared to the other people's miserable deaths, the right arm war god died with more dignity. At the very least, Li Yueming saw some liquid when he crushed his head. After finishing all of this, Li Yueming clapped his hands and looked around. He seemed to be looking for something. A moment later, he picked up a trembling referee from a corner of the arena. He patted the referee's shoulder kindly. He then pointed at the god of war's right arm, which was lying on the ground with only broken parts left. The meaning was simple: I won. The referee quickly scanned the arena. Due to the violent explosion, the originally sturdy arena was now in a mess. There were craters everywhere. The smell of gunpowder filled his nose. To be honest, the referee had been in the arena for so many years. He had seen dozens of fierce battles, but at least hundreds of them. However, it was the first time that he had seen such a simple and fast attack like Li Yueming. In the end, the judge, whose face was covered in dust, announced Li Yueming's victory. After hearing this information, countless gamblers cursed. Fortunately, there were very few people who bet on Li Yueming winning. Therefore, the amount of money he had bet far exceeded the amount he needed to pay. The organizers would collect a 5% processing fee and return the excess to the bettors. It could only be said to be a blessing in disguise. Thinking back to Li Yueming's unreasonable playstyle, to be honest, many of the audience felt their hair stand on end. Half an hour later, Li Yueming and Sun Ruo took the 700,000 Cloud Leaf coins reward for their 5 consecutive wins backstage. In order to prevent being followed, Sun Ruo was in charge of finishing up behind him. As an extraordinary, Sun Ruo's combat ability was not on the same level as an ordinary person. Even if it's a creator, if one's energy level had not reached B class or above, it would be difficult for them to resist in front of her. After all, her metal-type talent was one of the most feared superpowers of all transformationists. After eliminating a few of the little tails behind him, the two of them drove the old jeep back to Li Yueming's residence. On the way, Sun Ruo looked at the cloud leaf coins in the box and exclaimed, "So much money! Why don't we change cars?" Li Yu glanced at her. "Are you okay?" Hearing this, Sun Ruo pouted. "If you have money, you can buy a car and a house. Isn't that how it is in TV dramas? Can't you cooperate?" Li Yueming thought for a while and replied, "Then ask again." Sun Ruo immediately became happy when she heard this and said, "So much money. Why don't we change to another car?" "I'm not changing. I worked hard to earn this money. What does it have to do with you?" Li Yueming didn't hesitate. Sun Ruo was speechless. "You won't have any friends like this, all right?" After earning the money, Li Yueming did not hesitate. He first went to the black market to order a batch of special kinetic skeleton alloy. Then, he ran to Old Man Sun's warehouse and rummaged through some materials. He wanted to obtain the extraordinary potion. Li Yueming had to win 20 consecutive victories. Under such circumstances, modifying his mecha was the best option for him to increase his combat effectiveness. In addition, Yongxiao Technology Group's pursuit was also becoming more and more frenzied. Recently, Li Yueming had even seen his portrait in the black market, looking at the bounty of 5 million cloud leaf coins. To be honest, if it wasn't for Li Yueming's limited strength, he wouldn't have dared to mess around. He even had the thought of reporting himself. One could imagine how crazy the bounty hunters in the black market were. Moreover, the number of times that the security regiment and the city defense army of N City appeared in the slums of the western part of the city was increasing. Li Yueming knew that the other party must have grasped some of his tracks. Now, they had gradually narrowed the search range to N City. Under such circumstances, Li Yueming had to speed up his pace and re-enter the ranks of supernatural beings before he was discovered by the pursuers. As long as one stepped into the ranks of the supernatural, one could feel the supernatural energy. With the help of absorbing so many nutrient fluids, he could not help but feel a little nervous. Li Yueming only needed an extreme amount of time to grow to the extent that some people would feel fear. Chapter 176, Storm, Waves Are Coming. 1. In less than a day, Li Yueming's achievements in the underground boxing arena spread. It didn't take long for the entire west of the city to hear about the appearance of a guy wearing a strange mech in the underground arena who liked to use firearms to attack. After all, the underground arena was quite popular in N City. The related industries were all over the city. Under such circumstances, even the slightest movement in the underground boxing arena would become big news that the entire city paid attention to. Even on the second day, Li Yueming was still assembling parts in the shop. He had already heard Huang Sundong and a few apprentices discussing the news about the underground boxing arena in Old Lin's shop. Seeing his strange expression, A 16-year-old boy said, "Brotherly, have you heard about what happened in the underground arena?" Hearing this, Li Yueming's expression became even stranger. But of course, he could not say that he knew. "What underground arena? I haven't heard of it." Hearing this, the 16-year-old boy smiled. Those who can participate in the underground boxing competition are basically level 2 costume users. Each and every one of them is super awesome. However, there was a huge upset last night. Do you want to hear some gossip? At this moment, Li Yueming was busy working. He was also a little bored, so he nodded and said, "Tell me about it. Let me broaden my horizons." Seeing this, not far away, the acolytes who were still moving things were all in high spirits. They jogged to Li Yueming's side and told him about what happened last night. Young people like excitement and excitement. However, other than the repetitive work in their daily lives, other forms of entertainment were relatively lacking. Under such circumstances, the underground arena naturally became the paradise they yearned for the most. Therefore, the few of them put in extra effort when they talked about it. It was as if they were really standing in the center of the arena and fighting fiercely with their fierce opponents. However, after listening to a certain segment, Li Yueming felt that something was wrong. He interrupted the young man who was still talking non-stop and said, "Wait a minute, what do you call that guy with the armor?" His imagination was suddenly interrupted. The young man frowned in confusion, but he still said patiently, "Mecha warrior, what's wrong? What the hell, Mecha man? Can't you guys give me a cooler name?" This was too simple. Seeing his constipated face, the youth said excitedly, "You also like the name Mecha man, right? We took it overnight, ha ha ha. Very good. Mecha man. Thank you so much." He resisted the urge to complain on the spot. "It's nothing. You guys can continue." Li Yueming smiled. The young man scratched his head. He was stunned for a long time but still couldn't remember. "You said that Mecha man flew into the sky and fired 49 missiles. Ah, yes, this is the place." He found his feeling. The young man danced excitedly. It was obvious that he was immersed in the bravery of the Mecha warrior. After they finished telling the story, "Do you want to wear mechas to participate in underground boxing?" Li Yueming asked. The youths all nodded vigorously. "Yes, even in my dreams." The youngsters looked around and after making sure that old Lin was not around, two of them approached Li Yueming and whispered, "Brotherly, we've saved up half a year's salary to get the entrance fee to the underground arena. Do you want to come with us to take a look?" It seemed that she didn't think it was tempting enough. The young man continued to patiently guide him. "One heard that Mecha man will likely appear in the underground boxing arena again in 3 days and continue to win 10 consecutive victories." Li Yueming glanced at them and said casually, "In the future, I'll give you a set of mecha. I guarantee that you'll be invincible." The group of youths' eyes lit up when they heard this. Obviously, he was fascinated by Li Yueming's promise. A moment later, someone lowered his head with a red face and said, "But we don't have money." Li Yueming smiled but didn't say anything. He looked at Huang Sundong, who didn't say anything. "Come to my house tonight. I have something to tell you." The other movers didn't know about Li Yueming's other identity. In their impression, Li Yueming was just a disciple recruited by old Lin. Although he was quite talented, he had never given them any face. Therefore, there was naturally no gap between them. But Huang Sundong was different. He didn't know Li Yueming's true identity either. However, he was the only one among the group of youths who knew that Li Yueming was different. Hence, the two of them were in a daze. While the others were describing the so-called mecha hero vividly, he could only smile and not say anything. Li Yueming asked him to go over at night. Huang Sundong sat up straight and said, "All right, I'll go after I move my things tonight." Li Yueming retracted his gaze. Obviously, young people's ideals were always pure and flawless. Yearning for cool things, yearning for blood and glory. It was like a piece of white paper that had never been smeared. If he had the chance, he wouldn't mind helping the youngsters fulfill their dreams. However, these could only remain at the stage of imagination for the time being. Right now, the most important thing for him was to obtain the extraordinary potion and successfully arm himself. Chapter 177, Storm, Waves Are Coming. 2. Otherwise, in his current state, not to mention helping the young man build a mecha. It was very possible that he would get himself into trouble if he was not careful. He did not know how long he could hide in this small repair shop before being discovered by the Cloud Sky Corporation. He could only try his best to prevent the people around him from getting involved. He put the repaired parts into his pocket. Li Yueming smiled and replied, "You guys go take a look. I still have something to do for the time being." As he spoke, he packed his things and left the repair shop alone. She looked at his back. The group of youths could not help but say, "Little brotherly has been really mysterious recently, forget it, let's hurry up and finish the work. In a few days, we can ask the stingy old man for an hour of leave." In the next 3 days, Li Yueming used the 700,000 cloud leaf coins he earned to repair his mecha. He had also installed a few military prosthetics that he had bought from the underground black market at a high price. At the same time, Sunruo, who had been looking around for news, brought a piece of bad news to Li Yueming. In the Cloud Sky Corporation, Professor Cheng was waiting for a year of fruitless search. He finally lost his patience. He directly stopped all the experiments in his hands and personally brought a group of special experimental results to N City. Currently, they had already locked onto N City and were conducting a thorough investigation. Regarding this, Li Yueming's expression flickered. Obviously, if there were still people in this world who could not forget him, Professor Cheng must be one of the most loyal bootlickers. He probably wanted to capture Li Yueming and use him as research material. Now, it was not surprising for him to come out to look for him personally. However, it was obvious. Sunruo's suggestion was to leave N City immediately. However, Li Yueming knew that countless Yungziao technologies had already set up an inescapable net around N City. If he didn't escape now, he might still be able to hide in the crowd for a few more days. However, once he fled, they would take the initiative to throw themselves into the big net that had already been woven. Whether it was escaping or hiding, under the suppression of absolute power, there was no way out. What Li Yueming needed to do now was to pull chestnuts out of the fire. As long as he could obtain the extraordinary potion, everything would be fine. 3 days later, the underground arena was open for business again. This time, Li Yueming wrapped himself up even more tightly. After entering the backstage and submitting the documents to verify his identity, Li Yueming wore the latest generation of upgraded mecha and walked onto the stage. Li Yueming had won 5 consecutive victories after he killed the right arm of the god of war. It was Li Yueming's second time here. The challenge was naturally the 10 consecutive victories that were difficult to achieve. Under such circumstances, the reward for defeating Li Yueming was very tempting. Therefore, he had no choice. Quite a number of powerful transformationists enthusiastically signed up. The person on stage was also a man. His skin was a little dark, and he was tall and thin. He was wearing a 3rd-generation power suit produced by Hurricane Group. From the traces, it seemed that this suit had been modified several times. He was considered one of the best among the many transformationists. This time, the referee had just announced the start of the match. The tall black man rushed straight towards Li Ming. Obviously, he had seen Li Yueming's battle. He also knew that Li Yueming's attack method was to first open up the attack distance. Then, they released a large number of firearms in the sky to cover the area. And this time, he wanted to stop Li Moonlight before he took off. Close combat on the ground. Regarding this, Li Yueming only smiled disdainfully, and the mechanical system under the mecha suddenly pushed forward. He instantly shook off the man who rushed over to stop him. After flying more than 40 meters into the sky, it was exactly as everyone had expected. He unleashed his fire power again. But unlike last time, Li Yueming released more than 60 grenades this time. 2 rounds of bombardment. The arena that the organizer had just repaired was once again in a mess. In the surroundings, when the audience saw this scene, their eyes widened. Damn it! Last time, there were no howitzers at all. How come there are more than 60 of them this time? At this moment, the group of people noticed that the mech that Li Yueming wore this time seemed to be slightly different from the one he wore last time. There were many new changes in the details. Under normal circumstances, this kind of change would not be a big problem. However, it was a big problem for underground boxing competitions. At the very least, the tall black man below was in an extremely sorry state. At the beginning, his first strategy was to intercept Li Yueming. However, Li Yueming's speed was too fast. Before he could get close, Li Yueming had already flown up. After realizing that the interception had failed, he immediately began to prepare to dodge the incoming saturated fire power. At this point, all of his reactions were standard reactions. That's why the 30 grenades in front of Li Yueming didn't cause much damage to the tall black man. However, what he did not expect was, he thought Li Yueming's hot weapon attack was over. He was just about to fly up and quickly close the distance between them. Unexpectedly, the cannonball from above shot down again. He was completely unprepared. The tall black man managed to dodge more than 10 grenades. However, it was still hit by the remaining grenades. Chapter 178, Storm, Waves Are Coming. Part 3. After Li Yueming's suppression ended, his entire body was about to smoke. Li Yueming swooped down from the sky and stomped on the black man's chest. He gestured to the referee and said, "Move him down." Next. At this moment, be it on or off the field, everyone was silent out of fear. At the beginning, they thought that Li Yueming's mech was a piece of trash from the last century. Nowadays, as long as one was not blind, everyone could feel the abnormality. After all, Li Yueming's mecha did not look good. Whether it was in terms of load, power, or body balance, his performance was quite eye-catching. Outside the arena, after a short period of silence, countless people began to cheer loudly. In a sense, the masked men in this underground arena were no different from the wild beasts in the jungle. They didn't care about Li Yueming's background. As long as he could fight and win, one match after another could bring them enough benefits, they would cheer and applaud generously. Or to put it another way, on the stage at the center of the duel, the winner was not important. As long as it was a standing victor, they would applaud and cheer for it. Regarding this, Li Yueming naturally wouldn't let his vitality go to his head, so he waited for a while. About 10 minutes later, the second battle started again. Li Yueming's opponent was an extremely fat man. The other party was wearing a very famous Black Eagle suit in the field of reproductive equipment, which had also been modified. Whether it was in terms of power or destructive power, it was much stronger than the one on the tall black man's body. At the start of the game, the other party didn't try to get close to Li Yueming like the tall and thin man. Seeing this situation, Li Yueming did not fly into the sky. Instead, he wanted to see what the other party was up to. Not far away, small mechanical crawlers crawled out from the gaps under the opponent's mecha. These reptiles were extremely fast. It was also exceptionally agile. Many of them could fly. Hundreds of insects pounced on Li Yueming. Regarding this, Li Yueming finally became a little more serious. The other party should be a hacker. In a sense, these bugs were his attack weapons. Out of the hundreds of reptiles, only one of them managed to climb onto Li Yueming's mecha. The hacker could then hack Li Yueming's neural connection through the virus that was carried on the bug. Some of them were very good. It could also allow the mecha to attack its master. Regarding this, Li Yueming's reaction was extremely fast. The explosive weapon in his left arm was replaced by an overwhelming fire attack. The flames that spewed out ignited half of the arena. None of the mechanical crawlers sent by the other party could survive the flames. Seeing this situation, Fatty felt that something was wrong and quickly controlled his mechanical equipment to fire a few magnetic energy weapons at Li Yueming in an attempt to interfere with his attack. However, Li Yueming's mech was designed to prevent attacks from metal-type supers like Sunruo. The key parts were all replaced with non-metallic materials. Magnetic energy weapons had almost no effect on his core operating system. In the next second, Li Yueming fired more than 30 small short-range guided missiles from his back. Following the sound of an explosion, smoke and dust rose. Fatty was carried away. The entire arena erupted with cheers that were dozens of times more enthusiastic than before. Roars of excitement could be heard from all directions. Mecha Warrior! Mecha Warrior! Mecha Warrior! Invincible and invincible, Mecha Man has won 7 consecutive victories. It seems that the 10 consecutive wins this time should be guaranteed. Fortunately, I bet on Mecha Man winning just now. Just as any now expect you. In the next 2 matches, Li Yueming won without any ripples. After 10 consecutive victories, his prize pool had also reached 1 million cloud leaf coins. But at the same time, his reputation had also spread even more widely. The more consecutive wins a winner had, the more attention they would attract. At the same time, the next round of challenges, the more challenges faced, the stronger. There were many C-class and even B-class transformationists who weren't interested in participating in such low-level competitions. Of course, the organizer also forbade those with energy levels above C to take the initiative to go into the sea to blow up the fish. After all, the majority of the participants in the underground arena were low-level prosthetics. If it wasn't for the fact that C-grade and above high-grade transformationists were not prohibited from participating, then, it was very likely that it would evolve into a one-sided crushing. In addition, 100,000 to 200,000 cloud leaf coins were not enough to attract C-grade and above high-grade equipment. At their level, the combat strength that erupted from it was already far from that of a normal growth user. The reward for each mission was more than 100,000 to 200,000 cloud leaf coins. Under such circumstances, joining a low-level activity like underground boxing would only lower their status. Only when someone achieved a 10-point victory would the organizer allow a C-class transmigrator to participate. For those who were C-grade and above, they would only be rewarded with 1 or 2 million cloud leaf coins. That's why I'm interested in killing the Khan. After all, a reward of 1 or 2 million cloud leaf coins was not much to them. However, this kind of assassination had low risk and high returns. As long as they removed some of the more lethal weapons, they could still easily kill low-level transplants. Therefore, he had no choice. After the first 10 consecutive wins, generally speaking, there wouldn't be any more low-level leaders who would continue to challenge. After all, earning money was important. However, most of the time, it was just a waste of time. Ordinary F and D grade body cultivators who came here to fight to the death for 10 consecutive victories, in the end, they didn't want to be a part of those powerful C grade and above body cultivators. However, 10 consecutive wins were clearly not enough for Li Yueming. His initial goal here was to obtain the bottle of extraordinary potion that was rewarded for his 20 consecutive wins. A few cloud leaf coins wouldn't be enough to get rid of him. Therefore, he had no choice. After 3 days of rest, Li Yueming was in disbelief. Once again, he stood on the arena stage. When he went up on stage, the entire audience was in an uproar. F***CK, hasn't Mecha Man already won 10 consecutive victories? Why are you here again? 10 consecutive victories should already be worth more than 1 million cloud leaf coins, right? The Mecha Warrior is still not satisfied. Could it be that he wants the supernatural drug for 20 consecutive victories? Last time, the one who had the idea of using the extraordinary potion was killed by a C-grade growth user after just 12 consecutive victories. The grass on his grave is probably almost 30 feet tall now, right? Is the Mecha Warrior crazy? No one had ever obtained the extraordinary potion of 20 consecutive victories in the underground boxing competition. Where did he get the courage to do that? I don't know. Maybe it's because he easily won 10 consecutive victories that he became arrogant. He doesn't even know his own weight. If I had as much money as him, I would have been lying on a woman's belly and attacking her to my heart's content. How could I die like this? In the underground arena, countless spectators whispered to each other. In fact, from their perspective, although Mecha Warriors were very strong, their performance so far had only been slightly eye-catching. After all, the underground arena opened once every 3 days. They had seen too many stories of people becoming rich overnight. It was rare to see a challenger with 10 consecutive victories. But every month, there would always be 1 or 2 lucky ones. Li Yueming was among them. Other than the strange mech he was wearing, there was also a strange feeling in his heart. In other aspects, he didn't show too many eye-catching aspects. But now, this ordinary existence in their eyes was vainly attempting to challenge the 20-win streak that had never been achieved by anyone in the 20 years since the establishment of the underground boxing arena. This was a little too arrogant in the eyes of the audience. Therefore, he had no choice. Now, they were all curious about which challenge Li Yueming would die in. Chapter 179, Awakened Extraordinary Power, Special Gold Talent. 1. In the darkness, A brand new Cloud Sky helicopter was parked on top of the government building in N City. Amidst the roaring of the engine, Professor Cheng, who was wearing a black leather jacket, walked out of the cabin with a silver suitcase under the escort of 4 expressionless men and women. At this moment, thousands of soldiers from N City's government and the main forces sent by the Cloud Sky Group were gathered below the government building. He saw Professor Cheng get off the plane. A middle-aged bald man who had been waiting on the side of the airport jogged over. "Hello, doctor. My name is Han Longfei. I'm currently the head of N City's government building. Nice to meet you." Dr. Cheng didn't say anything. He didn't even pay attention to him. Only the 4 men and women beside him stared at the so-called government leader of N City with intense aggression. The sharpness in his eyes could make people feel cold from head to toe. The smile on Han Longfei's face stiffened. She shrunk her neck and didn't dare to get closer to Professor Cheng, but she still rubbed her hands and said, "Dr. Cheng has come from afar. I've prepared a welcoming banquet for you. Please do me the honor." When he heard the word gracious, the expression on Professor Cheng's face finally changed. He glanced at the bald, greasy middle-aged man in front of him. At this moment, the other party was so humble and stupid in his eyes. It was to the extent that he might not be able to help but smash the other party's head into a watermelon if he said another word. No wonder so many people had been busy around N City for so long without finding any trace of Experimental 0731. With the cooperation of such rotten government personnel, the army would be lucky if they didn't get confused. But then again, the other party could not be blamed for such a comical scene. After all, this was the most direct consequence of the Cloud Sky Group's strategic plan. The government organizations that once controlled a large amount of resources had already existed in name only as early as 300 years ago. The remaining government organizations were basically the scapegoats of the major corporations. The smart and capable officials had long died silently. Only the foolish puppets who had gone through many rounds of selection could dance on this narrow table. Under such circumstances, relying on the local forces of the town to help search for the experimentals was undoubtedly an act of shooting oneself in the foot. Therefore, he had no choice. Professor Cheng glanced at the bald man and said coldly, "If you don't want to get up the next day to eat your own farewell feast, then immediately take your bullshit city defense army and disappear from my sight." Han Longfei stopped smiling. Fear, 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 fear. This lowly one obeys. As he spoke, he didn't dare to be anxious with Dr. Cheng. He shrunk his neck and left. However, what no one saw was, just as they were about to leave, Han Longfei's eyes flashed with a hint of coldness. Soon, the government's city defense forces all retreated. There were only 1,000 or so members of the Cloud Sky Corporation headquarters left who could be mobilized at any time. He looked at the nearly 1,000 uniformed soldiers in front of him. Among them were more than 10 members of the inspector team sent by Yat Lanslow. The lowest aptitude user in a small team of monitors was a C-rank aptitude user. A few of them could even unleash the power of a B-class supernatural being for a short period of time. It was the most elite force that Professor Cheng could currently mobilize. He glanced around. Professor Cheng asked the person in charge of the pursuit team, "What did you find out after spending a year investigating?" "Professor, we have locked onto the escaping experimentals in N City." The person in charge of the pursuit team was covered in cold sweat. Right now, the pursuit force has already mobilized their forces to surround the entire N City. Not even a fly can escape. Professor Cheng narrowed his eyes and continued, "Since we've already confirmed that he's here, why hasn't he been captured for so long?" To be honest, Professor Cheng felt that he had given enough attention. When Li Yueming had just escaped from the laboratory, he had already sent troops to pursue him. He thought that he would be able to bring it back to the laboratory in a few days at most. However, he did not expect that almost a year had passed. The experimentals were still nowhere to be seen. The leader of the hunting team broke out in cold sweat. After all, anyone could easily feel the anger in Professor Cheng's words as long as they were not short-circuited. He could only bite the bullet and say, reporting to the doctor, "The experimentals are very cunning. They did not leave any obvious evidence or flaws during their escape. Moreover, N City is a little special. The slums here are too large, and the government's city defense forces are only dawdling. It's a little difficult for thousands of us to search the slums with millions of people. Dr. Cheng's expression did not change much. If Li Yueming was in the wilderness, then, it didn't matter if he had 3 heads or 6 arms. Even the Cloud Sky Corporation could easily find him. However, once they were integrated into the urban slums, where there were more than 1 million illegal households, it was indeed difficult to find out. However, since he came here this time, naturally, he had the capital to take it down. Professor Cheng took out a green potion from the silver suitcase in his hand. He waved his hand. A woman obediently walked up from behind him. Dr. Cheng expressionlessly inserted the drug into the woman's carotid artery. In the next second, the woman's limbs began to twitch. Chapter 180, Awakened Extraordinary Power, Special Gold Talent. 2. The blood vessels under his skin crawled up to his skin like centipedes. It looked extremely terrifying. Many of the Cloud Sky Group soldiers could not help but take a few steps back when they saw this situation. Obviously, they were extremely fearful of the gene serum that Professor Cheng had mastered, which was beyond the scope of human understanding. A moment later, thick black hair grew out of the pores on the woman's body. His entire body was crawling on the ground, and his 4 limbs were lying on the ground in an extremely strange posture. Professor Cheng reached out and dripped a drop of blood into the mouth of the woman who had become no different from a dog. He said expressionlessly, "Lead the way." The woman lay on the ground and sniffed the air. Using his hands and feet in a hair-raising manner, he began to crawl toward the west of the city. On the other side, Li Yueming had already obtained 19 consecutive victories. During this period of time, the city defense army's inspections became more and more frequent, and the atmosphere in the city became more and more tense. Many people were discussing the examination. However, no matter what was happening outside, it did not affect the heat waves in the underground arena. Obviously, the underground boxing arena had developed to such a large scale in N City. The organizer behind it was definitely in existence with a powerful background in this city. Hence, the two of them were in a daze. It was normal for the city defense army to turn a blind eye to the black boxing arena during the inspection. After all, most of the time, the human brain would subconsciously choose to believe something. For example, fugitives would be cautious and hide. For example, it was impossible for a wanted criminal to appear on a stage where everyone was watching. Under such circumstances, Li Yueming became more and more unrestrained. In just a few days, the rumors about him had spread. At the beginning, all the spectators thought that Li Yueming's 20-win streak was an idiot. But now, the spectators looked at Li Yueming as if he was a real lunatic. Within 6 days, Li Yueming had swept away 4 C-grade growers, 3 C-grade growers, and 2 C+ grade growers. Successfully won 19 consecutive wins in the white line. Everyone in N City was talking about his incredible mech and the man who looked like a crazy demon under it. For this reason, the organizers had no choice but to stop the bidding. Because every time the bets were opened, the bets on Li Yueming's victory would explode. At this moment, Li Yueming stood in the arena and looked at the maniacal bodybuilder not far away. The other party's entire body was privately modified. However, under such circumstances, his strength had already reached B grade. If the organizers hadn't taken away all the powerful firearms on him, he would have died. The current Li Yueming had almost no power to fight back in front of such an existence. But now, the other party had lost the weapon that they were so proud of. If it was just based on battle experience and the strength of the equipment, Li Yueming could basically hang the other party up and hammer him. The entire battle lasted for more than half an hour. In the end, Li Yueming pulled out the alloy sword on the back of his mech and stomped the head of the B-grade growth user. In the blink of an eye, the entire arena was filled with thunderous cheers. The hundreds of thousands of viewers said in unison, "Invincible Mecha God! Invincible Mecha God! Invincible Mecha God!" The cheers that resounded through the clouds could still be heard clearly even if they traveled thousands of meters. The spectators looked at the mystical mecha on the stage. All of them were blushing. Once upon a time, they had witnessed countless miracles here. However, this was the first time he had seen a miracle like Li Yueming who could kill a growth equipment user of a higher level. In the backstage of the organizer, a fat man wearing a top hat appeared on the built-in spectator stand. Behind him, a director who was responsible for the normal operation of the underground boxing ring stood carefully. after seeing that Li Yueming had really won. "Sir, the extraordinary potion rewarded for winning a streak," the director could not help but probe. The fat man's entire face was hidden behind the mask. "Give him the potion in front of the audience. Also, help me ask him if he's willing to sit down and talk." The director's eyes revealed a strange look when he heard that. However, he still nodded respectfully and said, "This subordinate will obey." The current market price of the extraordinary medicine was more than a few million cloud leaf coins. Moreover, it was the kind that had a price but no market. However, Li Yueming had won 20 consecutive victories in front of everyone. As long as there was nothing wrong with the head of a gangster, he would not refuse to give a reward in public. After all, the reason why the underground boxing was so popular was because of this. Its greatest characteristic was its realism. The organizers never played with fancy tricks. As long as you won, they would really dare to give it to you. It was precisely because of this. The underground boxing pipe had created one batch after another of miracles of overnight riches. Under such circumstances, it had gradually turned from a small, unknown boxing competition into a huge competition with hundreds of thousands of people gathered together. Now, they only took commission from the bets and sold tickets at different prices. The underground arena could earn millions of cloud leaf coins every time. Holding such a big plate and smashing the bowl for an egg was clearly an act of losing his mind. Hence, the two of them were in a daze. The boss will naturally not renege on the account. In the arena, the MC announced in front of the audience that Li Yueming had completed the 20-win challenge. After about 10 minutes, a staff member carefully carried a tray covered with a red cloth to the center of the arena. Chapter 181, Awakened Extraordinary Power, Special Gold Talent. He took the tray from the staff and removed the red cloth. A red potion was lying quietly inside. Seeing this situation, Li Yueming licked his lips. After spending so much effort, he had finally achieved his goal. He held the potion in his hand. "Hello, sir," the referee said carefully. "Our boss wants to talk to you." Li Yueming glanced at him and was about to speak. However, at this moment, there was a sudden commotion at the entrance of the underground boxing arena. The clamor and curses sounded almost at the same time. Li Yueming turned around. However, a large number of fully armed soldiers rushed in. Professor Cheng brought the woman who had transformed into a black dog into the field and looked around. His gaze quickly fell on Li Yueming, who was in the center of the arena. Seeing this situation, Li Yueming's muscles tensed up. He did not hesitate. He directly injected the red potion into his arm. In the blink of an eye, Li Yueming felt like he was being pricked by needles. The red potion was like a ball of fire that flowed through his blood circulation and spread throughout his body. It was accompanied by a burning sensation and a bone-piercing pain. But under such circumstances, a strange energy rose from his body. The infinite deduction talent began to circulate continuously. Li Yueming used the Star Moon art to guide the red potion to a few key meridians according to the correct route in the deduction. At the same time, the rapid recovery of the red talent in his body was also suppressing the pain and heat in his body. You have successfully changed your fate. At the age of 6, you have successfully injected yourself with the supernatural potion and officially become an extraordinary chosen one. The score for this reincarnation has increased greatly. Additional reward of 30,000 reincarnation points. Congratulations on unlocking the Transcendent Gene Chain and obtaining a special additional talent, Barbaric Martial God, Gold. Wildlands Martial God, you are the god of martial arts from the Wildlands. When you were born, your genes carried a powerful martial will. Your body's basic ability has been permanently increased by 250%, physical attack damage has been increased by 300%, and the upper limit of your martial arts gene has been increased by 500%. Your extraordinary power can be attached to any item. The item will obtain divinity under your extraordinary power, providing an additional 200% attribute. A series of messages sounded from the reincarnation mark. Li Yueming felt dizzy. At this moment, endless power seemed to surge up from the depths of his body. The sour and bone-piercing energy was constantly transforming Li Yueming's body. His muscles and bones were twisting. His muscles were contracting. The energy was like ants gnawing at his body. It made Li Yueming sink into the mud. However, under such intense pain. it hid a powerful strength that was like a new life. On the spectator stand, Professor Cheng looked at the figure not far away. Even though Li Yueming was currently wrapped in a mecha. However, the unique aura on his body allowed Professor Cheng to quickly recognize him. After more than 300 days, Dr. Cheng finally saw the experimental body that he had been dreaming of again. Little rat, you dare to walk on the ground instead of hiding in the sewers. Looks like you're tired of living. As he spoke, thousands of fully armed soldiers rushed in. He directly swept the area with his firearms. The countless spectators had never seen such a scene before. They screamed and started to flee. He cleared out the surplus ordinary people. Professor Cheng looked at Li Yueming, who was still on the stage, and waved at a man beside, bring him back unscathed. The man raised his head. When he looked at Li Yueming, his eyes lit up. With a single leap, he flew tens of meters away against the fleeing crowd. He landed on the ground and jumped again. They were about to reach the arena. Suddenly, the sharp iron rod on the fence of the arena suddenly trembled twice. Dozens of iron rods shot up from the ground, trying to pierce the man in the sky like a porcupine. However, even though the puppet-like man was still flying in the air, his speed was so fast that it was unbelievable. In a few flashes, he dodged the iron rod that was flying towards him. He found a place to rest. The man jumped up again. He continued to rush toward Li Yueming without any distractions. Not far away. Seeing this, Sun Ruo gritted her teeth and gently raised her arm. Instantly, the hundreds of iron rods around the arena transformed into incomparably sharp flying swords that stabbed towards the man. Seeing this, the man stopped dodging. He opened his mouth and roared. Instantly, the entire arena shook. A huge tiger claw grew out of the man's arm, and with a gentle sweep, it slapped the iron rod that Sun Ruo had shot to the ground. The man in the air glanced at Sun Ruo with his beastly eyes. The violence and chaos within could even make people feel a deep chill from dozens of meters away. On the spectator stand not far away, Professor Cheng watched everything that was happening not far away. Obviously, as long as he could capture Li Yueming and fill in the final test data. At that time, he would no longer be a doctor. Instead, he was the founder of a corporation on the same level as Ye Tianzi. He would be the creator of the future genetic empire. However, when he saw Sun Ruo standing there, the smile on Dr. Cheng's face froze. He turned to another experimental beside him and said, 0542, bring the leader of the resistance back to me. Her genes should be very good. I want her to know the consequences of offending me. 0542 nodded. He stood up and quickly pounced toward Sun Ruo. The two experimentals that Professor Cheng sent out were both B+ class. He was already a level higher than Sun Ruo Qiang, who only had the strength of. Now, he was going to fight 1 against 2. Sun Ruo didn't have 3 heads and 6 arms, so she obviously couldn't care about Li Yueming. He saw that Li Yueming was still standing on the stage. Sun Ruo couldn't help but curse angrily, "What are you doing, you idiot? Hurry up and run." Li Yueming naturally had no reaction to this. Or rather, he was currently immersed in a mysterious feeling. Countless energies were transforming every inch of his body and skin. The incomparably comfortable feeling had made him temporarily forget everything outside. With 0542's help, 0541 easily broke free from Sun Ruo's obstruction. In 2 jumps, he arrived at the arena and looked at the iron lump not far away. 0541 stretched out his hand and prepared to bring it back. But at this moment, the 7 or 8 youths who had been hiding in the corner suddenly rushed out. The young man in the lead said nervously, "Who are you?" If he wanted to fight with a mecha warrior, he had to be fair and square. He could not take advantage of others when they were in danger. They were the apprentices of Old Lin's repair shop. This time, it was Mecha Man's 20 consecutive wins. They must have found a way to sneak in. At this moment, everyone had already dispersed. Only they, who were hiding at the edge of the arena, could not escape in time. Now, seeing that their idol was in danger, this kind of behavior was undoubtedly an overestimation of one's own ability. However, even though they were trembling in fear, they still rushed out without hesitation. Among them, only the more mature Huang Sundong had an expression of despair. If there was only one normal person in a group of idiots, then this normal person would undoubtedly appear to be unsociable. 0542 looked around. After confirming that there was no one else around him, his eyes revealed a hint of confusion, but after a moment, he suddenly laughed cruelly. Who am I? I don't know who I am. I only know that the guy who stands in the way of the doctor. All of you have to die. Chapter 182, Crazy Professor Cheng, Battle of the Transcendents. 1. In the arena, 0541's eyes were filled with confusion. However, this confusion was quickly replaced by hysterical madness. He roared and muttered, "My mission, it was to get rid of all the people who stood in front of the doctor." As he spoke, he suddenly flashed and appeared in front of one of the youths. A palm that was like a tiger's claw slapped down. If this attack was real, the few youths would probably be crushed into meat paste by him. But at this moment, in the arena not far away, an aura that resembled the awakening of an ancient beast suddenly bloomed. As a genetic ability user, 0541 was extremely sensitive to this aura. After sensing that extremely terrifying aura, he subconsciously froze on the spot. He raised his head stiffly and looked at the center of the arena. However, Li Yueming, who had not moved at all, suddenly trembled. His entire body seemed to be transforming at an unbelievable speed, and his aura was also getting stronger step by step. Professor Cheng also noticed something unusual. At the same time, an energy level tester in his pocket was beeping non-stop. Instinctively, Professor Cheng took it out of his pocket. The energy level displayed on the meter was rising like a water column. From the initial F-class supernatural wave, it quickly rushed to D-class. He quickly advanced from D-class to C-class. Professor Cheng looked at the dashboard in his hand and then looked at Li Yueming, who was in the center of the arena not far away. Oh no, the experimentals have lost control." In his shock, Professor Cheng cursed with a gloomy face, "Who the F***ck gave you the extraordinary potion?" As Li Yueming's trainer, obviously, only Professor Cheng knew how scary Li Yueming was. Back then, the other party's so-called perfect gene had made him marvel at the beauty of the creator, who was actually able to arrange the originally chaotic gene fragments into such a perfect shape. In order to analyze the profoundness of Li Yueming's genes, he had to use the gene analysis technique. Dr. Cheng even burned nearly 10 billion worth of nutrient solution, regardless of the cost, just to cultivate Li Yueming's genes to the most perfect state. But now, as Li Yueming's aura increased explosively, Professor Cheng immediately felt that something was wrong. One had to know that a perfect genetic life form like Li Ming would have a 100% chance of obtaining a special ability after injecting the transcendent drug. Li Yueming had also swallowed so much nutrient solution when he was young. Under such circumstances, once he awakened his superpower, as long as he was given a short period of time to grow, it was very likely that he would become a powerful extraordinary that would make everyone feel a headache. Professor Cheng was unwilling to accept this result. He gritted his teeth for a moment. Professor Cheng gritted his teeth and ordered with red eyes, "Everyone, change the battle plan. You have the right to arrest 0731. If necessary, you can do so without caring about your life or death." He knew that today's arrest would not be as smooth as he had imagined. Once one obtained extraordinary powers, even if the awakening time was too short, one would not be able to perfectly control the power. The destructive power of the experimentals would also increase exponentially. Under such circumstances, it was almost impossible to bring Li Yueming back unscathed. Therefore, Professor Cheng could only compromise and ask his subordinates to bring the corpse back. Hearing this, the surrounding group of ordinary soldiers all raised their guns. They started to use firearms to eliminate Li Yueming, who was still in the midst of transformation. But it was too late. Li Yueming had already woken up from his deep sleep. At this moment, Li Yueming's eyes emitted a faint golden light. The mech he was wearing was also affected by the special extraordinary strength and was also dyed with a faint layer of gold. A few seconds later, a pair of huge angel-like wings grew out of Li Ming's back. This was an extension of extraordinary energy. It was especially dazzling in the dark underground arena. The golden wings flapped gently. Before anyone could figure out what was going on, Li Yueming stood in front of 0542. He pulled out the alloy sword on his back. A faint golden light flashed out in an instant. With one strike, as a B+ class genetic ability user, 0541's mutated giant tiger claw was easily cut off like a piece of tofu. Li Yueming stood in front of him and observed for a moment before saying lightly, "An empty shell that doesn't even have a sense of self. Living is also a kind of pain." As he spoke, the golden blade in his hand pierced through the air. He raised his hand lightly. It was just an instant. 0541's head was sent flying by the blade. Blood splattered all over the ground. It landed on the ground not far from Professor Cheng. The supernatural powers of this world were completely different from the energy forms of the previous two worlds that Li Yueming had experienced. Its powerful supernatural power did not only come from the body itself, but also from the genes in its blood and bone marrow. Only by combining the two could the cells of the human body produce extraordinary energy. Li Yueming's training methods were only targeted at the body itself. Naturally, he could not decipher the genes in his blood and bone marrow. As a result, he had been unable to sense any extraordinary energy when he was cultivating. And now, because of the stimulation of the extraordinary potion, the energy in Li Yueming's blood was completely activated. Desolate martial god. This was the special talent that Li Yueming had awakened when he awakened his superpower. After a short experience, Li Yueming had a rough idea of its effects. Chapter 183, Crazy Professor Cheng, Battle of the Transcendents. 2. It was needless to say that all muscles in the body could be permanently increased by 250%. This was a simple and crude body strengthening. In the game, it was equivalent to increasing all attributes. It was the same for the 300% increase in physical attack damage. It was equivalent to an increase in melee combat damage. As for the 500% increase in the upper limit of martial arts genes, Li Yueming had yet to fully understand this effect. From an abstract point of view, it should be an increase in potential. Of course, that was not the main point. The key point was the last special state of this talent. Li Yueming's extraordinary strength can be attached to any item, and the item will be synchronized with a part of Li Yueming's attributes. It also provided an additional 200% of the weapon's attributes. To put it simply, if Li Yueming synchronized his extraordinary martial strength with the long saber, the long saber could share a part of his attributes. The specific increase would depend on Li Yueming's extraordinary power output. Not only that, transcendent level strength could also increase the weapon's original strength by an additional 200% of its attributes. Overall, this talent characteristic was simply heaven-defying. Under such circumstances, Li Yueming's combat power had soared to a certain level. Naturally, he could not continue to be chased by the Cloud Sky group like a stray dog. Not to mention that Professor Cheng had personally chased after him. This guy was as annoying as a fly. She kept buzzing behind him all day long as if she was rushing to eat sh*t. Didn't I just burn your nutrient solution worth tens of billions? Was there a need to be so agitated? It was similar to how Professor Cheng wanted to bring Li Yueming back to the laboratory for experiments. Li Yueming also hoped that Professor Cheng's head would explode. He wanted to see if there was a brain comparable to Einstein inside. Li Yueming tossed 541's head over. Even though he was dozens of meters away, Professor Cheng could feel a faint chill. One had to know that this was a B+ grade genetic warrior. Before he lost control, his strength was no weaker than that of an extraordinary human of the same level. However, he couldn't withstand a single move from Li Yueming. Professor Cheng couldn't imagine what kind of terrifying extraordinary talent Li Yueming had awakened. That was why a person who had never used superpower before could become so terrifying. It was too terrifying. What kind of monster would he become if he allowed it to continue growing? If he couldn't control it this time, then he had to kill them on the spot. At this moment, Professor Cheng only had one thought in his mind. At this moment, the sounds of gunshots and the firing of heavy weapons could be heard. Thousands of Yongxiao Group's elite soldiers began to fire at Li Yueming. Not far away, Li Yueming picked up the alloy shield that he had used before and handed it to the leading youth behind him. "Hold your shield and don't move." At this moment, the alloy shield was enhanced by his martial strength. As long as Li Yueming was not exhausted, this shield was enough to block the attacks of most ordinary firearms. After handing the shields to the youths, Li Yueming didn't say anything else and jumped off the arena. Sun Ruo was still engaged in a fierce battle with 0542. Li Yueming jumped down from the arena. It was fast, accurate, and fierce. With a single step, 0542 fell to the ground because of its terrifying strength. Li Yueming's kick directly created a 7 to 8 meter diameter hole in the reinforced concrete ground. 0542 lay in the hole with its limbs twisted. Obviously, he was dead. Seeing this scene, Sun Ruo was completely stunned. Her red lips opened into an O shape. After sizing up Li Yueming, she couldn't believe her eyes. "Why are you opening your mouth so wide?" Li Yueming laughed. "You retreat first, I'll stay and play with them." He heard a familiar voice from the mecha. Only then did Sun Ruo wake up from a dream and said with a shocked expression, "You've become a supernatural being?" F***ck, this combat strength is too fierce. He had lived for more than 10 years. It wasn't that Sun Ruo had never seen geniuses and freaks before. In the past, when she was in the resistance, there were many supernatural beings of the same age who were stronger than her. However, he had never even heard of someone like Li Yueming, who had just awakened his supernatural power for a few minutes and could stomp a B+ class supernatural being to death like an ant. After all, although extraordinaires were known as transcendents, they were still considered humans. If he wanted to become stronger, he had to climb up step by step. This was especially true for newly awakened superhumans. They did not know how to control the supernatural power in their bodies. Just adapting to it would take them 10 days to half a month. Li Yueming did not explain. After all, there was no end to explaining this kind of thing. He clearly did not have the leisure to be elegant now. He grabbed Sun Ruo, who was still in shock. "Wait for me at home," Li Yueming said. "I'll come back after I'm done solving the problem." After he finished speaking, Li Yueming threw Sun Ruo out of the arena in a rough manner. After all, Sun Ruo's energy level was too low. Staying here would be a burden to him. It was not easy for him to become a supernatural being. Li Yueming needed to fight to his heart's content to feel his current strength. After settling his worries, instead of retreating, Li Yueming charged towards the armed forces that were still firing. Under the barrage of fire, Li Yueming charged forward. The mech was hit by tens of thousands of bullets, but it was not damaged at all. Li Yueming could easily dodge some of the heavy weapons that were extremely destructive. Chapter 184, Crazy Professor Cheng, Battle of the Transcendents. Part 3. A moment later. Like a god of death, he charged in front of nearly 1,000 soldiers. When the soldiers of the Cloud Sky Corporation saw this situation, they were all extremely frightened. The firearms in their hands could protect them most of the time. But now, in front of a freak like Li Yueming, it was as useless as weeds on the roadside. A few members of the team of monitors rushed over. Most of them were C-class superhumans, and the best among them could also unleash B-class power. However, in front of Li Yueming, they were actually not as threatening as the 2 experimentals sent by Professor Cheng. He single-handedly grabbed a member of the team of monitors who had agility talent. He crushed its head. With a casual swing, it smashed into the wall of the underground arena and instantly turned into a blurry pile of meat paste. Not far away. Seeing this scene, Professor Cheng finally shattered his fantasy of capturing Li Yueming. He turned around and opened the silver suitcase. He took out 6 gene serums of different colors at once and stabbed them into the necks of the 2 followers beside him. 0446, 0447, tear him apart, he said through gritted teeth. The 2 experimentals who were injected with needles seemed to be siblings. After injecting the drug, bone spurs grew out of their stomachs, piercing through their flesh and falling to the ground. The 2 of them directly turned from humans into reptiles. Li Yueming frowned. He could sense a dangerous aura from these 2 strange creatures. But that was all. Li Yueming held the iron cleaver and channeled all his martial strength into it, raising the attributes of the iron cleaver to a super strong level. Meanwhile, he began to circulate the Star Moon art in a regular manner. The 2 monsters pounced at him from the left and right, but Li Yueming's speed seemed to be faster than theirs. He rushed to the monster on his right and drew a full moon with his iron cleaver. The monster on the right had several of its ribs broken in an instant. His entire body kept twisting in the air as he let out a shrill scream. The monster on the left also let out a mournful wail. However, Li Yueming could clearly feel that the aura of the monster on the other side had become stronger. Good heavens! Sacrificing their loved ones to gain strength, right? Then I'll make you a complete orphan. He raised the iron cleaver in his hand and made a crafty arc. The long blade that was flashing with golden light pierced into the abdomen of the monster in the air. Instantly, the screams became even louder. But Li Yueming was unmoved. He exerted force with his arm. It directly cut open the monster alive, and the blood mixed with its internal organs spilled all over the ground. But even so, the monster was still struggling. Even his internal organs had fallen to the ground, but they were still active. Seeing this scene, even Li Yueming, who was cold-hearted towards his enemies, felt a chill run down his spine. Who knew what kind of disgusting research Professor Cheng was doing? It could actually turn a human into a monster that was even more tenacious than a cockroach. On the other side, the female monster rushed over like a madman. But it wasn't aimed at Li Yueming. Instead, she quickly rushed to the side of her brother's scattered pieces. However, just as Li Yueming thought that a touching scene of a brother and sister parting would soon be played out. However, the female monster opened her mouth wide and swallowed the pieces of her brother that were scattered on the ground. Not to mention the surrounding soldiers, even Li Yueming felt like vomiting. The monster continued to grow stronger after devouring the meat on the ground. Li Yueming didn't give her time. He directly raised his hand and slashed down, ending her on the spot. After finishing all of this, Li Yueming turned around. The surrounding soldiers of the Cloud Sky Corporation had long been scared out of their wits. Now, they couldn't give any orders. They all threw down their weapons and ran. He was running with tears streaming down his face. Professor Cheng did not leave. He stood where he was and silently watched Li Yueming finish off the two experimentals. The expression on his face changed several times. As expected, your existence is too special. I should have dismembered you long ago. Hearing this, Li Yueming couldn't help but smile. I have all this thanks to your achievements, right? Hearing this, the veins on Professor Cheng's neck popped. He had lived for more than 80 years and had experienced countless storms in his life. However, an experimental had managed to escape. Moreover, they had spent so much effort to chase after it, but they still could not catch it. Even in the past 80 years, there had never been such a big mistake. It could be said that Li Yueming was the biggest disgrace he had suffered in his research for most of his life. But even so, he looked at Li Yueming, who was not far away. Professor Cheng took 2 deep breaths to calm himself down. I can no longer treat you as an experimental subject, as long as you are loyal to me. On the other hand, I'll share my life's research with you. How about it? Hearing this, actually, Li Yueming was quite interested in the deal. However, it was obvious that he was not stupid. He didn't believe that Professor Cheng would really treat him as a human and not an experimental subject that could be abandoned at any time. There was another simple reason. Li Yueming didn't want to be the same as a guy who kept creating monsters. Seeing that he did not answer, Professor Cheng couldn't help but sigh and shake his head. Since that's the case, I'll nurture you and destroy you in the end. After saying that, Professor Cheng, who had witnessed Li Yueming's terrifying combat power, completely gave up on all fantasies. He took out a whistle and blew it gently. A moment later, Li Yueming suddenly felt a tremor that shook the earth and mountains. Before he could fully recover from his shock, after the loud bang, a cloud of dust flew away. In the blink of an eye, the entire underground arena was collapsing. Countless huge building fragments smashed down. It was like an earthquake or the end of the world. Professor Cheng's figure gradually disappeared into the dust. It was as if it had never appeared. In the next second, a giant monster that was more than 20 meters long rushed out of the underground arena. The monster had 2 huge fangs. His entire body seemed to be sewn together from a lump of rotten meat. Li Yueming's face revealed a serious expression. To be honest, he felt that he already thought highly of Dr. Cheng. However, he never expected that the other party would actually have such a trick up his sleeve in the end. If one were to measure the energy level of a supernatural being, this huge monster should be infinitely close to A+ class. What kind of concept was this? To put it simply, once a transcendent's energy level exceeded S, the power level of the transcendent would be increased. Its destructive power was enough to swallow a small city. In other words, now, this giant monster already had the potential to destroy the city. However, it was a coincidence. Li Yueming's current energy level was infinitely close to Class A. Therefore, looking at this incomparably huge meatball monster, Li Yueming licked his lips and said, "Forget it, I'll use you as a finishing dish in the end." Chapter 185, Li Yueming's Death Certificate. 1. Boom. 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 The sound of countless rocks falling could be heard. The entire underground arena was disintegrating under the monster's tentacles. Li Yueming stood in the sky with his golden blade. He waved his hands. The supernatural energy in the cells gathered at one point. He grabbed the hilt and slashed down. Instantly, a crescent moon more than 10 meters long fell from the tip of the blade. Sensing the killing intent, the monster waved its tentacles and threw a huge rock at him. The blade light collided with the boulder. Bang! An explosion sounded. The huge rock was split apart by the saber light. The rest of the blade light slashed at the monster's body, but in the end, it only bloomed with a little scarlet light. For a monster with such a huge body, this level of slash was not even considered a superficial wound. It only made the monster's scream even more ear-piercing. In the surroundings, hundreds of thousands of spectators swarmed out of the underground arena after hearing the gunshot. He didn't know much about what happened inside. At first, they thought it was some money-grubbing militants who wanted to rob the underground boxing ring. However, looking at the messy underground arena behind him and the huge monster in the arena, he could not help but feel a little relieved. Almost all the people who fled had expressions of disbelief on their faces. Who can tell me what's going on? Could this be the hidden checkpoint of the underground arena? This is 2F***ing exciting. Hide your sister's checkpoint. That monster seems to be a genetic experiment released by the Cloud Sky Corporation. It's a genetic monster with an energy level that exceeds A class. Everyone, run! I heard that genetic monsters lose all rationality after they go berserk. They will kill all life in their surroundings. Really? What was the Cloud Sky Corporation planning to do by placing such a monster in the city? Damn it! After escaping to a slightly safer place, all the spectators in the underground arena and the residents in the slums of the west of the city stopped. He turned around. A huge monster was baring its fangs and brandishing its claws, crazily attacking the tiny figure in the sky. That figure seemed extremely small. However, his body was emitting a light golden power that was like a god. He was slashing at the monster with his weapon. The spectators who had stopped were stunned by this scene. What is that shadow in the sky? Is it a mecha warrior? It really looks like a mecha man. This monster is already in the supernatural category, right? Is mecha man that powerful? Where are the government troops? They usually collected so much tax, but now that there was a problem, they ran away? Forget it. The government army is the dogs raised by the consortiums. It's better to count on the mecha warrior than them. Mecha man, you can do it. We believe that you won't be defeated. That's right, Mecha Man will never lose. He looked at the figure fighting the monster in the distant sky. The audience who had already fled the underground arena slowly became fanatical again. To the ordinary people living in this era, the number of people in this world was extremely high. A dull and boring life was like chewing a sugar cane that had been squeezed dry. It's a pity to throw it away. Chewing and chewing seemed to be able to squeeze out some water. However, the sweetness that should have been there was all contributed to the blast furnace that was emitting black smoke. After sufficient processing and fermentation, it became an exquisite dessert on the dining table of the small group of people standing at the top of the pyramid. That was why they focused their attention on the underground arena. It was the end of a tiring day. Only when he came to the underground arena and shouted at the top of his lungs, only then could they experience the feeling of being alive again. Now, the figure in the sky that had excited them time and time again was fighting again. Even though the opponent was no longer a growth hacker. However, the audience still cheered subconsciously. They hoped that Li Yueming would be able to get rid of this terrifying monster. Not far from the surface, a fat middle-aged man wearing a hat and a trench coat was also watching everything. As the boss of the underground boxing ring, he happened to witness the Cloud Sky Corporation's actions when they rushed into the underground arena. It was also at this moment that the fat man finally reacted. It turned out that the mecha warrior who had recently become famous in N City was the experimental subject that the Cloud Sky group had gone crazy to pursue. However, according to the information, wasn't that experimental only 6 years old? He looked at Li Yueming, who was clad in a mecha, not far away. The man couldn't relate her to a 6-year-old boy. However, on second thought, the man quickly accepted it. After all, they were experimentals, after all, there was something different about her. Otherwise, how could he escape from the laboratory and be pursued by the Yungziao group with such a huge amount of manpower and resources? In addition, the other party was really bold. He actually dared to swagger in front of the public in this kind of citywide search. Moreover, he had successfully obtained an extremely precious extraordinary potion from him. However, these were all temporarily suppressed. The man in the Cloud Sky Corporation had never worn the same pair of pants. To be able to see the Cloud Sky Corporation in trouble, he had already been overjoyed more than once in private. However, when he saw Professor Cheng summon his last resort, the fat man's face instantly turned ugly. Chapter 186, Li Yueming L.'s Death Certificate. Part 2. He immediately followed the last group of people to leave the land of illusion. When he came back to his senses, when they discovered that the underground arena had been reduced to ruins due to the monster's activities, they were shocked. The man's face instantly revealed a pained expression as he cursed angrily, CKU, my golden chicken is gone. These sons of B*****s from the Cloud Sky group are really not worthy of being human. He looked around. The fleeing crowd was in chaos. After making sure that no one was paying attention to him, the man lowered his head and said to his personal assistant, who had been following beside him, mobilize the city defense army and destroy this damned monster at all costs. The assistant nodded and looked at Li Yueming, who was still fighting in the sky. After hesitating for a moment, he asked, Sir, that supernatural being? The man glanced at Li Yueming. He then swept his gaze across the countless people around him and said in a low voice, LT's just a token of my appreciation, you know. The assistant left. After giving these instructions, the man had his back against her, and his eyes kept flashing. Professor Cheng released the giant genetic monster that had gone out of control. As long as this thing was awakened, it would completely lose control after executing the last command of the awakened person. In other words, if Li Yueming, who was not far away, died, the monster would become a walking killing machine, killing all living beings around it indiscriminately. It was obvious. The troops of the Yungziao group would definitely not sacrifice themselves for the lives of a group of commoners. Taking 10,000 steps back, he wanted the Cloud Sky Corporation to end things. That would have to wait until death and fear spread to a certain extent. After pushing all the pressure and blame from the people onto the government forces were finally able to take over. That was why the Cloud Sky Corporation, the hero savior, would make an appearance. Therefore, he had no choice. As the true master of the city, he was a true master. Naturally, the man would not sit idly by and watch such a thing happen. However, it was a pity. After this operation, the risk of his identity being exposed was even higher. In the sky, Li Yueming's body was covered in golden flames. The extraordinary energy of this world was stored in the cells of the human body. Extraordinaires wanted to become stronger. Not only did he need to develop his physical strength, but he also needed to undo the chains in his genes. Now, Li Yueming's physical fitness could already keep up with the transformation after strengthening. After all, he was the god of martial arts in his previous life. His control of his body and strength was naturally at the peak of perfection. The only thing he needed to experiment with was the power of the gene lock. In other words, it was the special golden talent of the wild martial saint. In order to better control the new talent. In this battle, Li Yueming did not even activate the Star Moon technique. Basically, he had been using the talent of the wilderness martial saint the entire time. He first tried to infuse all the power in his cells into the sword in his hand. He wanted to see if Iron Cleaver could perfectly match his body's attributes. However, he did not know if it was due to the material of the weapon itself or some other special reason. Iron Slaying Sword could only match 70% of Li Yueming's attributes. The remaining 30% would not be able to be synchronized no matter how much force was injected. However, even so, The iron-slaying sword that had synchronized with Li Yueming's attributes still cut off a few of the monster's tentacles. As Li Yueming's combat strength grew stronger and stronger, he was no longer a threat. The monster also gradually became more and more frantic. Countless pieces of gravel rolled down. Amidst the dust, the monster suddenly raised a pink tentacle and attacked Li Yueming. At the critical moment, Li Yueming felt that the pink tentacle was unusual. He retreated dozens of meters. The Star Moon mantra in his body finally began to circulate, gathering countless amounts of energy to form a long blade made of extraordinary divine power. A giant golden blade appeared in the sky. It was a full 40 meters long, and it was completely constructed by the extraordinary energy in Li Yueming's body. If other extraordinaires of the same level were to see this scene, they would probably be dumbfounded. How precise was his control of energy? To be able to keep the supernatural energy from dissipating even when it was tens of meters away from the body? Of course. To Li Yueming, this is not the point. He swung the golden sword in a dazzling arc, trying to cut off the pink tentacle. However, the moment the golden extraordinary energy came into contact with the tentacle, a stiff and cold energy surged out of the monster's pink tentacles. The golden sword in Li Yueming's hand was instantly wrapped in a layer of energy that was similar to soil. This strange energy was still attacking Li Yueming's body along the golden sword. Seeing this situation, Li Yueming's sword shook violently, and the golden energy emitted a dazzling light. After a moment of stalemate, the energy longsword cleared the strange grey energy. In the blink of an eye, there was a whoosh. The golden longsword cut through the monster's pink tentacles as easily as cutting butter. Instantly, the monster's life gate seemed to have been cut off. In an instant, he became much dispirited. It was obvious that he had suffered heavy injuries. Just as Li Yueming was about to follow up with another attack. However, he discovered that nearly 10,000 city defense army soldiers had suddenly appeared around him. After all, they were a local force. Compared to the lightly equipped soldiers of the Qing Xiao group, they had a lot more heavy weapons. Some of the weapons even made Li Yueming feel threatened. Just as Li Yueming was about to fight them. However, he realized that the city defense army soldiers seemed to have aimed most of their heavy weapons at the monsters on the ground. Seeing this situation, Li Yueming decided to wait and see. Chapter 187, Li Yueming's Death Certificate, J. He no longer continued to tangle with the monster and flew up nearly 100 meters from the ground. In the next second, tens of thousands of extremely destructive giant laser cannons hit the monster. He was beaten until he roared endlessly. All kinds of broken pieces of meat and organs exploded everywhere, and the only thing that targeted Li Yueming was some irrelevant firearms. What was going on? Shouldn't the city defense army be on the same side as the Cloud Sky group? Why was he attacking Professor Cheng's experimental body now? A traitor of the new era? A barrage of heavy weapons rained down, razing the underground arena to the ground. Smoke and dust mixed with the smell of gunpowder rose into the air, and the entire western part of the city shook. Countless people rushed to the streets, causing chaos. Just as Li Yueming was puzzled, suddenly, a figure flew over from the ground. "Sir, our boss wants to talk to you," he said in a low voice as he walked to Li Yueming. Although the other party had changed his attire. However, Li Yueming still recognized the other party's identity. This should be the director of the underground boxing arena who had given him the supernatural potion. Look at this curator. Then, he looked at the city defense army that was still firing on the ground. Li Yueming suddenly had some guesses in his heart. He nodded and said, "Where is your boss? Lead the way." 10 minutes later, under the director's lead, Li Yueming came to an inconspicuous small courtyard. At this moment, the middle-aged man had already taken off his mask and other disguises. A beautiful and bold bald head was revealed. The face below was none other than the city lord of N City, Han Longfei, who was despised by Professor Cheng at the airport. "How should I address you?" Han Longfei asked with a smile. "It shouldn't be 0731. Just call me Li Yueming. Just tell me what you want to talk about," Li Yueming said casually. He, don't be nervous. As the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. I have no ill intentions towards you." Han Longfei waved his hand. Behind him, the director silently retreated. when there were only 2 people left in the small courtyard. Han Longfei went straight to the point. My name is Han Longfei. I'm the chief of the resistance around N City. I would like to invite you to join our resistance. I wonder if you have the intention? Hearing this, Li Yueming's face revealed a look of interest. He was also the leader of the resistance. Sunruo, that girl, was a miserable bastard. Right now, there were only a dozen or so members of the resistance under her command. Then, look at Han Longfei. He stood out from the many selections of the Cloud Sky group. As the leader of the resistance, he took the position of the mayor of N City. As expected, one had to throw away goods when comparing them. In comparison, Sunruo, this girl, was simply too weak. He threw away his messy thoughts. Li Yueming touched his chin and said, if I refuse, will a few strong men rush in and tie me up to silence me? Han Longfei was stunned when he heard that. He obviously didn't expect Li Yueming to answer like that. A moment later, he laughed out loud and said, I, Han Longfei, will not be so forgiving. If you refuse, I can guarantee that the city defense army will not be an obstacle for you to escape from N City. However, there will be no other help. After all, there are people from the Cloud Sky Group's headquarters everywhere near N City. I will not risk my life and my men's lives to help an unrelated outsider. Li Yueming felt a little bit of credibility. Of course. Joining the resistance was one of the routes he had planned. Therefore, he did not waste any time and said directly, so, what benefits do I get from joining you? Han Longfei stopped smiling. If you're willing to join us, I can take some risks to help you create evidence of an accidental death, he said with a solemn expression. I can also secretly arrange an escape truck for you. Our resistance headquarters is hidden in the East Peak Mountain at the border between the Winter Moon Empire and the Red Maple Empire. You can go there and temporarily settle down and rest for a while to lay low. Li Yueming's combat power and potential were extremely terrifying. The most important thing was that Li Yueming had an irreconcilable relationship with the corporate group. These 2 points combined together to form an. Han Longfei naturally had to try to pull Li Yueming into the resistance camp. For this, he was even willing to take a considerable risk. It could be said that the conditions he offered were quite sincere. After weighing the pros and cons, I have another companion, Li Yueming said. Hearing this, Han Longfei's serious expression gradually eased. He smiled and said, no problem. Welcome to the resistance. The 2 of them shook hands. Han Longfei took out an iron medal from his pocket and handed it to Li Yueming. This is the token of our resistance. Of course, it's best if you don't expose this thing in a city ruled by a tycoon. After all, our resistance is hated by everyone no matter which city we are in. Li Yueming took the medal. He rubbed it in his hand for a moment. This thing should be made of pure iron. There were spots of rust on it, and it looked rough and old. If one looked carefully, there were some blurry marks under the rust. However, it was a long time ago. Therefore, he couldn't see the exact content on it. However, for some reason, Li Yueming felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Was it an illusion? Seeing that he was deep in thought, Han Longfei hesitated for a moment before saying, I have 2 questions. Do you think it's convenient to answer them? Chapter 188, Li Yueming's Death Certificate. Hearing this, Li Yueming finally came back to his senses. He raised his eyes and said, you asked me about the court. Han Longfei did not stand on ceremony and asked directly, I have to confirm 2 things. First, how old are you now? When he asked this question, Han Longfei felt a little nervous for some reason. Talking about this topic, Li Yueming touched his nose and said, although it sounds unbelievable, I'm not even 7 years old yet. I'm still not 7 years old, so, he was 6 years old? Han Longfei sized up Li Yueming. The current Li Yueming had a slender figure and was nearly 1.7 meters tall. He was basically no different from an adult. Damn it! Genetic mutation at the age of 6? Although Han Longfei was already mentally prepared, when he heard Li Yueming's confirmation, he still felt a little speechless. He thought about it. Han Longfei tried his best to organize his words and said, that's why it's convenient for me to know that you're in Yungziao Group's laboratory. What kind of experiment is it? Hearing his question, Li Yueming instantly understood why Han Longfei asked these 2 questions. Everyone knew. All these years, the Yongxiao group had been doing genetic research. And Li Yueming was the experimental subject that escaped at this time. In order to capture him, the Cloud Sky Corporation had almost turned the entire N city upside down. Therefore, Han Longfei asked so many questions to confirm if Li Yueming was one of the unstable factors in Yongxiao Group's laboratory that had undergone genetic modification. Regarding this, Li Yueming did not answer directly. Instead, he threw back another question: would you believe me if I said that I escaped before the experiment officially started? Han Longfei sized him up. He hesitated for a moment before shaking his head. Nonsense, he was not stupid. How could a normal person be 6 years old and 1.7 meters tall? Seeing this, Li Yueming couldn't help but laugh. Lsnt that enough? Don't know too much. It's not good to know too much. Just know that I won't lose control. In the middle of the battlefield, the city defense army took out all the large-caliber weapons they could muster. They bombarded the underground arena. Half an hour later, Professor Cheng, who had resurrected from the dead, arrived with more people from the Cloud Sky Group headquarters. The underground arena had been physically leveled. That was not right. It was not accurate to describe it as razed to the ground. To be precise, a deep pit of more than 10 meters was blasted into the entire underground arena. Almost all the buildings were turned into powder by the high temperature and explosion. He looked at the countless pieces of rotten meat around him, as well as the white flames that were still burning on the ground. Professor Cheng's face was so dark that it was almost dripping with water. What's going on? Where are the experimentals? Hearing this, a captain of the city defense army walked up and bowed proudly. Sir, the experimentals have been killed. We've used the heavy phosphorescence bullets and laser impact bullets to clear the entire arena. I guarantee that not even an ant will be able to come out alive. Professor Cheng's face twitched. After taking a few deep breaths, he said with a cold expression, when did your city defense army become so capable? Hearing this, the captain of the city defense army seemed to be even more proud. He straightened his body and said, Sir, heavy firepower is the forte of the city defense army of N City. Professor Cheng stared at the captain for a long time. He didn't see any problems. A moment later, he suddenly asked, where's your city lord? There should be a transfer order to gather so many city defense army soldiers, right? But before he could denounce him, Han Tianlong squeezed out from the crowd. Professor, I've already told them that the city defense army will follow your orders. Professor Cheng recalled the previous orders. In a moment of desperation, he seemed to have said that he would mobilize all his strength, regardless of life or death. He almost couldn't catch his breath. Professor Cheng glanced at the city defense army and said nothing more. After all, he did have the intention to kill Li Yueming just now. Li Yueming had just become a supernatural being, but the ability he displayed was already beyond his imagination. Under such circumstances, indecisiveness would only lead to irreparable consequences. Therefore, even though his heart was bleeding, Professor Cheng tried his best to remain expressionless as he spoke to the Cloud Sky City soldiers behind him. Get me the equipment. If you can't find 0731's body fragments, pull all of them back to be my test subjects. He received the order. More than 10 soldiers holding genetic testing machines walked out. They began to search the surroundings. A few minutes later, the soldiers found a few pieces of minced meat and a lot of blood. He returned to Professor Cheng's side and said, Report, after a genetic comparison, it has been confirmed that these are the remains of experimental 0731. He looked at the fragmented body parts in front of him, even though his heart was still bleeding. However, Professor Cheng's gloomy expression finally eased up a lot. Without a doubt, Li Yueming's death was a huge loss for him. After all, a living Li Yueming was equivalent to an inexhaustible gene treasury. It would be of great help to his various experiments. But now, Li Yueming had awakened his extraordinary talent and become an extraordinary person. Moreover, he had just awakened and had already revealed a terrifying combat power. In this situation where the experimentals were about to lose control, it was better to kill him on the spot than to let him escape and cause a backlash. Now that he could obtain some broken flesh and blood, he could be considered to have made up for some of his losses. However, for some reason, Professor Cheng felt that the whole process was a little strange. However, he couldn't pinpoint what exactly went wrong. Chapter 189, Ancient Warrior, Resistance Camp. Part 1. The smoke in the desert was straight, and the sun was round in the long river. A military pickup truck was driving alone in the middle of the desolate and dilapidated intercity road. This road was built during the government era more than 300 years ago. It was originally a very wide and unobstructed main road of the city. But now, under the double erosion of time and yellow sand, there was only a narrow path left for trucks to travel in one direction. This was the desert city of the Red Leaf Empire, Wenglado. According to the records, more than 300 years ago, Onlado was one of the most important industrial cities in the north of the Red Leaf Empire. Later, in the war for power, it became the main battlefield between the government forces and the corporations. The battle had reached its climax. The corporations and the government had detonated more than a dozen large nuclear bombs here. Now, in addition to a few withered plants on both sides of the road, there were also a few abandoned tall buildings on both sides of the desert that occasionally revealed their corners. Everything else was buried in the past. The wheels of the carriage whizzed through the air, bringing up yellow sand, making it look exceptionally desolate. In the car, two resistance soldiers dressed as mercenaries turned around and glanced at the truck's rearview mirror. After making sure that there were no other vehicles or any random pursuers behind them, the driver who was driving whistled and said, "LT's safe here. You can come out and get some fresh air." Hearing this, in the container behind the car, Sunruo tore open the special nanomaterial cloth wrapped around her body. She stuck her head out with a red face and took 2 deep breaths. "LT's really 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. I'm almost suffocating." The resistance soldier driving in front smiled and said, "This is also to ensure the safety of the two of you. After all, if I don't disguise you 3 layers from the inside out, how can you escape the inspection of the Yungziao Corporation?" Behind her, Li Yueming also stuck his head out. When she looked at him, Sunruo recalled the intimate contact between the two of them just now. His expression became unnatural. After a moment, he came back to his senses and asked impatiently, "What kind of special talent have you awakened? Let me see if it's among the first-rank talents." Li Yueming glanced at her and said casually, "Martial Saint of the Wilderness, do you understand?" Hearing this, "You haven't heard of it, right?" Li Yueming couldn't help but laugh. "That's right. With your limited horizons, it would be strange if you had heard of it." Sunruo was speechless. "Are you looking down on me? Are you looking down on me?" In order to make herself look less like a village, Sun Yu thought for a moment and said, "I've never heard of a talent like the martial saint of the wilderness. However, I heard that there were ancient martial art practitioners in the past. Perhaps your talent is related to them." When he heard the 3 words ancient martials, Li Yueming's expression changed as he asked, "What ancient martial arts practitioner?" Li Yueming asked. Sun Yu's face turned red again, and she couldn't help but say, "One heard my father talk about it when I was young. I'm not too sure about the details." Hearing this, Li Yueming rolled his eyes. Sunruo's parents had been dead for many years. Obviously, this was another topic that could not be answered. He ignored Sunruo. Li Yueming looked at the desert behind the pickup and said, "What is this place?" There were 2 rebel mercenaries in front of the pickup truck. The driver on the left-hand side was called Takagi, and the co-driver on the right-hand side was called Takata. They were twin brothers and were responsible for the exchange of supplies between East Peak Mountain and N City. Of course, this was only his secret identity. On the surface, they were all drivers who transported military supplies to N City. There had never been a peaceful unification between the corporations. The operation and expansion of capital required a large amount of resources and land. Moreover, with so many military supplies and new weapons produced, there had to be a place to show off. Thus, the flames of war had never ceased for hundreds of years. During this period, many corporations were annexed, and many corporations were disintegrated by the rising stars. In the ups and downs, only a few top corporations with key core technologies were able to watch the world with a smile. In front of those old tycoons, the Yungziao Corporation could barely be considered half a first-class financial magnate. It was also because of this that the competition between the Cloud Sky Group and the surrounding corporations had never stopped. Recently, the war with the Northern Hurricane Group had been tense. Han Longfei also took this opportunity to transport Li Yueming out of N City. Hearing Li Yueming's question, Gao Ji, who was driving, replied, "This is the Unlado Desert, which belongs to the Edge of the Cloud Sky Group's control. As long as we pass through here, we will reach the southern part of Mount Dongyu. When we pass by, we will pass by a small town. You can get off there and wait for the people from the resistance headquarters to pick you up." The two brothers were the kind who were more carefree. It was more dunsen to speak strange or workly. However, Li Yueming didn't dislike it. He nodded and climbed out of the box. He stretched his body. He opened the military green canvas covering the back of the pickup truck. Li Yueming looked around and said, "How many days is the journey?" Beside him, Takeda, who was sitting in the front passenger seat, added, "In order to avoid being searched, we took a deserted road that is not within the scope of control. If everything goes well, we might be able to arrive in 10 days. If it doesn't go well, it will be more troublesome. We might be robbed by scavengers in the nearby rogue gathering place." Chapter 190, Ancient Warrior, Resistance Camp. Part 2. So your boss arranged for you two to drive? Aren't you afraid of being robbed? Li Yueming asked. Gao Tian laughed out loud. To be honest, before we left, boss told us that you were his bodyguard. He told us to drive as much as we wanted. As long as we are not going to the headquarters of the Cloud Sky Corporation, we can go anywhere. Hearing this, Li Yueming didn't know what to say. However, this was also good. The two of them had special identities. The fewer people who knew their whereabouts, the better. The pickup truck jolted a few times. The carriage fell silent. A moment later, Gao Ji, who was driving, glanced at the rearview mirror and said casually, "Lve heard a little about the ancient martial arts practitioners you mentioned just now." Li Yueming looked over. Gao Ji sorted out his thoughts and continued, "Legend has it that the ancient warriors suddenly appeared more than 300 years ago. They were few in number, but each of them had a powerful body that could not be destroyed by firearms. They also had some extraordinary methods that science could not understand. I've seen the various magical aspects of ancient martial arts practitioners. At that time, the Andre Science and Technology Group, which was just an ordinary technology company, only realized that the human body could become so powerful through some means. It was also because of the appearance of the ancient warriors that the Andre Science Group began to research the extraordinary potion. However, under such circumstances, more than 300 years have passed, and mankind has entered the extraordinary era led by the Science and Technology Corporation. However, ancient martial arts practitioners have disappeared silently in the river of time like a flash in the pan, and have never appeared again." Gao Ji's words were very long. However, there was also a lot of information contained in it. According to Li Yueming's understanding, it was the publicly acknowledged history of the game. The reason why Andre Company developed the extraordinary potion was because of the endless wars in the outside world. But now, from Gao Ji's words, Li Yueming heard a completely different version. Andre Company was influenced and inspired by the so-called ancient warriors. In the end, he developed the extraordinary potion that changed the direction of the world. This sounded a little unbelievable. However, Li Yueming still smelled something different. Li Yueming was deep in thought. Gao Ji couldn't help but smile. "I heard these stories from the elders in the resistance camp when I was young. Just treat it as a story. I also heard that the origin of our resistance army is related to ancient martial arts practitioners. Anyway, I don't believe any of this. However, if little brother Li awakened the extraordinary talent of the wilderness martial god, he might really be a descendant of an ancient martial arts practitioner." The two of them chatted. The army green pickup truck was still speeding along the desert road. However, Li Yueming's thoughts were a little far away. Saying that he was a descendant of an ancient martial arts practitioner was probably not the case. However, it would be interesting if he could find out more about the things behind this mysterious ancient warrior. Of course, for the current Li Yueming, the most important goal was to quickly increase his strength. Although the A-class supernatural being had the ability to protect himself, he was still able to do so. However, it was still too weak to achieve anything in this world. At this moment, dozens of scavengers in different outfits appeared outside the truck. Most of them were equipped with some bits and pieces of equipment. He was riding a self-made, tattered modified motorcycle. He whistled as he followed the military truck and kept looking around. Obviously, he was observing the supplies and security inside the truck. Regarding this, Li Yueming did not hold back. He used his martial strength to transform into a huge golden sword and swept it over. The wild scavengers on the motorcycles were instantly thrown off their feet by the golden sword. The other scavengers who were interested in the truck immediately became obedient. Li Yueming, the captain of the security team, was working hard. The four of them only took 9 days to reach the small town that Geiji had mentioned. The pickup truck stopped in front of an inconspicuous tavern in the town. Li Yueming and Sun Ruo got out of the car and said goodbye to Gao Ji and Gao Tian. As a military supply vehicle, the two brothers obviously couldn't just disappear. Therefore, after Li Yueming and Sun Ruo arrived at their destination, they still had to drive the pickup truck to send the remaining supplies to the northernmost battlefield. After the pickup truck disappeared from their sight, Li Yueming and Sun Ruo turned around and entered the tavern. It was now 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and the tavern was empty without a single table of customers. Therefore, the two of them were more eye-catching when they entered. At the bar counter, a middle-aged woman in her 30s was napping. After hearing the sound, he raised his eyes and glanced at the two of them. The two guests look a little unfamiliar. Come inside and talk to me. Under the woman's lead, Li Yueming and Sun Ruo came to the small courtyard behind the bar. 3 of the men were playing poker in boredom. He had yet to enter the room. A young man in his 20s complained, "Ace of hearts, we've been waiting here for 2 days. When will the guest come? If it were up to me, I would have come back in 2 days. It would have delayed the training and hunting of our 3 squads." Beside him, a man who seemed to be more mature and looked to be in his 30s reprimanded the young man in a low voice, "I'll suppress you with a super W. Mo Fei, you brat, behave yourself. This is a mission assigned by the leader. You can't be careless." Chapter 191, Ancient Warrior, Resistance Camp. Part 3. On the left, a young man in his mid-20s could not help but complain, "L can't afford it. Captain, I think we shouldn't have brought Mo Fei here, right?" This kid relied on his extraordinary powers and was now a troublemaker. The 3 of them chatted while playing cards. The middle-aged woman coughed lightly, and the 3 of them heard the commotion. The man in his 30s threw away the poker cards and stood up. "Are the 2 of you guests?" Li Yueming nodded. He took out the medal that Han Longfei had given him and said, "My name is Li Yueming. May I know your names?" Seeing the medal, the man heaved a sigh of relief. He stood up and introduced himself, "I'm the leader of N City's Resistance Army's 3rd team, Han Longjian. On the left is the vice leader, Qian Jun. On the right is the elite member, Mo Fei." Han Longjian looked a little similar to Han Longtian. The 2 of them should be relatives. However, if Han Longtian wanted to control the resistance from 1,000 miles away, it was necessary to arrange for some blood relatives. They exchanged a few simple pleasantries. He knew Li Yueming. On the other side, the man named Qian Jun smiled and said, "Welcome to N City's Resistance Army. We're here to pick you up and take you to the headquarters of East Peak Mountain." As he spoke, he also shook hands with Li Yueming. Only the last young man named Mo Fei glanced at Li Yueming and did not take the initiative to greet him. On the contrary, his eyes lit up when he saw Sun Ruo. "Hello, beautiful lady. My name is Mo Fei. Nice to meet you." Sun Ruo glanced at Li Yueming and then at Mo Fei, who was trying to please him. He couldn't help but roll his eyes. "I think you might be happy too early." Hearing this, the smile on Mo Fei's face stiffened. "I forgot to tell you," he continued. "I'm a C+ class supernatural being, the most outstanding rising star of the new generation of the Resistance." Sun Ruo was too lazy to even roll her eyes this time. He snorted coldly and leaned against Li Yueming's back. Seeing that she did not give him any face, Mo Fei's face was a little embarrassed. Fortunately, Han Longfei, who was more experienced than most, saw that the situation was not looking good and interrupted the topic. He took the initiative to say, "Haha, come with me. Our resistance camp is at the southern mountain. If you go up the mountain early, we can hold a welcoming banquet for you in the evening." Li Yueming glanced at Mo Fei and said nothing. After all, he had always had a good temper. Even Buddha had to call him a living Buddha. The reason why the rebel camp was called the rebel camp was because it was a small town. These people's philosophy was to overthrow the rule of the financial giants and form a new government to restore the order of the original world. Therefore, he had no choice. This group of people was a thorn in the eyes of the corporations no matter which city they were in. Naturally, the whereabouts would be more secretive between the two. After walking behind Han Longjian for about 2 hours, Li Yueming and Sun Ruo finally arrived at the location of the rebel camp. This was an inconspicuous valley in the East Peak Mountain. The stream that flowed down from the peak of East Peak Mountain turned into a long stream. Furthermore, there was a flat and fertile land at the outermost part of the valley. The mountain pass was high in the north and low in the south. It was easy to defend and difficult to attack. No matter how one looked at it, it was a very good place to camp. There were 3 or 4 watchtowers built in the shade of the trees outside the camp. It was equipped with infrared binoculars and a large number of thermal weapons. If one looked carefully, there were also many soldiers in reproductive equipment patrolling. There were probably thousands of tents in the valley. There were also thousands of other wooden buildings. From these buildings, Han Longfiai's camp had at least 30,000 to 40,000 people. This could be considered a relatively large force among the scattered resistance forces. However, considering that Han Longfiai himself had become the city lord of N City, it was normal for him to have a large rebel camp under his command. Under Han Longjian's lead, Li Yueming and Sun Ruo entered the camp. Soon, an officer came forward to record the basic information of the two of them. It was probably a basic question like name, age, and where he came from. However, Li Yueming didn't fill in the form truthfully. He filled in the age column as 16 years old. After filling in all the information, a group of children in the rebel camp held a simple welcoming ceremony for them. After everything ended, Han Longjian then said, "Xiaoli, you have officially joined the resistance army of N City. According to the leader's instructions, you can choose to form a team and become a captain. Of course, if you have other ideas, I can help you arrange it." Han Longjian paused when he mentioned the captain. Obviously, he couldn't understand Han Longfiai's arrangement. Other than the chief and deputy chief, the most powerful person in the rebel camp of N City was the captain of each column. As Han Longfiai's cousin, he was only a captain of the 3rd Battalion. However, Li Yueming, a 16-year-old newcomer, had just joined the resistance battalion. His cousin, Han Longfiai, had actually arranged for him to be a new captain. The information contained in it was so great that he could not recover for a moment. Regarding this, Li Yueming obviously knew that too. He glanced at the entire resistance camp, then at Han Longfiai, who had a strange expression on his face, and Mo Fei, who was leaning against the wall at the door. His expression turned strange. He said with interest, "I'm still inexperienced. I'll probably only be a joke if I become the captain. Besides, I'm not very good at fighting. Why don't you arrange a logistics job for me?" Hearing this, Han Longjian slightly relaxed. The smile on his face reappeared. However, he still said politely, "Sigh, that's not good, right?" Li Yueming waved his hand and dispelled his last trace of doubt. "What's wrong with that? I'll explain to the leader." He still wanted to say a few more polite words. However, Mo Fei, who had been listening outside the door, smiled when he heard this. He revealed his white teeth and said, "That's right, the position of captain isn't for just anyone. Uncle Han, transferring him to logistics should be a better choice." Han Longjian glanced at Mo Fei and scolded, "Since when are you allowed to butt in?" Although he was angry. However, no matter how he looked at it, this slap looked more like it was raised high and gently placed down. Han Longjian pondered for a moment and said, "In that case, I'll arrange a logistics job for you to try. We'll decide on the specific arrangements after the leader replies. What do you think?" Li Yueming smiled and nodded, "No problem, I have learned some mechanical equipment before, why don't you arrange for me to repair it?" Chapter 192, Martial Saint, Mo Fei the Terrified Mecha. 1. As expected, Li Yueming was assigned to the logistics department of the rebellion army base. Obviously, judging from Han Longjian's reaction, Han Longfiai, the leader, didn't have much control over the base. However, after thinking about it carefully, it was not surprising. As the leader of the resistance base, Han Longfiai's official identity was the mayor of N City. Under such circumstances, Han Longfei definitely couldn't have too much contact with the resistance base. As time went on, it was inevitable that his control over the base would decrease. That's why Han Longfei had clearly ordered Li Yueming to form a brigade, but now Han Longjian had suppressed the news. What it meant was self-evident. Of course, all of this had nothing to do with Li Yueming. Anyway, as long as he could have a stable place to develop, it was enough for him. Everything else could be put aside for the time being. About 2 days later, Li Yueming was transferred to the logistics department of the rebel base. He was mainly responsible for repairing the equipment of the soldiers who went out to collect supplies. Most of the military supplies in the rebel base in N City were smuggled over by Han Longfei from the factory in N City. Of course, the rebellion base also had its own weapon processing plant. However, this so-called weapon processing plant was relatively old. The weapons produced in the production area were not high-tech, and the quality was not guaranteed. To put it bluntly, it was just a small workshop. Most of the time, he was responsible for repairing the equipment and weapons. The weapons in the camp were transported over. But food was not. After all, Han Longfei wasn't powerful enough to silently transport supplies for tens of thousands of people into the mountains. Therefore, he had no choice. The normal living materials in the rebel camp needed to be obtained through hunting, planting, small-scale purchases, and other channels. The north of East Peak Mountain was adjacent to the south bank of the East Peak Empire, while the south was the northernmost part of the Red Leaf Empire. The lush forest stretched for thousands of miles, and there were many resources that could be used as food. What was worth mentioning was, under the influence of nuclear radiation, the wild beasts were now generally ferocious and violent. Many of them had even awakened the extraordinary powers of certain beasts. Therefore, he had no choice. Hunting in the jungle was not an easy task. Among the rebel forces, the ones responsible for this task were the 6 battalions of the rebel camp in N City. Each of the 6 teams had around 1,500 to 2,000 men. They were fully armed and were the core source of combat strength for the rebel troops. Every month, there would be 2 to 3 teams responsible for hunting and collecting food, while the other 2 to 3 teams would stay behind to guard the safety of the base. They took turns to operate. It was barely enough to maintain the daily needs of the base. He arrived at the logistics and maintenance department. There were more than 30 men repairing some damaged mechanical arms. When he saw Li Yueming, one of the men with a scar on his face had a cigarette in his mouth. "You must be new here." Li Yueming frowned. He glanced at Scarface and nodded. Hearing this, Scarface took a puff of his cigarette and blew it on Li Yueming's face. He said disdainfully, "Kid, you look quite young. You want to compete with Mo Fei for the position of captain." As he spoke, "What did you do to the leader?" Scarface spat. "Or is he the illegitimate son of the leader?" He looked at the smoke in front of him. Li Yueming sneered. He suddenly reached out and grabbed Scarface's neck. He lifted him up into the air like a little chick and said, "Who do you think you?" He was grabbed by Li Yueming's arm. Scarface struggled for a moment. However, how could his physique be compared to Li Yueming's? Even if he used all his strength, he couldn't make Li Yueming's arm tremble at all. Seeing that Scarface was breathing more than he was breathing, the surrounding logistics team members instantly panicked. Someone said, "Little brother, he's Mo Fei's uncle and also our logistics department's head. It's fine if you teach him a lesson, but it'll be troublesome if he's killed." Obviously, the arrogant and despotic scar-faced man was not liked in the logistics department. Now, even though he was almost strangled to death by Li Yueming, no one stood up to help him. He only persuaded Li Yueming with a few words. He thought about it. Li Yueming loosened his grip and threw Scarface to the ground. She stepped on his chest and said condescendingly, "I'll give you a chance. Tell all the management behind you that the logistics department is my territory from now on. If you have any objections, you're welcome to come to me." Scarface coughed for a long while. His entire face turned from purple-green to purple-red, and he finally came back to his senses. He looked down at Li Yueming who was stepping on his chest. He almost fainted from anger again. Originally, he wanted to give Li Yueming a show of strength, but he never expected that his kick would hit a steel plate. This youth sent by the leader was definitely not a pushover that could be easily manipulated. He gritted his teeth. Scarface glared at Li Yueming. He originally wanted to say a few harsh words. However, looking at Li Yueming's eyes that were as deep as the ocean and the killing intent that was like 10,000 years of hard ice, he was shocked. Scarface was still very obedient and didn't say a word. He got up and staggered away. After watching Scarface leave, the other men in the logistics team had already stopped what they were doing. The few of them gathered around and sized up Li Yueming before saying, "Are you the new logistics department head sent by the leader?" As expected, young people nowadays couldn't be judged by their appearances. Chapter 193, Martial Saint, Mo Fei the Terrified Mecha. 2. Facing them. Li Yueming's expression softened a little and he smiled. "Everyone, you must be joking. Let's continue working." He didn't seem to want to say more. The men from the logistics department didn't continue asking. He returned to his post and continued working. Li Yueming, on the other hand, found a pile of broken parts and began to pick them. Seeing this situation, a member of the logistics department reminded him in a low voice, "Minister, those parts were already scrapped and could only be reforged before they could be used again." Regarding this, Li Yueming only smiled. He did not give any explanation. When the logistics department saw this, they thought that he might have some mental problems. He didn't say anything else. He blinked. A month passed. After Scarface was kicked out of the logistics department by Li Yueming, no one came to look for him. Of course, this news still spread. Li Yueming had only been in the resistance camp for a month, and rumors about him had already spread throughout the camp. Some people said that he was the son of the leader. After all, if he wasn't his son, the leader wouldn't have given him such an important task as soon as he was sent here. There were also people who said that he was a powerful supernatural being. This rumor was based on the powerful strength that Li Yueming had shown previously. With just a single arm, he was able to strangle Scarface, who was often involved in forging, until he was unable to resist. Of course, there were also people who said that he was a lunatic. Because he basically can't communicate with anyone else in the base. Every day, he would punch in and out of work on time. Most importantly, he also often picked through the discarded parts in the logistics department. He seemed to have some sort of inexplicable collection addiction. Of course, Li Yueming ignored these rumors. In this month, he had lived a fulfilling life every day. The golden talent of the wilderness martial saint could sync his attributes to his mecha and weapon. Under such circumstances, having a set of weapons with good attributes and a powerful mech would obviously greatly increase Li Yueming's combat strength. In order to escape perfectly, the mech he was wearing had been destroyed in the underground arena of N City. Li Yueming even cut off a few pieces of his flesh to make it look like he was dead. Li Yueming broke out in cold sweat even though he had the talent of rapid recovery. Of course, at that time, Han Longfei was the most afraid. After all, he had personally seen Li Yueming cut off a few pieces of meat expressionlessly. The fresh blood from the wound was still steaming. In the next second, it healed at an unbelievable speed. And soon, new flesh grew out. He almost treated Li Yueming as a mutated monster. Therefore, when they arrived at the resistance base, Li Yueming's first choice was to join the logistics department. He was prepared to build a mecha with strong combat power for himself. At night, Li Yueming used his super brain to deduce the various structures and materials needed for the mecha. During the day, he would go to the logistics department to look for gold. He continued to fumble. Li Yueming finally gained some insight after some stumbling. He spent a week assembling the first-generation simplified version of the Warrior Sage mech. In the third month, Li Yueming began to upgrade the Warrior Sage mecha. It was loaded with more defensive materials and more types of weapons. However, at this moment, Sun Ruo appeared in front of Li Yueming. Li Yueming glanced at her but didn't say anything. This little girl was a metal-type ability user. In her eyes, all mecha made of metal were trash. Other than beating her up, Li Yueming didn't have any other way to change her misconception. Seeing that he was still focused on studying the mecha, he did not even raise his head. Sun Ruo pouted, obviously a little angry. However, after thinking about it, he still said, "When are you going to take me out for some exercise? I'm almost suffocating from staying here and helping them take care of their children." Sun Ruo and Li Yueming did not reveal their strength. He didn't tell anyone that he was a supernatural being. Han Longfei also did not tell the higher UPS of the base about their true combat strength. Therefore, Han Longjian and the base's vice leaders treated them like ordinary people. Li Yueming was arranged to repair the reproductive equipment at the back, while Sun Ruo was arranged to take care of the children at the base kindergarten. To be honest, with this girl's cheerful personality, she could persist in taking care of the child for 2 months. Li Yueming found it unbelievable. She saw her face full of boredom. Li Yueming raised his head and replied, "At most a month. I need to repair my mecha first. Then, I can find a chance to practice." Hearing this, Sun Ruo felt much more energetic. Looking at the mecha under Li Yueming's feet, he said, "Can you make one for me too? I'm a metal ability user, so I might have an advantage in operating a mecha." Li Yueming glanced at her and said casually, "I'll make one for you when I have time." He was expressionless. Sun Ruo opened his mouth and said, "No friends, no feelings, why do I feel like you're locking yourself in a cage?" Hearing this, Li Yueming paused in his work. Chapter 194, Martial Saint, Mo Fei the Terrified Mecha. Part 3. A moment later, he smiled. "I'm destined to be a tourist. I just want to enjoy the scenery along the way. If I'm too obsessed, I'll end up empty-handed." Sun Ruo's face revealed some doubt. Obviously, she couldn't understand what Li Mingming meant. But at this moment, Li Yueming's sense of alienation was like an abyss. She was completely isolated from the outside. She didn't understand why, and she couldn't understand. Thinking about it carefully, it seemed that from the moment he met Li Yueming, he was out of place in this world. Sun Ruo's eyes were covered with a thin layer of mist. However, he did not say anything in the end. He turned around and walked out of the logistics department. However, when he reached the door, Sun Ruo suddenly stopped and said, "That Mo Fei is so annoying. Recently, he has been coming to my place every day to curry favor. If someone doesn't do anything, I can only do it myself." Behind him, Li Yueming was still cleaning his mecha. There was no response. After Sun Ruo left, Li Yueming sighed softly. It was all his fault for being too handsome. That damn charm that had nowhere to put it would always attract little girls. However, in his previous life, he had already personally experienced a love that was like a moth flying into a flame. The woman named Yan Anyuan rushed forward without any regard for her own safety. However, in the end, apart from gaining a lot of loneliness and solitude, only endless regret remained. The feeling of heart-wrenching pain was often enough to be engraved in one's heart after experiencing it once. Love was like a knife. Every blade was a real injury. He really didn't want to be tainted by it in this life. If he had to be tainted, he had to wait until he was confident that he could send his woman to the myriad worlds. Just like that. In the blink of an eye, another month had passed. During this period, apart from designing and building the mecha, Li Yueming also went out once. As for what exactly they were doing, it was just a matter of time. Anyway, after looking around, he heard that Mo Fei's 3rd Brigade had gone up the mountain to hunt. Only then did he return to the logistics department to continue his research. At the end of the month, Li Yueming's 2nd-generation warrior sage mecha was completed. At the same time, he had just turned 7. You have successfully changed your fate. At the age of 7, you have temporarily escaped the pursuit of the Cloud Sky Group and joined the Red Leaf Empire's largest resistance force. The score for this reincarnation has increased greatly. Additional reward of 20,000 reincarnation points. The main body of the Martial Saint Warrior was made from a level 3 military outfit. The other parts were personally selected by Li Yueming, polished, and repaired. After a week of testing, the performance of this mech was twice that of the one he had worn in the underground arena. This was because there was sufficient time. His appearance was also much more eye-catching. The silver-grey metal had a unique aesthetic. Now, Li Yueming only lacked a suitable weapon. However, it was a pity. Li Yueming searched the entire logistics arsenal of the survivor base, but he couldn't find any alloy suitable for making weapons. It was either that the metal was not malleable enough or that the metal was not strong enough. The weapons that he forged did not give Li Yueming the bonus he wanted. Of course, Li Yueming wasn't flustered at all. He had heard that there was an extremely rare meteorite in the East Peak Mountain. Legend has it that it was a meteorite alloy that fell from the 3 huge moons above Planet 3 to 15,741. It has extremely high malleability and hardness. As long as he could find a few, he should be able to forge the effect that Li Yueming wanted. Just as Li Yueming was admiring his results, the noisy voices in the logistics department suddenly stopped. Li Yueming turned around. However, he realized that Mo Fei and his scar-faced uncle were sizing him up. Seeing this, Li Yueming smiled. It's better to rush at the right time than to rush at the right time. What can I do for you two? Mo Fei was a newly promoted supernatural being in the resistance camp. He was only 22 years old this year, but his supernatural ability had already reached C+. She was a dazzling rising star. It was rumored that the deputy leader of the resistance army and a few captains wanted him to form a new brigade on his own. However, because the leader hadn't been able to pass the test, this thought had never fallen into his mind. That's why. It was only when he received the order that Mo Fei was so against Li Yueming. After all, he was young and frivolous. He always thought that he was the pride of the world. How could he be interested in Li Yueming, who was even younger than him? He glanced at Li Yueming from head to toe. Mo Fei's expression was very cold as he said indifferently, "You are a growth user, right?" Hearing this, Li Yueming glanced at the mecha behind him, then looked at the parts that he had messed around with. No wonder he was mistaken for a transmigrator. With so many mechanical parts, no matter how one looked at it, only a transmigrator could skillfully operate them. He couldn't help but laugh. "I'm in a good mood today. I don't want to kill people on the street, so I hope you know your place. If you have something to say it quickly." Mo Fei's expression turned cold. However, when he thought of his purpose for coming here, he quickly suppressed his temper and said, "Hee, I've already given you enough face by not finding trouble with you for bullying my uncle. I hope you won't be so shameless." After he finished speaking, he thought of the message he had just received. A triumphant smile appeared on his face. He looked at Li Yueming and said, "Regarding the matter of the captain, the leader has already given his approval. He is prepared to let me take on the position of the captain of the newly established 7th Brigade. As for you, the leader said that you can find a seat at any time. Do you understand what he means? Let him find a seat?" Li Yueming tilted his head and thought for a while before he finally understood. Han Longfei was a cunning old fox. He really understood how to kill someone with a borrowed knife. However, Li Yueming was not against it. Anyway, he already wanted to kill this guy last time. Without Han Longfei's hint, he would have found an opportunity to kill Mo Fei. He sized Mo Fei up. Li Yueming was worried about this devilish brat's IQ. He nodded and said, "I'll understand what the leader means." Mo Fei thought that Li Yueming understood his hint, so he said in satisfaction, "Seeing that you're so tactful, I'll arrange a small captain position for you. From next week onwards, you'll come with me to the training ground to select new players." After saying that, he put on the airs of a leader and prepared to leave. But at this moment, he saw the complicated look in Li Yueming's eyes. That gaze. It was as if he was looking at a funny and stupid fool. He followed her gaze. Mo Fei lowered his head and realized that Li Yueming was looking at him. After being stunned for a moment. "What are you doing?" Mo Fei was instantly furious. Li Yueming spread his hands. "Forget it, mentally retarded children were much happier." He retracted his gaze and his expression turned cold. His voice was filled with a bone-chilling chill as he said, "What are you doing?" As he spoke, Li Yueming lowered his head and pulled out an abandoned sword from the ground. Mo Fei's face was filled with disbelief. Suddenly, a burst of golden light erupted and slashed down. Chapter 195, Who's in favor of this proposal and who's against it? 1. Obviously, as a young man, Mo Fei was still too inexperienced compared to an old fox like Han Longfei. He thought that with the support of the other members of the resistance base, he could change Han Longfei's orders. However, as someone who was able to become the city lord of N City under the nose of the Cloud Sky Group as the leader of the resistance army, he was a powerful person. How could Han Longfei be the kind of existence that could be easily seized by others without knowing? Obviously, Han Longfei had a trick up his sleeve. He sent Li Yueming over and arranged for him to be the captain. Other than comforting Li Yueming, They also wanted to test if the officers of the resistance were still loyal enough. In the end, Han Longjian found an excuse to send Li Yueming to the logistics department, and now he wanted to promote Mo Fei to the position of the captain of the 7th Brigade. His ambition was as clear as day. However, because of Han Longfei's special identity, he could not control the movements of the rebellion army camp in real time. That was why he had specially asked Mo Fei to bring his latest order. Li Yueming's terror was clearly known by Han Longfei. Therefore, he had no choice. The meaning behind this so-called randomly find a place to sit was rather interesting. Poor Mo Fei. Han Longfei had already handed the sword to Li Yueming. This guy was still in the dark about this. He thought about the ins and outs. Regarding this, Li Yueming didn't stand on ceremony. Under Mo Fei's incredulous expression, he lowered his head and pulled out an abandoned iron sword from the ground. Seeing this situation, Mo Fei felt an extremely terrifying aura. The moment he pulled out his sword, the smiling young man on the ground, not rara away see me to nave turnia into TNE coldest executioner MTNE world in an instant. His entire body was emitting a chill from within. Swallowing his saliva, Mo Fei became alert. He took 2 steps back and said in horror, "This is a resistance camp. What are you trying to do?" Li Yueming smiled. A golden light bloomed from the sword. After this period of deduction and control, Li Yueming's proficiency in using the Wilderness Martial Saint's talent had increased slightly. The most direct manifestation of this was that Li Yueming needed to input less force. The attributes of weapon synchronization were higher than before. Of course, against a small fry like Mo Fei who had just reached C+ energy level, it did not require much effort at all. He casually threw it away. The abandoned sword turned into a stream of light and disappeared in an instant. Mo Fei, who was already panicking, widened his eyes. "Earthbind," he roared. As an awakened who was a rising star, Mo Fei clearly had a special talent. The specific performance was that he could control a portion of the power of the earth. According to the International Superhuman Talent Rating, his natural affinity talent potential could be rated as S grade. This was also the biggest reason why Mo Fei's reputation rose among the rising stars in the resistance camp. But now, in front of Li Yueming, this so-called grade S talent was like paper. A cloud of dust rose from the ground, trying to wrap around the golden sword. However, how could Li Yueming's martial strength be something he could match? The long sword only trembled slightly, and the golden light on the blade washed away everything. In the blink of an eye, Mo Fei's yellow sand fell to the ground. Seeing this situation, Mo Fei's face revealed a shocked expression. One had to know that in the past, as long as he used his talent, the other supernatural beings in the camp would be at his mercy after they were wrapped up in the sand. She had no power to fight back in front of him. But now, all the rules that he was familiar with were ineffective on Li Yueming. However, the young man in front of him seemed to have magic power. He easily cut off the innate ability that he was so proud of. He couldn't even restrain the golden longsword. So what level of talent did the other party have? SSSSS? Thinking of these 2 possibilities, Mo Fei felt suffocated. However, before Mo Fei could react, the golden blade light of the metal cleaver was already coming at him. Mo Fei subconsciously wanted to control his body to dodge. However, the speed of the blade light was too fast. It pierced through his throat like a bolt of lightning. She clutched her throat. Mo Fei's face was filled with disbelief. He opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something. However, because of the air leaking from his throat, he could only whimper. A few seconds later, blood gushed out of the wound and sprayed all over the ground. Mo Fei's face was filled with unwillingness and regret as he fell to the ground. But even before he died, he still didn't know what went wrong. He was a C+ class supernatural being. According to the information on the file, Li Yueming was only 16 years old. How could a 16-year-old have such terrifying strength? And on what basis did he dare to slit his throat in broad daylight in public? However, it was a pity. He would probably never have the chance to think clearly in his life. He killed Mo Fei with a single strike. Li Yueming's expression didn't change much. The other party was like a clown. She would always jump in front of him from time to time. Li Yueming didn't take action before because he was too lazy to argue with him. Moreover, he was unfamiliar with the resistance camp, and rashly taking action might lead to uncontrollable consequences. Now, Han Longfei had already handed over the knife. Li Yueming had no reason not to make a move. Not far away, Scarface, who had been following behind Mo Fei, was completely dumbfounded. He looked at his nephew, who was still bleeding from his neck. Chapter 196, Who's in favor of this proposal and who's against it? Part 2. After being stunned for a few seconds, he said with a terrified expression, "Murder. Murder. Shad-ri law." It was a little ridiculous. Scarface was usually dark and strong, looking big and burly. Now, after being scared out of her wits, she sounded like an 80-year-old auntie. Li Yueming glanced at him. He waved his hand. The abandoned sword returned to his hand. Placing the blade on Scarface's neck, Li Yueming smiled and said, "Didn't I tell you last time? I told you to call all your backers over, in the end, you called for a kid just like that." Scarface's scream instantly stopped. He looked at the smiling Li Yueming. She was like an old hen with her neck strangled. Other than his scalp going numb, he could only tremble. After a while, she said with a sobbing tone, "If you kill Mo Fei, Deputy Chief, and Captain Han will not let you go. You can let go of my words and I can help you to testify that Mo Fei made the first move." Hearing this, "I don't need you to testify for me." Li Yueming stroked the hilt of his saber and smiled. "I want to know who else will help you." After interrogating Scarface, Li Yueming gave him a quick death. The iron cleaver in his hand was still bleeding. Immediately after, he started to clean up the people in the resistance camp who were related to Mo Fei. He didn't want to fall into the boring trap of beating up the little one, then the old one, and beating up the old one, then the older one. Of course. Actually, this seemed quite interesting. Unfortunately, Li Yueming's time was limited, so he left the old trick for others to play with. After asking about Mo Fei's main supporters, Li Yueming walked out of the rebel camp with his saber. He was prepared to go all out and find the few main supporters behind Mo Fei. Kill them all. It could prevent future troubles. He kept a low profile along the way. If not for the fact that the sharp blade in his hand was still dripping with blood, it was no different from punching in and out of the logistics department on a normal day. When they arrived at the 6th Brigade, Han Longjian was training his soldiers. Li Yueming casually threw the saber with one hand. Han Longjian, who was caught off guard, was hit in the head by the long saber and fell straight on the stage. Everyone in the 6th Brigade was dumbfounded. They looked around and did not know what had happened. Someone ran up to the stage and realized that there was a long knife stuck in his captain's forehead. At this moment, he was already dead. He did not stop. Li Yueming turned around and left. The deputy leader of N City's resistance was a man named Mika. It was a B+ class supernatural being. It was said that he was Han Tianlong's comrade more than 10 years ago. However, the two of them had already clashed because of their differences in ideals. What Han Tianlong meant was that the current size of the resistance army in the city of was not enough to face the financial group. Therefore, he wanted to organize more people to go to the city to connect, in order to obtain more strength and support. Mika, on the other hand, felt that the size of the resistance was just right. It would not attract the attention of the corporations, and it could protect itself from the ordinary city's army. As long as he swayed a little, he could occupy the mountain and live a very comfortable life. At the end of the day, Han Bufan was a staunch advocate of war. He advocated for the rebellion army to form a prairie fire through continuous development and management, and finally achieve the goal of overthrowing the rule of the financial group and restoring the order of the planet. As for Mika, she didn't need to be mentioned. There was no such thing as a neutral party in the resistance. If they were not determined to fight, they would be determined to reconcile. Those who were stuck in the middle were nothing more than fiddling with their own interests. Mika wanted to turn the rebel camp into her own private army, and then become a free and unfettered mountain king in this era of financial hardship. However, because he needed Han Longfei to provide him with resources, he did not dare to fall out with Han Longfei. The two sides had been in a stalemate all these years. What happened to Li Yueming and Mo Fei recently was the result of the game between the two. Judging from the current trend, Mika thought he had the upper hand. After all, after Mo Fei was appointed as the captain of the 7th Brigade, he had already controlled the power of the 4 battalions of the Resistance Army base. Moreover, Han Longjian's 3rd Brigade was gradually approaching him under his constant threats and enticement. He believed that it wouldn't be long before he was captured. If something really happened at that time, with the control of the 5 battalions, he could suppress anyone who was dissatisfied. The most important thing was that Han Longfei was locked in N City and could not move easily. Even if something really happened, he could only admit defeat. Under such circumstances, the rebellion was now in Mika's hands. However, just as Mika was feeling proud of herself for what she had done, suddenly, she heard a commotion outside the door. Mika frowned. Just as he was about to go out to check on what had happened, a young man with a murderous look barged in and said to him, "You must be Mika." Mika's brow furrowed even more. He spoke in the official language of the Red Leaf Empire. "Who are you?" Li Yueming smiled. "The person who killed you." As he spoke, the long saber in his hand was slanted, and golden martial strength suddenly bloomed. Mika sensed the killing intent and dodged the attack at the crucial moment. However, he was still affected by the saber light. There was a gash that was dozens of centimeters long on his chest. Chapter 197, Who's in favor of this proposal and who's against it, Part 3. Shocked, Mika retreated several meters. "You're the kid Long Fei sent over." The resistance camp was neither big nor small. Mika had already been observing Li Yueming several times when he had first entered the camp. After all, Han Longfei had also dropped some soldiers into the rebel camp in the past. However, no one had ever given a position to the captain as soon as they arrived. There might be something fishy going on. Moreover, he heard that Li Yueming was only a teenager. Hence, Mika paid special attention. However, from his observations, Li Yueming was an honest man. He didn't show any dissatisfaction even though his position as captain was taken away. Arrange for him to clock in and out of work on time every day in the logistics department. He did not show any sharpness, nor did he have the arrogance of a young man. Therefore, he had no choice. After a few more observations, Mika felt more at ease. He thought that Li Yueming was just a stone sent by Han Longfei to test him. But now, it was just a simple move. He looked at Li Yueming, who was filled with a murderous aura. Mika knew she was doomed. After all, he was a B+ grade supernatural being, and his strength was not weak among B+ grade supernatural beings. However, judging from the speed and strength of Li Yueming's move just now, he could not help but feel a little anxious. As long as he reacted a little slower, that long saber had probably cut him in half at the waist. How was this an insignificant chess piece? This was clearly a super giant who could change the direction of the game. Wasn't Han Longfei afraid that he would suffer a backlash by letting such a prehistoric beast into the resistance camp? Of course. His worries and nagging were no longer important. To him now, how to survive was more important. Milan dodged the attack. Li Yueming didn't waste his breath. He immediately took a step forward and slashed the long saber in his hand diagonally. In this slash, Milan felt a life and death crisis. Letting out a breath, he clenched his right hand and said, "Hellfire!" Instantly, a blazing flame shot towards Li Yueming. Li Yueming narrowed his eyes. He took a step back and flicked the golden martial arts power on the iron blade in his hand. Immediately, the orange flames and the pale golden flames intertwined. But before Milan could breathe a sigh of relief, the pale golden flames devoured the orange flames with absolute dominance. Moreover, it attacked in an extremely ferocious manner. Seeing this situation, Milan knew that he was no match for Li Yueming. He gathered his supernatural energy and spat out an even thicker fire dragon to entangle the golden flames. Milan kicked aside the wooden board and ran out. His plan was simple. As long as they created a bigger commotion, the soldiers loyal to him in the resistance camp would definitely be attracted over. At that time, the soldiers would swarm forward. Even if he couldn't kill Li Yueming, it would buy him enough time to escape. However, his imagination was beautiful, but the reality was that he had just escaped from the room and had yet to call for help. More than 100 golden iron pillars suddenly shot out from outside the door, instantly turning him into a porcupine. Not far away, Sun Ruo gave a thumbs up and smiled. "I got 92 needles. I'm really the best." Li Yueming extinguished the flame in his hand. Looking at Milan, who was shot like a hedgehog, he said, "Didn't I tell you not to shoot your head off?" Sunruo's face was full of lingering fear. Who knew that he would be so weak? Your talent in enchantment is too strong. Sunruo had just entered the realm of a B-class supernatural being. Logically speaking, Milan, a B+ level supernatural being like Milan, should be difficult for her to defeat. However, after Li Yueming enchanted the iron pillars she controlled, she was shocked. It was just a round of shooting and Milan was like a porcupine. Even if Sunruo was the user himself. However, looking at the mess on the ground, it still felt very terrifying. One had to know that this was a B+ class supernatural being. Even in a bigger city, a B+ class supernatural being would be a rather famous existence. However, in front of Li Yueming, they were still like clay chickens and pottery dogs. If he couldn't last more than 3 minutes, then forget it. He couldn't even escape. Li Yueming had only awakened his superpower less than a year ago. Sunruo couldn't even imagine what kind of monster Li Yueming was to be so abnormal. Li Yueming ignored her exclamation. Since Milan's body was badly mutilated, he couldn't chop off his head to show his power. Then he could only change his method. About half an hour later, all the higher UPS who were still in the resistance camp received the notification. The deputy leader, Milan, called them for a meeting in the middle of the camp. After receiving the news, all the higher UPS were whispering to each other. Obviously, the news of Li Yueming killing Mo Fei and Han Longjian had already spread. To be honest, a few months ago, when Li Yueming had just arrived, the upper echelons of the resistance had already sensed the conflict between Han Tianlong and Milan. Therefore, he had briefly cast his gaze on Li Yueming. Many of Han Tianlong's supporters hoped that Li Yueming could help them. Because as long as he didn't give up his position as the captain of the 7th Brigade, the higher UPS who supported Han Tianlong could also use this opportunity to help him attack Milan's forces. However, Li Yueming seemed to be easier to deal with than they had imagined. Not only did he obediently give up his position as the captain of the 7th Brigade, he even accepted the arrangement to work in the logistics department. Disappointed. As time passed, not many people paid attention to Li Yueming. However, he never expected that. It was this young man who had been extremely low in the past, but he had stirred up a huge mess today. Not only did he kill Mo Fei, he even dared to kill Han Longjian. All the management felt the seriousness of the matter. Therefore, he had no choice. When he received the order from the deputy leader, Milan, a large group of higher-ups quickly rushed over. They all wanted to know what decision the deputy chief would make. However, when they arrived at the gathering point, they were surprised to find that the first person they saw was not the deputy chief, but a young man with a smile on his face. At the first moment, almost all the higher UPS were dumbfounded. Damn it, what was going on? Where was the deputy chief? Didn't he order them to gather? Because everything happened too suddenly, many of the higher UPS couldn't wrap their heads around it. A moment later, they felt Li Yueming's indifferent gaze sweep over them. Finally, some of the higher UPS came back to their senses. He looked at Li Yueming, who was sitting at the head of the table. They immediately felt a chill on their necks and scalps. A gust of cold air rushed from the soles of their feet to the top of their heads. It seemed that this time, the sky in the rebel camp seemed to have changed. Li Yueming glanced around and looked down at the higher UPS of the resistance camp. He slowly said, "From now on, I will be the deputy leader of the resistance army camp in N City. Who agrees with this proposal?" Chapter 198, Hope and Disappointment, the decent Li Yueming. Who agrees with this proposal? Who disagrees? Li Yueming's indifferent voice sounded. The entire upper echelons of the resistance looked at each other for a moment before falling into a suffocating silence. A moment later, the higher UPS who had regained their senses looked at each other. For a moment, no one dared to take the lead. Nonsense! The young man in front of him dared to sit here in such a condescending manner. If there wasn't something wrong with his head, it meant that he definitely had an unknown trump card. Moreover, before this, the fate of Mo Fei and Han Longjian was enough to wake them up. He no longer dared to underestimate Li Yueming. Seeing that no one dared to speak, Li Yueming, who was sitting in the main seat, coughed twice. He knocked on the table and said, "As everyone knows, I've always been a decent person. If you want to be decent, I'll let you be decent. If you don't want to be decent, I can help you. Therefore, if you have different opinions, you can voice them. I'm not a demon, and I promise that I won't do anything to you. He looked at the smiling Li Yueming on stage. The upper echelons of the resistance looked at each other and saw the bewilderment in each other's eyes. However, no one dared to reveal themselves. Finally, after a moment of silence, the captain of the 4th Battalion stood up under the immense pressure and said, "If that's the case, what about Vice Chief Mika? You have to get him to come forward first before we can vote on this." The captain of the 4th Battalion was one of the trusted aides of the Mika. Although he felt a little strange, he still wanted to stand out and ask for more information. After hearing his test, she had a positive balance. "That makes sense," Li Yueming said with a smile. "Vice Chief Mika should at least have some sense of participation in this sort of thing." He clapped his hands. In the room behind them, Sun Ruo reluctantly carried Mika out of the room, her face twisted into a porcupine. She tossed her onto the table with a resentful expression. Mika's body was covered in blood. He paused for a moment. After everyone saw everything on the table, Li Yueming smiled and said, "Vice Chief Mika and I disagreed. We had a friendly discussion, and it seems that I've won." The higher UPS of the resistance army were speechless. He looked at Mika, who was almost out of shape, and then at the smiling Li Yueming. The first reaction of all the upper echelons of the resistance was disbelief. After all, Mika's strength was second to none in the entire resistance camp. How could he be stabbed into a porcupine in the camp of the resistance? He finally came back to his senses. All the higher UPS of the resistance camp felt a chill run down their spines. Such a powerful and experienced deputy leader had fallen into such a miserable state in the hands of this young man. The most ridiculous thing was that Li Yueming's entire body was extremely clean and tidy. He did not look like he had just experienced a big battle. So how terrifying was this young man? Moreover, you call this a friendly negotiation? Then what was called unfriendly agreement? He thought of Li Yueming's serious words of express your own views and speak your mind. All the higher UPS could not help but swallow their saliva. If they had really gone up to express their opinions just now, then would this so-called friendly negotiation fall on their heads? Thinking of this very likely outcome, all the higher UPS praised themselves for their intelligence. Fortunately, they had restrained their urge to stand out. Otherwise, they would probably be the next ones to get blood splattered. Under such circumstances, the pressure on the captain of the 4th Brigade who had just stood up instantly increased. He looked at Li Yueming's half-smile. The captain of the 4th Brigade was sweating profusely. He had thought that Li Yueming had only subdued Mika, which was why he had asked Li Yueming to release him. However, he never expected Li Yueming to be so ruthless. He had actually killed Mika. This made him feel awkward. He was one of Mika's core supporters. Mika's downfall had made him feel terrible. His mind spun. The captain of the 4th Brigade, who had a bad feeling, immediately squeezed out a smile and sat back down gently. "I see. I have no more doubts. On behalf of the 4th Battalion, I fully support you as the new deputy leader of the resistance in N City. I admit that my voice was a little loud just now. It was really presumptuous." The captain of the 4th Brigade was very thorough. After all, Li Yueming's strength was too strong. Even Mika was dead. He believed that his arms could not win against his thighs. Thus, he admitted defeat decisively. Perhaps the new deputy chief would give him some preferential treatment because he was the first to admit defeat. This shameless act of acknowledging a thief as his father attracted the dissatisfaction of the other captains. He felt the mocking gazes around him. The captain of the 4th Brigade was a little shy, so he felt like he was on fire. However, she still forced herself to act as if nothing had happened. Sitting at the head of the table, Li Yueming revealed a satisfied smile. Chapter 199, Hope and Disappointment, The Decent Li Yueming, 2. He walked up to the captain of the 4th Brigade and patted him on the shoulder. "That's right, you and I are both decent people." As soon as he finished speaking, he looked up at the other captains and asked again, "Is there anyone who disagrees?" Hearing this, among the remaining 3 captains, the captain of the 2nd Brigade with thick eyebrows and big eyes stood up first and said firmly, "I object." At this moment, The words "I object" seemed to have some kind of magical power. The group of captains who were about to express their stance were all shocked. They hurriedly sat up straight and prepared to watch a good show. However, just as the other captains thought that the captain of the 2nd Brigade would insist on his bottom line with reason and evidence, the captain of the 2nd Brigade said solemnly, "One object. With your strength, you should be the leader." The team leaders were speechless. "MMP. You have thick eyebrows and big eyes. I didn't expect you to be 6th brother." The other company leaders almost dug out the ancestral grave of the 2nd Company's company leader. Actually, when they saw Mika's body, they were shocked. He already knew in his heart he could kill Mika without even realizing it. Li Yueming, or rather, the strength behind Li Yueming, was not something they could shake. Moreover, Li Yueming was a trusted aide sent by Han Tianlong. Under such circumstances, instead of resisting, it was better to go with the flow. It was fine if the captain of the 4th Battalion betrayed them first. However, he never expected the captain of the 2nd Brigade to be so thick-browed and big-eyed. He usually looked silly. However, at the crucial moment, he didn't hesitate. Under such circumstances, he had actually submitted the letter of surrender before them. Reality proved that people were usually more aware of their own situation in extreme situations. For example, now, Li Yueming didn't even have the time to use a few more methods of coercion and bribery. The moment Mika's body was tossed onto the table, the upper echelons of the rebellion camp immediately quieted down. They were all watching the wind. In order to leave a good impression on Li Yueming, they even played tricks on him. He racked his brains to flatter Li Yueming. There were even people who suggested that Li Yueming be the new leader of the resistance. The entire process was much smoother than Li Yueming had imagined. Of course, he would definitely not become the actual leader. After all, in the eyes of the soldiers and residents of the resistance camp, Li Yueming was still a trusted subordinate sent by Han Longfei. If Han Longfei was replaced at this time, it would inevitably cause unnecessary chaos. Besides, Han Longfei's title as the leader was like an omnipotent black pot for Li Yueming. He was still hoping to use it more often when the time came. Of course, he couldn't give it up. After settling everything, Li Yueming had basically taken control of the situation in the resistance camp. Through the news passed down by the leaders of the base, Li Yueming officially became the new deputy leader of the resistance base in N City. As for the appointment document, Li Yueming naturally drafted it in the name of Han Longfei. That calculative fatty had used him as a blade, so it was naturally not unexpected that he would suffer a backlash now. After the announcement of the appointment, Li Yueming officially entered the core area of the resistance camp. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Han Longfei called and said, "You're really rude." Obviously, he already knew what was happening in the base. Li Yueming had killed Mika to become the new deputy chief. In a sense, he was trying to usurp the throne. After successfully usurping the throne, he directly placed Han Longfei, the leader, at the side as a decoration. Li Yueming exposed him mercilessly. "Hehe, do you think I don't know what you're up to? Now that I'm the deputy chief, isn't it just as satisfying as you?" On the other end of the phone, Han Longfei was silent for a moment before he laughed. He smiled. Han Longfei gradually became serious. "I want to overthrow the corporations and return the world to the people and the government." Li Yueming was not stingy with his praise. "Not a bad ideal, very admirable." Han Longfei ignored his praise and continued, "Before I saw you, I was very disappointed in this world. I even felt that no one could save this world from the abyss. But after seeing you, I knew that after waiting for more than 10 years, the person who could end everything had finally appeared." Hearing this, Li Yueming felt a little surprised, but he still said calmly, "Thank you for your praise, but I don't think I can place your expectations on me. My intuition tells me that you are special and different from everyone else." Hearing this, Li Yueming was also silent for a moment. Although they were thousands of miles apart, he could more or less understand Han Longfei's loneliness at this moment. When the entire world was in a state of debauchery and debauchery, everyone was immersed in the surging sea of people. A clear-headed person would often feel an indescribable loneliness. According to what he heard, Han Longfei was an international mercenary 20 years ago. His daily job was to constantly rush from one battlefield to another. Chapter 200, the decent Li Yueming. 3. In the Long War, he had seen the terror of the corporations, and also the numbness and loneliness of many people at the bottom. The more extravagant the place was, the more rotten it was behind the scenes. Under such circumstances, Han Bufan, who was in his 20s, quit his job as a mercenary. After a few clashes, he joined the resistance. Not long after, he entered N City's government office because of his own luck. After enduring hardships for 20 years, he finally sat in the position of the city lord of N City. It could be said that he was responsible for 90% of the military expenses of the resistance around N City. There were countless other resources. It was also because of this that he was able to obtain the support of the resistance near N City. He had become the leader of all the resistance forces in the vicinity. As a native of this world, Han Longfei could be considered a legendary figure. No matter how one looked at it, it was enough to earn Li Yueming's sincere admiration. Of course, that was all. Li Yueming had long passed the age of hot-bloodedness. Be it cold-blooded or heartless, the first thing he had to consider in this world was himself. After thinking for a while, Li Yueming said seriously, "What makes you think that the Chaos Clan will cooperate with you? You're not someone who is willing to be mediocre, are you?" Han Longfei asked sincerely. A real man was born in the world, so he had to leave something behind for his descendants, right? My talent is limited, and I'm destined to be an ordinary person. But you're different. You only need a little polishing to be destined to be the sharpest sword in this world. Shouldn't the sharpest sword be aimed at the strongest and fiercest enemy? I don't want power, I don't want wealth. He could even give up the title of the leader of the resistance camp and stand behind the scenes to do his best to provide you with information, resources, and technology. And our common goal is to overthrow the corporate rule and return the world to how it should have been. When that time comes, everyone in the world who is oppressed by the corporations will remember your achievements." At the end of his sentence, Han Longfei was obviously very agitated. He had worked hard for 20 years and was now almost 40 years old. His passion was gradually turning cold. Now, Li Yueming's sudden appearance gave him hope again. Therefore, he had no choice. Now, it was not an exaggeration to be so excited that his face turned red. After patiently listening to him, Li Yueming was silent for a moment. "What you said is very hot-blooded and noble, but it doesn't seem to have anything to do with me." On the other end of the phone, Han Longfei was obviously choked by his clean rejection. He didn't reply for a long time. Li Yueming thought for a moment and continued, "To be remembered by all mankind, to be grateful and so on. Sorry, I don't need it. I don't have morals, nor do I have any morals. However, before we have any conflicts, I don't object to working with you." Hearing this, Han Longfei was stunned for a moment. When she came back to her senses, she realized that she seemed to have been a little too carried away. After calming down, he said awkwardly, "You're right. I did lose my composure. Then I hope that our cooperation will last for a long time." Li Yueming didn't say anything. In fact, according to the growth trajectory that Li Yueming had set for himself, the relationship between him and the corporations would probably end up in a fight to the death. But that was his own business. He didn't want anyone to point fingers at him when he was making a decision. Therefore, he had no choice. He would never make any promises to Han Longfei. Half a month later, the 6 battalions of the rebellion army had all gathered in the square in the middle of the camp. He looked at the large group of resistance soldiers below him. Li Yueming didn't exchange pleasantries and said directly, "There is only one order that needs to be announced to summon you here. The original 6 battalions will be abolished, and all the soldiers will be reorganized. The new army will temporarily be composed of the following 5 types of soldiers, namely, combat troops, logistics troops, transport troops, long-range attack troops. Every unit has a different division of labor and mission. As for the specific division of labor, you should be able to get a glimpse of it from the name of the unit. The detailed rules and regulations will be sent to everyone immediately. In addition, the captains are generally experienced, so they are specially arranged to be the tactical instructors of the new unit, responsible for teaching and training new students." Li Yueming's words were short and concise. However, behind every command was a big move that was enough to shake the entire rebel camp. Disbanding the 6 major forces was not an issue. Everyone knew The captains of the 6 major forces were the most powerful figures other than the leaders and deputy leaders. In a sense, they could even control the power of the leader and the deputy leader. But now, Li Yueming, the new deputy chief, wanted to dismiss all the 6 captains with one order and even arranged a semi-retired job for them. This was already considered a move that challenged the bottom line. Could the 6 captains endure it? Wouldn't he lose all his pension insurance? Therefore, the moment he heard the order, almost all the ordinary soldiers in the entire resistance camp were in an uproar. They could not help but look at the captain of their own brigade. Obviously, they were waiting for their team leaders to stand up and refute. Then, they could use this opportunity to protest collectively and give this childish and laughable young leader a show of strength. He wanted to let the other party know that an order could not be carried out just by opening and closing his mouth, especially such a ridiculous order. If he wanted to carry it out, he had to be prepared to be slapped. However, under the ardent expectations of the thousands of soldiers, a shocking scene appeared. After hearing Li Yueming disband the original 6 battalions and arrange for the former commander to be a retired tactical instructor, the 6 captains standing on the stage were like 6 wooden stakes. He did not move at all. When he noticed Li Yueming's gaze on him, he didn't forget to show an awkward but polite smile. It was as if she was afraid that her smile was not bright enough to attract unexpected trouble. Such a strange scene was witnessed by tens of thousands of soldiers, and they were all dumbfounded. Damn it! Since when did these captains, who had killed people like flies, become so easy to talk to? He was stripped of his official position but didn't even dare to fart? It was impossible. It was absolutely impossible. However, no matter how indignant the soldiers below the stage were, there were even some who gave him crazy looks. The 6 captains on the stage still did not dare to move. The smile on his face was like a hemorrhoid that had just grown out of his anus. There was a hint of nervousness in the awkwardness.